London. CBC's Abby Kugadassan is tracking this story. She joins me live from London. The world, Abby, is watching with worry, with concern for Her Majesty's health. What are you hearing?
So, Hannah, this news broke when that statement was released just a couple of hours ago from Buckingham Palace while the British Parliament was in session. The Speaker of the House had to interrupt it because all the MPs were on their phones. Concerned faces is what he saw, and he interrupted the session this way. Let's have a listen.
I wish to say something about the announcement which has just been made about Her Majesty. I know I speak on behalf of the entire House when I say that we send our best wishes to Her Majesty the Queen and that she and the royal family are in our thoughts and prayers at this moment. I'm going to take no more, if there is anything else, we will update the House accordingly. Thank you.
The new Prime Minister, Liz Truss, was in the chamber at that point, and she has tweeted as well. She writes, "The whole country will be deeply concerned by the news from Buckingham Palace. My thoughts and the thoughts of people across our United Kingdom are with Her Majesty, the Queen, and her family at this time." We've also heard from other leaders here in the United Kingdom, including the First Minister of Scotland, Nicola Sturgeon. She tweeted, "All of us are feeling profoundly concerned at reports of Her Majesty's health. My thoughts and wishes are with the Queen and all of the royal family at this time." We've also heard from the High Commissioner, the Canadian High Commissioner here, Ralph Goodale. He tweeted, "Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, the Queen of Canada, is a profoundly important person in the most successful constitutional monarchy in world history. Deeply respected. We wish her well." The Queen has reigned for 70 years. She just recently this summer celebrated her Jubilee. She is now 96 years old. She does have mobility issues. She walks with a cane, as we saw in that picture earlier with Liz Truss when they met a couple of days ago. It was last October where, under doctors' advisement, that Her Majesty canceled a 2-day trip to Northern Ireland. That appears to have been around the time when her health began to deteriorate. It was mere months after she lost her husband, Prince Philip. That can be known to happen after the death of a spouse. And in November, she missed a remembrance service, which too caused concern because that event is very close to the Queen's heart. And earlier this year, she tested positive for COVID. But she's pulled through, she rallied, she came back to some of her duties, which have been scaled down quite a bit in recent months. We know Prince Charles and other senior members of the family have stepped up to try and fill her shoes throughout those weeks.
And Abby, you mentioned all the turmoil. She's reigned for 70 years, her age, the health issues, the death of her husband last year in April. But yet she was determined to keep working. And people realize that and recognize that. In the UK, you're in London. What's the mood you're sensing there?
You saw those faces in Parliament. That's pretty much what we're seeing elsewhere as well. People very concerned. A lot of the reaction on social media, not just here in the UK, but in other parts of the Commonwealth and other parts of the world. We have to remember she may be our queen, but she's a mother, a grandmother, a great-grandmother too. All 4 of her children are now by her side in Scotland. That includes the future king, Prince Charles. Another future king, Prince William, has reportedly arrived in the last hour as well. His brother, Prince Harry, who was meant to be at an event in London tonight, is headed to Scotland at the moment with his wife, Meghan, to see his grandmother. Perhaps that, too, really highlighting the severity of this situation. This is a concerned family, a concerned country, and a concerned Commonwealth this hour, Suhanna.
We'll keep on the story, and we'll talk again. CBC's Abby Kugadassan in London. Our Chase team has also reached Afia Hagan in London. She's a royal commentator. Afia, I want to get right to it. Buckingham Palace, the statement they released that doctors are, quote, concerned for Her Majesty's health, with the family arriving at Balmoral. What do you make of the scenario?
This is a scenario that we've never seen before, Suhanna. We've never seen so much concern. The fact that Parliament was interrupted for this statement on the Queen's health, and the fact that her children and her grandchildren, Harry and Meghan mentioned there as well, through this ongoing family feud, are all gathering at her bedside, I think is particularly significant. We haven't seen this before. This is unprecedented. And yes, the Queen is 96 years old. She's faced a whole swathe of health issues, to be very honest. The bout of COVID-19 circulation issues, mobility problems, back problems. She has had a very full-on week. It's perhaps that meeting on Tuesday with the outgoing Prime Minister Boris Johnson and the incoming Prime Minister Liz Truss, and everything that entails in the kissing hand ceremony, perhaps just took this out of her, and she has deteriorated in the past 24 hours. We have seen the Queen rally before, but we have never seen this level of concern.
Our viewers were looking at shots of Balmoral Castle and the gates heading up the driveway to the castle. There are barricades, Afia, going up in that area. What are you expecting in terms of people gathering there? I mean, Balmoral Castle, about 800 kilometres or so north of London, potentially, a day's drive for people. What do you expect the outpouring of concern will be at that place?
Well, we have already seen crowds gathering at Buckingham Palace, and we can expect the same at Balmoral Castle. It's been very busy over the past few days because, like I mentioned, that handover of power between Boris Johnson and Liz Truss. So you did have a lot of media, especially in that area. So we can expect to see local people and other people turning up to show the concern and show the support for the Queen and her family at this time.
We're hearing about Prince Harry and Meghan Markle being in the UK, making their way to Balmoral. I have not got confirmation yet that they have arrived at the castle. Have you?
No, we know at the moment that they are on their way to Balmoral. They're supposed to be in London today for a ceremony for the charity Well Child that Harry supports along with Meghan. And of course, they were doing a kind of European tour, if you will, Manchester on Monday and Dusseldorf earlier on in the week. Now they've taken this opportunity to gather with the rest of the family and head to Balmoral. Prince Charles, Camilla, Prince William, other children and grandchildren making their way also. It's significant that Prince Harry and Meghan are making their way to Balmoral as well, and actually getting rid of their other engagement, as it were, for the Queen. I think that kind of says to us how serious this is.
And what else is the significance of Harry and Meghan, I suppose, being invited? Because I'm wondering, there must be protocol when Her Majesty is sick, and to the extent that she is at this point, and we do not know just how unwell she is, but we know there is concern from her own medical team. In having the family gather, is there a list that would have been ready in advance of who the Queen wanted around her should she get ill and there be that concern?
Yes, there definitely will be protocol that will be followed. Prince Charles would be informed, as the next in line to the throne, and of course her children and grandchildren. Let's not forget that as well as being the Queen, she is a grandmother. She is a mother, so she will have a list of people of her immediate family who she will want around her at a time when she is very unwell. Of course, we saw that precedence to inform Parliament also, and that is done at a time where it's very significant. So there will be protocols to be followed. It's significant that Prince Harry, like you said, was invited. This shows us the seriousness, perhaps, of Her Majesty's illness at this time, but protocols are definitely being followed in the way that we are reporting the story, and of course in the way that people are gathering at this time.
When people gathered 3 months ago, was it, Afia, to celebrate the Queen's 70th year on the throne, she only made 2 appearances during that. But there was a slew of people outside of, Buckingham Palace. There were days of festivities. I'm wondering, in hindsight, if the appearances made by the Queen were any indication of just how perhaps difficult those mobility issues were and how challenging her health is.
I think we really got an insight actually into her health challenges because we, like you said, we only saw her twice, on the balcony, another event as well. And I think people thought we would see her more. And I think it was really significant actually that we didn't. It shows us the depth to which perhaps her health problems were. But I also think as well, it was such an amazing opportunity to celebrate her 70 years of service. I think after that, she'd made a decision that we would see less of her. It was kind of a final hurrah, a goodbye, if you will. Not a goodbye as in the end of our life, but possibly a transition period into where we will see more of Charles doing more of the heavy lifting, as you will, and the Queen doing less of that. But I think it was significant that we only saw her 2 times over that huge 4-day celebration. I also think, it's amazing actually that we did get to have that celebration. I think a lot of people at that time thought the Queen is immortal, she'll be with us forever, and this is a stark reminder that unfortunately she won't.
And perhaps the death of Prince Philip after 70 years of marriage gave the Commonwealth and her subjects a sense that this is finite. No matter how much one would want the Queen to be immortal, there is a sense of the finite to this when Prince Philip died and we saw her alone in that church.
Absolutely. I think that was the beginning of the end of the royal family and the monarchy as we know it. There will never be another reign like that of Queen Elizabeth II. King Charles will not have the same affinity and the same love from people that Queen Elizabeth has. A lot of people know that. And so you're right. When Prince Philip died, it felt like we're coming to the end of something. This is the beginning of the end of something. And when Queen Elizabeth II does die, it will be the end of such an amazing and incredible reign, but also a certain period of the monarchy that we will never see the likes of again. When Charles takes power, when he ascends to the throne, it will be a very different, slimmed down, stripped back royal family.
You mentioned Prince Charles, and at one of the celebrations during that Jubilee, he made a speech to the crowd and addressed Your Majesty, Mummy. But he has worn the mantle, if you will, of the Queen and the responsibility that sits on her shoulders. He's been taking on more and more. What do you read into that in terms of the readiness of Prince Charles in the light of ill health from the Queen?
I mean, Prince Charles has been a king in waiting for how many years? He's had the most amount of training that you could possibly have for this position. He's more than ready to take up the mantle. He himself would probably have wanted to do it earlier. We definitely want to see a Charles Regency, that's for sure. But, he's definitely ready to take up that position. He has, like I said, been in training and been doing more of the heavy lifting for quite a long time now. At the state opening of Parliament and other occasions where we would have seen the Queen, we have seen Prince Charles and again on occasion Prince William. And there's a kind of new Fab Four with Prince Charles and Camilla and Prince William and Kate as well. And I think the 4 of them are the future of the royal family. And Prince Charles has really cemented that position through the work that he has been doing over the past, decade or so. Like I said, more of the heavy lifting, doing more of the things perhaps the Queen would have done before. You
mentioned Kate. Now, she is not there, as far as I know it, at Balmoral, but remained in Windsor because her children are beginning school. That's a big day for any parent. Should we be reading anything into that?
That's a really good point, actually. The first day of school for the Windsor children at their new school in Windsor, if you will, and they've just moved into that house. It is significant, perhaps, that she is not there. If we do see her go to Balmoral, then we should read into that as significant as well. Like you said, the first day of school in a new school for 3 children is a really big deal. And definitely, Kate felt that she needed to be there for them when they finish the school day, which actually finishes in the next 15 minutes or so. So we may see them head to Balmoral afterwards. That's something that we should look out for.
This shot that we're seeing, we've split the screen, Afia, so our viewers can have a look at Balmoral Castle as well in Aberdeenshire, Scotland. And I want to ask you about the significance of that particular castle where the Queen is right now. It's been a royal residence for more than 150 years. I believe that Queen Victoria and Prince Albert used it as, you know, a vacation home, a holiday home, if you will. Said to be the Queen's favoured residence, and she has many of them. What does that tell you?
Absolutely. You know, Balmoral is where the Queen holidays. It's where she comes to relax. And we've seen some beautiful pictures of the Queen and her family taken at Balmoral Castle. I think it is significant that she was there this week. I think it is significant that perhaps this is where she is very ill. But the fact that she hasn't been moved to the local hospital, I think it's the Aberdeen Royal Infirmary, is significant as well. But perhaps she would want to die in her own bed at home. You know, Balmoral has always been well loved by the royal family, especially the Queen. You hear stories of her wandering around the estate with her protection officers and people coming across her while she's just walking the dogs and walking the grounds. It's a favoured place. So it is really significant and actually very beautiful that this is where she is, that this is where her family are gathering.
Afia, I do want to ask you as well about protocol, and we've been talking about those who would be called to attend the Queen should she be ill, and there is concern from her own medical team about her health. How much clarity can we expect to get from Buckingham Palace on the seriousness of the health concerns of a senior royal? I'm wondering if now that that statement has been released about the concerns, about the medical team suggesting this morning that, you know, that family should be called, will we get any more details, or is it now the Queen is better or the Queen is not?
Yes, we won't get any details. We won't get any medical definitions. We won't get any ins and outs, the same that we didn't get with Prince Philip. Like you very rightly said, it will either be the Queen is better or the Queen is not better. And we know what the opposite of that is. We shouldn't expect to get any details, any definitions, any diagnosis. They will keep that very private under the protocol that they have. So we can, yes, just expect to hear that she is much better or she isn't, unfortunately.
What we are doing here as journalists and royal commentators is reading into the situation that is before us at Balmoral. The fact that the family has been called, the fact that it was such a speedy arrival for the children at Balmoral, those are indications that are pretty serious indications, aren't they?
Yes, they are very serious indications. We've never had these indications, never been announced to us these indications before. It's almost like they're preparing us for something. Even when Prince Philip was very ill and before he died, we didn't have these news lines that the family were gathering at their bedside. It's very significant that this has happened. But like I said, the Queen has rallied before. However, before she's rallied, we have never had these news lines. We've never been told that the family are gathering. So we can take from that what we will.
We'll be talking again, all eyes at Balmoral Castle and all fingers crossed for the Queen. Thanks for that, Afia.
Thank you.
Afia Hagen is a royal commentator, and we reached her in London. We will certainly continue to follow this story as I give you another look at Balmoral. The gates there are, at the driveway. They're being guarded by police officers. As you can see, some traffic in and out. There are, as well as I understand it, some barricades being set up in that vicinity of Aberdeenshire where Balmoral Castle is situated. It's about 800 clicks or so north of London, so you can imagine a day trip for people who are maybe well-wishers, who want to just be near the Queen as they wait for more information about her health. But that's one of her favoured residences. The family is there, so the 4 children have all been called to attend. Prince Charles, the Prince of Wales, her eldest child, Princess Anne, the Princess Royal, her second child, Prince Andrew, the Duke of York, the Queen's 3rd child, Prince Edward, the youngest, he is the Earl of Wessex. He's there as well. And also her grandson, Prince William, the Duke of Cambridge. He has traveled to Balmoral today. His wife, Kate, is staying at home in Windsor, where they've just moved, because this is day one for the 3 kids to go to school. And as you know, that's a very big day in any family. So she is not there at Balmoral, but we are hearing that Camilla, the wife of Prince Charles, is there as well. As for Harry and Meghan Markle, Prince Harry and Meghan, they are, as we understand it, on their way to Balmoral. The couple was in the UK for another event, so not as big a hop as if you imagine, as they would be coming from California. So on their way to Balmoral as well. We'll certainly keep you apprised of who arrives, whether we get any more information from the medical team that is seeing to the Queen, or if there is any further release from Buckingham Palace. But you know that politicians, that subjects, that the Commonwealth is hoping the Queen and her health go on. 70 years at the helm of that family and reigning. We'll be watching this story. Here's another top story we are keeping a very close eye on, and that would be the conclusion of the manhunt in Saskatchewan. The RCMP announced last night that Miles Sanderson was captured, subsequently, however, died in custody. And that is raising a lot of questions, not just about how he died, but about his motive.
Now that Miles is deceased, we may never have an understanding of that motivation. And we've conducted 120 interviews to this point. There's more that we have to do, but witnesses and people around him only have so much information. His motivation may at this time and forever only be known to Miles.
This is how the 4-day search ended for the man wanted in one of this country's worst mass killings on a highway near Rosthern, Saskatchewan, about an hour's drive south of James Smith Cree Nation and the village of Weldon, where, as you know, the attacks happened on Sunday. RCMP says Sanderson went into medical distress after his arrest and died last night in hospital in police custody. We've got CBC's Sam Sampson on the story live from Regina, and some very fast-moving developments. Sam, what more are you learning about Sanderson's arrest, about his death in custody?
We know very few details about what happened between the time he was arrested and the time that he died. RCMP said last night that when he did go into medical distress, officers on scene provided medical aid until paramedics and an ambulance got there to bring him to the hospital in Saskatoon, where he was pronounced dead. I want to take us back to kind of how quickly this all unfolded for us here in Saskatchewan. We received an emergency alert just before 3 o'clock local time saying there was a person who may be armed with a knife in a white pickup truck traveling near Waka, which is near Rosthern, about an hour away or so in this general vicinity. And so this person was driving around, shelter in place, lock your doors. We now know that Miles Sanderson had stolen a white pickup truck from a community in the area and was driving. Police don't know where he was driving to, but as soon as they put out that alert, RCMP say they received about 20 calls from the public to say they saw that pickup truck, and so did an RCMP. So they directed the vehicle off of the road, and then they arrested him. And then, as we know, he went into medical distress shortly after that, and was pronounced dead at hospital. Now, police say public tips was a big part of this investigation. They did receive a tip that he was here in Regina in Sunday, but then no other tips of sightings for that. Here's RCMP discussing about the importance of tips throughout this investigation.
Well, we followed up on every tip, and we've had tips as far away as British Columbia, Alberta, and we asked the public to do that. We said, even if you're not sure, let us know, because it could be, right? So, we sort of created that, but that's what we need as part of the investigation and the process, because we don't know if someone decides, this isn't worth calling. That could be the tip or piece of information that we need. So we have had some tips that we have been able to determine were not credible. The one from Regina, we still haven't been able to eliminate. We are hoping to piece together a timeline so that at some point in time we can more definitively say where he was, but we really don't have that information at this point in time.
As the RCMP's investigation continues, the Saskatchewan Serious Incident Response Team will be investigating what happened since Miles Sanderson did die in police custody.
And Sam, difficult days ahead, certainly, for the families, those who live in the communities of James Smith Cree Nation and also Weldon. I know you were at a vigil last night in Regina. What was the message there?
The message was, let's come together right now. Let's remind ourselves 10 people were killed, at least 18 people injured in this stabbing rampage that started in James Smith and continued to Weldon, which is a village nearby. So the message last night at the First Nations University of Canada at all 3 campuses across Saskatchewan was healing. Let's come together. And that was, even though here in Regina we're quite a few hours, about 3 hours from where this all started and ended, the message was clear. People are feeling it a lot right now.
I think today and tonight has been like a start to a healing process. It's been a lot of information that has come out for Saskatchewan lately. So I think today is the start of that healing process, and then having events like these where the community is able to come together and talk about these issues and pray together. I think it just brings a big feeling of gratefulness, just to see the community that I come from here in Regina and Treaty 4.
So those prayers, those conversations, they're going to continue today and for quite some time. Today, the Federation of Sovereign Indigenous Nations, which is an organization in Saskatchewan representing about 74 First Nations in the province, they're holding a media conference in James Smith Cree Nation. That is significant, Suhana, because it's the first time the community is opening up since the stabbings happened. So we will bring you the latest as that conference unfolds and as we hear more from families in the area.
We will talk again. CBC's Sam Sampson in Regina. Police in Edmonton have a 25-year-old man in custody after a deadly stabbing attack. Clarence Lawrence is accused in 3 stabbings yesterday in northeast Edmonton. 1 victim died. 2 others were seriously wounded. Police call the attacks random. Edmonton's Homesteader neighborhood was shut down for hours while police searched for the suspect. I can also tell you schools in the area were locked down until police arrested Lawrence just before 6 p.m. local time. Got a live look for you at beautiful Vancouver on this Thursday, where Prime Minister Justin Trudeau is holding a retreat with his cabinet. Now, sources tell CBC News Trudeau is going to unveil new measures today to combat inflation, including a dental care plan for low-income families. The announcement is part of a deal with the NDP to support the Liberal minority on key legislation until the next election. CBC's David Cochran is covering the Liberal cabinet retreat live from Vancouver. And David, I'm wondering what we can expect from the Prime Minister, and in light of the the close watch on Balmoral Castle today with the Queen's ill health, could we hear a comment there as well?
Yeah, we have yet to hear from Prime Minister Justin Trudeau on anything to do with Queen Elizabeth's health, but we do anticipate we will hear something from the Prime Minister on that today. I suspect the reason we haven't heard anything at this point is it's still early here in Vancouver, and he's got a meeting that's supposed to start really any minute now that's hosted by U.S. President Joe Biden, where the U.S., Canada, and other allies are going to discuss the ongoing situation in Ukraine. So given the fluid situation of what's happening at Balmoral, this meeting with other world leaders, to this point, we've yet to hear from Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. Now, we do expect him to, if things go to schedule, to have a news conference in about 2 hours to sort of highlight the key decisions made here at this cabinet retreat. And front and center in that are going to be 3 affordability measures to help low and middle income Canadians. Because when we're talking about the dental plan that we're expecting them to announce today as part of this political arrangement with the NDP, it's going to provide money for dental care for kids under the age of 12, for families with household incomes of less than $90,000. So not low income, but low and middle income families will be covered by that. But also specifically targeting lower income Canadians, there's going to be a doubling of the GST rebate that will last for about 6 months and an increase of about $500. A one-time payment in a housing allowance. All of these part of that deal brokered with the New Democrats earlier this year to keep the Liberal minority government in power until 2025, and all of it aimed at Canadians who are really feeling the impacts of inflation quite acutely. Temporary measures, targeted measures that the Liberal cabinet believes will help Canadians who need it most without throwing a bunch of money into the economy, Suhana, and adding fuel to that inflationary fire that's really causing such hardship for Canadians meetings across the country.
Also want to ask you to bring out the crystal ball. Well, I suppose Justin Trudeau doesn't need one because he knows how long he's going to stay on as leader, but what exactly is he saying about that?
Yeah, so he told Cabinet yesterday in sort of this speech about the situation they're facing ahead that he plans to stick around and lead the Liberals into the next election. This is something he has said multiple times before. He said it publicly in March when he I believe it was, when he negotiated the deal with Jagmeet Singh to stay in power until 2025. And he said it to our former colleague, now retired Chris Hall, when he had an interview for one of Chris's final episodes of The House on CBC Radio. So we've heard this from the Prime Minister before. He said it yesterday in Cabinet when he was talking to them about the challenges the country and the world are facing, the difficult time the global economy is in, also the conflict raging in Ukraine, you know, the polarization of ideologies and democracies in the Western world, and talking about how when we get through this period, Canada is well positioned to prosper and succeed, and that he's excited to lead Canada through this difficult time and then to lead the Liberal Party into the next election. So Hannah, it was more in the context of a rah-rah for the troops rather than a big pronouncement of his future, because he has done this before. And quite frankly, the big news is going to be when he tells his cabinet, I'm not running again, because then all bets are off and we're going to have a leadership race. And that will be, and of course, he can't say anything other than I'm sticking around, I'm running, because you start to lose control of everything the minute you signal your departure when you're the Prime Minister. So he reiterated that today, but it's something he said before, and I expect, so Hannah, it's something he's going to say many times again until the point he decides he's done with politics.
We'll be watching for that news conference, and we'll be talking again. That is CBC's David Cochran in Vancouver.
Bubbles. Bubbles, bubbles, bubbles. There are bubbles everywhere. As an Expedia member, you earn points on top of your airline miles, so you can go and see even more of all the world's bubbles.
Sure, chicken is a great comfort food, but Canada, it's also a great choice for when you want to get out of your comfort zone. Savor other cultures. Add diversity to your dinner. With Canadian chicken, let your taste buds travel the world. Be daring with dinner. Visit chicken.ca.
Marks presents Canada's 511 Levi stories. One pair of Levi's, two ways to live in them. Start your Levi story at Marks.
That is the gate at Balmoral Castle in Scotland. The breaking news: concerns about the health of Her Majesty the Queen. Buckingham Palace says she is now under medical supervision after being examined by doctors earlier today. The palace adds she is comfortable. I can also tell you the Queen's 4 children, Prince Charles, Prince Andrew, Princess Anne, and Prince Edward, are now at her side. Reports say her grandson, Prince William, is also there. And a spokesperson says Prince Harry and his wife Meghan, they're both currently in the UK. They are also headed to Balmoral. Former Donald Trump advisor Steve Bannon just turned himself in over to authorities in New York, where he's facing state fraud charges. Prosecutors in Manhattan allege Bannon stole money from a private fund meant to pay for the construction of a wall along the U.S.-Mexico border. Donald Trump, as you recall, pardoned Bannon on similar charges at the federal level just before he left office in January of 2021. CBC's Magda Gabriselassie is on the story live from Washington. Walk me through this state case, Magda.
Well, really, this is a deja vu for Steve Bannon. We do know that the Manhattan District Attorney and this New York State Attorney's Office is now confirming this all has to do with that fundraising campaign to build a wall between the U.S. and Mexico. And as we know, Steve Bannon has already faced accusations of fraud in connection with that, with a federal case back in 2020. And at the time, he denied doing anything wrong. He was accused of taking about $1 million for personal use, and he denied those accusations. Then President Donald Trump at the time pardoned him on his last day of office, but that only applies, a presidential pardon applies in federal cases. Now we have this state case dealing with this this campaign to raise funds and accusations of fraud once again. Now, Bannon did release a statement before he had turned himself in, before when we knew that there would be an indictment. He released a statement calling all of this phony. He said that this really was a partisan political weaponization of the criminal justice system. And now we wait to learn more about the charges that are going to be laid in this case. Of course, this isn't the only thing that Bannon is facing. He's already been found guilty of contempt of Congress, dealing with the January 6th investigation. That's something separate. He's found guilty. He will be sentenced next month in that case, and he could be facing up to 2 years in prison.
We'll talk again. That's CBC's Magda Gabriselassie in Washington.
I'm what you call a boutique hotel. I'm looking to provide a more unique experience. Do you like single origin coffee over a game of chess? Me too.
Love that chicken from Popeyes.
Marks presents Canada's 501 Levi Stories. One pair of Levi's, 2 ways to live in them. Start your Levi story at Marks.
Tropicana feeling. It's the feeling of natural sun-ripened oranges. The feeling of hip shakes and 100% pure squeeze goodness. That Tropicana feeling.
This ain't competition, this is standoff. This is for them boss women told you this is an anthem. I'm that girl, I'm that boss.
Enjoy every meal with HelloFresh. Home cooking made easy and affordable. Order now at hellofresh.ca.
So, tell us everything. How are you liking it out here in the burbs?
Honestly, it's been great. I mean, the hardest adjustment was trying to fill all this space.
Thank you so much for recommending Leon's. I don't think we could have filled all the rooms here without them.
More rooms, you say?
More rooms with Leon's furniture, you say?
No, it's Leon's.
Are you suddenly feeling suburba curious?
Suburba what?
Howdy, neighbor. What does cul-de-sac mean?
We are keeping a close eye on the Queen's Balmoral estate. This is a live look at the gates leading up to the castle. There is police presence there as well. Time about 3:40 in the afternoon there. Balmoral is where the royal family is gathering right now. There are concerns about the Queen's health. According to a statement from Buckingham Palace, the Queen is under medical supervision right there at Balmoral. We're hearing her doctors are closely monitoring her and that the Queen is, quote, comfortable. And we'll stay on this story as the world watches and worries. Our Chase team has reached royal commentator Bonnie Brownlee in Toronto. Bonnie, with a family gathering, we're hearing that for the 4 children of the Queen, her grandson William, they're all there. Harry on his way with his wife Meghan. What does the act of the family gathering at Balmoral with the Queen tell you?
The seriousness of the situation. You know, once the palace put out a statement about her health and then the Prime Minister making a statement as well, it's just an indication of how serious the situation is. We won't hear too much more, frankly, until the siblings and all of the children are there together. And then at that point, more information will probably drift out then.
There are 4 kids, there are 8 grandchildren, there are 12 great-grandchildren. I take it not all of them will be invited to Balmoral.
Well, the immediates will be, yes. I mean, you have, you know, Andrew, Anne, Edward, Charles. Their children eventually will all be there, and the grandchildren. They're very, this is a moment for them, which I think they have all feared would happen one day. This has been, the Queen has been keeping this family together literally for the past 10 years with all the ups and downs and the situations. You know, with the brothers and the inner quarrels, all of that will be set aside for the coming days as they come together to be with Her Majesty as she's, you know, we will see what shall happen in the next few days.
You know, this is such an emotional story for so many people. The Queen in ill health and her family being called to Balmoral, but we are watching it here in Canada as members of the Commonwealth. She has subjects there, of course, in Britain, perhaps some of them even making the drive to Balmoral, where there are barricades being set up. There will be well-wishers who want to be closer to the Queen and to her family at this time. But for those who are inside those castle walls, she is Mummy. And we can't forget that.
She is Mummy and she is Granny. That's what all the grandchildren call her. And they all had a very good relationship with her. No matter what was going on, she actually was a true granny. And they had a lot of good fun and family times with her and Prince Philip when he was alive as grandparents. You know, when all the young royals were young, they had no idea she was the Queen of England, you know, or Canada. You know, to them, she was their grandmother, and she, you know, made them little food in the kitchen. She read them bedtime stories. They watched a bit of telly. They rode horses. They walked the lands. I mean, it was a very normal upbringing for that respect, until you get old enough to start to realize, okay, she's kind of a big deal, and I have a certain amount of, you know, protocol about my life that I have to follow.
A big deal, but perhaps the realization, a big deal but not immortal, when her husband died last year, a husband of more than 70 years, and things might have seemed like they would be, you know, infinite for Prince Philip as well. But do you think that was, I guess, a cottoning on of the realization that things could change and quickly once Prince Philip died?
I think it was a huge turning point for her in her life. They had done so much together, and he had been, probably, you know, just a superb partner for her in every way, every royal way and every personal way. And, you know, whatever they had to deal with or decisions that she had to make throughout her reign, he was part of every decision. You know, he was with her. And, you know, 96 is pretty good. You know, it's a wonderful age to achieve, and he lived to be 99. And we just have to hope that whatever is happening right now for her is peaceful. And that is why they have said that she is comfortable and her family is with her.
When the royal medical team uses the words comfortable, I don't speak royal, so I don't know how to look into that. But what do you make of it?
Well, I would say it's probably worse than they're letting on. But what they're doing, from what my sources have told me, is they are really waiting for the family to be completely together, and then they will feel more comfortable about being public.
When anything does become public, let's hope the Queen gets better. Let's hope she's on her feet and well and raring to go. Would that also be announced, with a town crier or with some kind of notice at the gates of Buckingham Palace?
Right. They will do that, but we will also hear from the Prime Minister's office, from the government, about what has happened to the Queen. So, and it's called Operation London Bridge. Anything that pertains to her upon her death, the whole fallout, the protocol, it's all set out. The arrangements for everything are already done. They have been done for some time. She could add to it or take things away, or add people, take people away, whatever she wanted during the course of the last few years of her life. So I would say that the grey men, as they like to call them in Buckingham Palace, that are on the London Bridge operation, are in full swing, being prepared for things that happen. Because, of course, upon her death, that is why you need Prince Charles there and Prince William, because you have the heir and you have the next Prince of Wales. So everyone is there for all the royal ascension purposes, but they are also there because they are a family.
And the protocol is already set.
Yes.
From probably the moment Prince Charles got a call this morning. Would he have been the first on that list?
Absolutely. Absolutely. He is the first to be called with a question.
He is there with his wife, Camilla. We know that Prince Andrew is there, Prince Edward, Princess Anne, Prince William, but not with Kate. Now, this is a day where Kate has to be mum as well, just as the Queen is mum to Charles and Princess Anne, etc. The Duchess is mum today as her 3 kids go to the first day of full day school. It's a balancing act, and I suppose she had the option of being with her children and not needing to be at Balmoral.
That will probably all change in the coming hours. It's like in any family situation, when something happens, especially to a parent or a grandparent, the families rally, and it takes time to collect everyone and get everyone there. And God willing, the Queen herself may rally, right? Like, we can only hope at this point. But sure, they will all be trying to figure out a lot of things, because they're in Balmoral, which of course is the Queen's favorite place to be, which I assume that's just why she chose that she actually wanted to be there. And because it is so private and so hidden from everything because of the trees and the grounds, she probably it feels a great sense of her family there, and a lot of wonderful times there with Prince Philip over the years. So it's home.
And why is Balmoral, which has been in the royal family estates, if you will, for 150 years, used as a holiday home by Queen Victoria, why is that such a big part of Queen Elizabeth's love for Scotland?
Escape from the daily work of being a queen. When you think of it, she's been a working woman, and she's 96. She's still been, she's not done as much in the last few years, but she's been on top of everything. So they had to find areas and places to go where the family could just be the family. And Queen Victoria was very much a leader in that type of lifestyle, where you had to find solace and you had to find places to go and be a family if you can, and conduct business and have friends and, have great holiday weekends. So that is something that they all do. Every member of the royal family, of her 4 children, all have their own private estates. And for the same reason, it's just to go for privacy.
Yes.
And it's to let your hair down. It's to have, too many glasses of wine. It's to celebrate Christmases. It's that kind of thing.
Yes, and she probably knows every nook and cranny at Balmoral, because she's probably played hide and seek with the grandchildren there. Bonnie, stick around. We'll talk again. Bonnie Brownlee is a royal commentator. You caught her live right here on CBC News Network.
The thing that's different about a Vrbo vacation home, you always have the whole place to yourself. No stranger at the dinner table making things awkward, or in another room taking up space. It's just you and your people. Because why would you ever share your vacation home with someone you wouldn't share your vacation with?
If you love that chicken from Popeyes, you'll love our nuggets. They're crispy, juicy, and packed with our signature home-style Louisiana flavor. Try Popeyes chicken nuggets today.
Love that chicken from Popeye.
Sure, chicken is a great comfort food, but Canada, it's also a great choice for when you want to get out of your comfort zone. Savor other cultures. Add diversity to your dinner. With Canadian chicken, let your taste buds travel the world. Be daring with dinner. Visit chicken.ca.
Marks presents Canada's 501 Levi stories. One pair of Levi's, two ways to live in them. Start your Levi story at Marks.
The only way you're ever gonna know what you're made of is by heading into the big, wild, raging, so damn beautiful it hurts world and finding out for yourself. The new Grand Cherokee, made for what you're made of.
This is our top story. You're looking live at the gates to Balmoral Castle, and there is breaking news on the health of Queen Elizabeth. Buckingham Palace says the 96-year-old monarch is under medical supervision right now. So this is a live look. It is about 3:52 in the afternoon there in Scotland. Balmoral, about 800 kilometers north of London. CBC's Natasha Fattah is tracking this story. And what more are you hearing, Natasha?
Hello, Suhana. So just moments ago, while we were in that commercial break, the Prime Minister of Canada, Justin Trudeau, has issued out a tweet about the Queen's health. I'll read it to you now. My thoughts and the thoughts of Canadians across the country are with Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II at this time. We're wishing her well and sending our best to the royal family. Now, Suhana, we've been talking about this for at least a couple of hours now. Allow me to go through with you what we know for certain at this point. The 96-year-old Queen of England is currently being treated by doctors. She's being supervised at her Balmoral Palace in Scotland. We know all of her 4 children are either beside her as we speak or they're making their way there. We know that Prince William, her eldest grandchild, is making his way there. Also, Harry and Meghan are making their way to Balmoral. Now, they were already in the UK, so it does make it slightly easier for them to come. They're not traveling from California. They were working in the UK, but we know that they too are making their way there. So there's a lot of interest in the fact that the closest members of the royal family, even those that she might be somewhat estranged from, are coming there. Is a demonstration of how potentially serious the situation is. Also, from all the analysts that we've been hearing from, the fact that the statement from Buckingham Palace directly comments on her state of health should also be taken seriously. That's quite unusual. They're quite reserved about things like that. Nothing official has come out in terms of how she's doing since that last comment. We are waiting for further information to come in. We've been hearing from every politician, every religious leader, people around the world, including our Prime Minister, as I just read, all saying they're concerned, they're thinking about her, and they're hoping for the best. Suhana.
Thanks for that, Natasha. That's CBC's Natasha Fattah in Toronto. Right on the heels of yesterday's major interest rate hike by the Bank of Canada, mortgage costs are rising effective today. Canada's big five banks are raising their prime lending rates by 75 basis points. You were probably expecting that. CBC business reporter Scott Peterson is on the story, and that's what it's all about today. Rising interest rates when it comes to numbers, right, Scott?
It is across the world. So the prime rate for all the big five banks in Canada going from 4.7 to 5.45. Keeping with that theme, the European Central Bank also raised their overnight lending rate 75 basis points. That's a historic move by them dealing with the same things that we are here. We're also hearing from Jerome Powell this morning as well, speaking about the state of interest rates in the U.S., and so this is a universal problem. And in regards to the markets, we are looking as well at the FTSE exchange in London. A large part of the British economy is reliant on the monarchy and a lot of tourism as well. Not to get in front of ourselves, but there's a lot of attention being paid to what's happening in London right now. We've got the rest of the markets. If we take a look at the price of oil, the main culprit for inflation around the world is coming down, pretty much flirting with lows that we have not seen since the beginning of the year. 83.23 and change. And we've got the Canadian dollar pretty much stable this morning, along with the euro and the British pound. And let's take a look at the markets because they are all over this place. Hard to predict from moment to moment. We have the TSX up 122 points with the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ exchange in different territories. They opened up negative. They had moved to positive. We've got the Dow Jones right now up exactly 121 points, Suhanna.
Thank you, Scott.
You bet.
Business Report is brought to you by UPS, providing personalized support to help your business thrive. Be unstoppable with UPS Small Business Solutions.
I am a business hotel. I eat, sleep, and breathe efficiency. I'm looking for someone who appreciates high ROIs and even higher RPMs. I would be honored to be your perfect somewhere.
My name is Ernie. I lost my arm in a farm accident. I want to share my story so kids won't have an accident like me.
In other news, traffic chaos continues across the city. You know what? There's good in the world, too. There are billions of happy moments happening all around us. Sometimes you don't even need to finish unpacking to enjoy them. Who said you have to book to get the best table? And who needs a five-star hotel when you have 1 million? So when you find one of these moments, why not add a splash of yellow?
Marks presents Canada's 501 Levi stories. One pair of Levi's, two ways to live in them. Start your Levi story at Marks.
Tropicana feeling. It's the feeling of natural sun-ripened oranges. The feeling of hip shakes and 100% pure squeeze goodness. That Tropicana feeling.
This ain't competition, this is standoff. This is for them boss women told you this is anthem. I'm that girl, I'm that boss.
Enjoy every meal with HelloFresh. Home cooking made easy and affordable. Order now at hellofresh.ca.
So, tell us everything. How are you liking it out here in the burbs?
Honestly, it's been great. I mean, the hardest adjustment was trying to fill all this space.
Thank you so much for recommending Leon's. I don't think we could have filled all the rooms here without them.
More rooms, you say?
More rooms with Leon's furniture, you say?
No, it's Leon's.
Are you suddenly feeling suburba curious?
Suburba what?
Howdy, neighbor. What does cul-de-sac mean?
Hello, everyone. I'm Suhanna Marchand. Welcome inside the CBC newsroom. There is breaking news on the health of Queen Elizabeth. Fresh concern this hour. Her doctors are keeping a very close watch on Her Majesty. You are looking live at the gates leading up to Balmoral Castle in Scotland, where it is 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Buckingham Palace says the Queen is there under medical supervision. In a statement this morning, the palace says the Queen's doctors made that decision out of concern for her health. We're told she is resting and that she is comfortable. Now, I can tell you that Prince Charles and Princess Anne are there by her side. We're hearing Prince William is en route to Balmoral. Prince Harry and his wife Meghan Markle, who happened to be in the UK, also heading to Scotland. And this plane you're seeing, this flight apparently is carrying 7 members of the royal household. Don't have any names yet of who is on there, but it has landed at Aberdeen. Aberdeenshire is where Balmoral is located, about 800 kilometers or so north of London, and they will be then making their way to Balmoral. So the fact that so many members of the royal family have been called to attend to the Queen at Balmoral is significant. There are concerns about the Queen's health, and they arose earlier this week when she met with both incoming Prime Minister Liz Truss and outgoing PM Boris Johnson at Balmoral. Now, traditionally, that ceremony is held at Buckingham Palace. The Queen looked frail. Perhaps in this photo you can see her hand. It appeared bruised. This photo, by the way, was taken on Tuesday. And at the time, Buckingham Palace said mobility issues kept the Queen from traveling down to London. So she remained at Balmoral, where she is right now. We've got CBC's Abby Kugadassan tracking this story. She is live in London. The world is watching, Abby, with worry, with concern for Her Majesty's health. What are you hearing there in London?
Suhanna, just in those last few minutes, you saw that plane there. It is reported that Prince William, Prince Andrew, Prince Edward, and his wife Sophie, Countess of Wessex, are part of the 7 members of the family who are on that plane. So as we know, Prince Charles already by the Queen's side at Balmoral, and another future king en route there as well. He has just reportedly gotten off that plane. But back here in London just a few hours ago, Parliament was in session when that statement came from Buckingham Palace that there was concern for Her Majesty's health and that she was resting and under medical supervision. MPs started seeing that note on their phone and getting messages about it, and there was an interruption. Let's have a listen.
I wish to say something about the announcement which has just been made about Her Majesty. I know I speak on behalf of the entire House when I say that we send our best wishes to Her Majesty the Queen, and that she and the royal family are in our thoughts and prayers at this moment. I'm going to take no more, if there is anything else, we will update the House accordingly. Thank you.
Prime Minister Liz Truss was there. She's been the leader of the United Kingdom for less than 2 days. She's tweeted, "The whole country will be deeply concerned by the news from Buckingham Palace this lunchtime. My thoughts and the thoughts of people across our United Kingdom are with Her Majesty the Queen and her family at this time." We've also now heard from former Labour Prime Minister Tony Blair, who served Her Majesty for 10 years as Prime Minister. And in his statement, he said he was deeply concerned by the news and that his thoughts and prayers were with the Queen and her family. And just in the last few minutes, we've seen a tweet from the Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau as well. And he's tweeted, "My thoughts and the thoughts of Canadians across the country are with Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II at this time. We're wishing her well and sending our best to the royal family." We have to remember the Queen is 96 years old. She does have mobility issues. She walks with a cane, as we saw in that picture earlier when she met with Liz Truss on Tuesday to appoint her as the new Prime Minister. That is a ceremony that generally takes place at Buckingham Palace, but they broke with tradition because of her mobility issues. And for the first time in her 70-year reign, she appointed a Prime Minister, her 15th, at Balmoral Balmoral in Scotland. We also have to remember it was last October where, under doctors' advisement, the Queen cancelled a 2-day trip to Northern Ireland. That appears to have been around the time when her health began to deteriorate. It was mere months after she lost her husband, Prince Philip. That can be known to happen after the death of a spouse. And it was in November where she missed a remembrance service, which too caused concern because that event is very close to her heart. And earlier this year, she tested positive for COVID, but she's pulled through, she's rallied. She came back to some of her duties, which have been scaled down quite a bit in recent months. We know that Prince Charles and other senior members of the family have stepped up to try and fill her shoes.
And she's been filling those shoes as Queen for 70 years. And you know, you mentioned the health problems, the death of her husband, the Jubilee events. What is the mood there in London as people think back on all of the things the Queen has done and is doing?
So, Hannah, as you said, she just celebrated 70 years on the throne this past summer. And for most people, not only here in the UK, but around the world, she's the only British monarch they've ever known. She's been a consistent figure throughout decades, a steady hand. And while everyone knows she's 96 years old, everyone knows she's not been in the best of health, and everyone knows she's scaled back her schedule because of her health, this news from Buckingham Palace that she's under medical supervision has shook people here. Let's have a listen.
I know she's in very good health, and I just wish she'd end her days in peace and, you know, carry on doing what she's doing when she enjoys doing it.
I wish she recovers, and I hope the family, well, that they navigate through this difficult period together, united, and that they find peace in whatever happens.
We have to remember she may be queen to so many here in the UK and around the world, but she's a grandmother and a mother to Prince William. Just a few moments ago, landing there on that plane, he is joined by his uncles, Prince Edward and Prince Andrew. Prince Edward's wife, Sophie, the Countess of Wessex, was also on that plane. Prince Harry was meant to be at an event here in London tonight with his wife, Meghan. They are on their way to Balmoral now as well. Her entire family gathering in Scotland. It's a concerned family, a concerned country, and a concerned Commonwealth this hour, hoping for the best.
We will talk again, and I know you're watching for any further details. That's CBC's Abby Kugadassan in London. And this is a top story. We will stay on it. Our Chase team has reached Katie Nicholl in London. She's a royal commentator. And Katie, as you get information, digest some of the wording, let me walk you through the wording we received from Buckingham Palace this morning. Following further evaluation, the Queen's doctors are concerned for Her Majesty's health and have recommended she remain under medical supervision. That coming from a palace spokesperson. How do you read those words in royal speak?
Well, there's 5 that just jump out at me, Suhana. Concerned for Her Majesty's health, because we simply haven't heard those words in an official palace statement. Not when she pulled out of the cenotaph, not when she's had to postpone engagements, you know, not at times when we have been deeply worried for the Queen. We know that really ever since last October, she has suffered what the palace has described as these episodic mobility difficulties. We saw that she was clearly in a lot of discomfort at points over that Platinum Jubilee celebration, but concern for Her Majesty's health. I mean, I think that says it all. There is grave concern, obviously a lot of rumours flying around. I think, you know, we stick to the facts, we share what we can say. We've all got our eyes on the live pictures right now in Aberdeen to see which royals are now coming off the plane. So yes, a lot of speculation, a lot of rumours flying around, but I expect we will be getting some sort of an update as to the situation from Buckingham Palace later on this afternoon, because the best way to quash any of this speculation is to tell us what's going on.
Katie, you mentioned that plane that just landed there in Aberdeen with 7 members of the royal household. We do know that Prince William, Prince Andrew, Prince Edward, and his wife Sophie, the Countess of Wessex, arrived there, and so they will be heading to Balmoral, to the castle as well, to be with the Queen. What do you make of Harry and Meghan and their invitation and their imminent arrival as well? How significant, how important is that?
or how lucky that they are actually in the country for this moment, and that, you know, if this is goodbye, that Harry is going to have the opportunity to do that. I mean, obviously, all thoughts are with the Queen and her family at the moment, and the senior royals were all informed immediately as soon as the before the announcement went out, and when it was realised just how serious the Queen's condition is, because I think, you know, it's. Everyone has now realised how quickly this downturn in her health has been. This has been incredibly sudden. A couple of days ago, she was standing upright. Yes, she looked frail. Yes, there was some bruising on her hand, but, you know, this didn't look like a monarch who was, you know, about to be in a condition where we would all be, including her doctors, concerned for her health. So the priority, of course, is on the Queen and her family being with her at this very difficult time.
You know, hindsight is always 20/20, though. Is there, or was there, any indication over the Jubilee celebrations with, you know, only two sightings of the Queen there taking part in two events? Prince Charles putting on the mantle, carrying it for his mum. Were there indications there that while her royal duties were winding down, that perhaps her health was as well?
Oh, of course, absolutely. And, you know, I was there with CBC. We were there with that wonderful vantage point, and you could see across to the balcony that she was leaning very heavily on that stick. Her weight loss, this dramatic weight loss, has been very apparent for everyone to see. Of course, you know, she has been widowed. She has lost the love of her life, the Duke of Edinburgh. I think we've all seen how much that has taken its toll on her health. Apart from these episodic mobility difficulties, we don't really know if there is an underlying health problem. We know there are many rumours flying about, but I think, you know, all the indications were there around the Jubilee celebrations, not least that we were told to not expect her at every event, and that a decision would be made on the morning, were very indicative of just how precarious her health has been in recent months. But I don't think it makes this sudden downturn, Suhana, any less shocking. I think people are shocked. I mean, I was actually having a coffee with her outgoing head of communications only this morning, to just give you some indication that, you know, this really has come very suddenly for, I think, everyone at the palace, certainly the royal rota, and of course for members of the public, many of whom will be tuning in to CBC this morning to learn of this, well, dramatic downturn for the worst is probably the best way to put it.
Katie, you're absolutely right. People tuning in around the world. In fact, if they are in Aberdeen, they may be showing up at the gates, and we're looking live right now. We've split the screen, Katie, for our viewers so they can see that live look where it is just after 4 o'clock in the afternoon, or coming up on 4:15 there. And there is police presence there at the gates. That long driveway goes up to Balmoral Castle. I understand, Katie, there were also barricades being brought into that area because the well-wishers who love the Queen, who certainly everyone wishes her the best, but those who love her may want to be closer to her at that time. What are you expecting in terms of just everyday Britons turning up in Aberdeen to be closer to the Queen?
Well, if the Queen was to die at Balmoral, it will be the royal train that brings her back home, back to London, where she will lie stationed at Westminster Abbey. So, Hannah, I don't think you will just see crowds in Aberdeen. I think you will see crowds line the length and breadth of this country. You only needed to take a snapshot of the Mall, not an inch of red tarmac, because of the sheer number of people who turned up to pay their respects, to say thank you to our record-breaking monarch. And I'm sure we're going to see very similar numbers and crowds of people, well-wishers, as you say, people wanting to pay their respects if, of course, the worst is to happen.
Final question for you. How will we know? Maybe the Queen bounces back. How will we know what happens?
Well, stay tuned to CBC, and we will be told. There will be an announcement. There will be an immediate announcement once the Prime Minister, of course, our new Prime Minister, has been made aware of the event, and the news will filter out very quickly after that.
Will there be a notice at the gates of Buckingham Palace or the gates of Balmoral Castle?
Will there be a notice? Possibly there will be a notice, but where you will see the announcement of the death, of course, will be on the royal website. For your fans and your followers and your viewers, I would suggest that is probably one of the most reliable sources of information for anyone wanting those live updates.
We're on this story live for our viewers, Katie, and I'm so glad you're with us. That is royal commentator Katie Nicholl. She is in London. Here's another top story we are watching. The conclusion of the manhunt in Saskatchewan. The RCMP announced last night that Miles Sanderson was captured and subsequently died in custody. That is raising a lot of questions, not just about how he died, but about his motive.
Now that Miles is deceased, we may never have an understanding of that motivation. And we've conducted 120 interviews to this point. There's more that we have to do, but witnesses and people around him only have so much information. His motivation may at this time and forever only be known to Miles.
This is how the 4-day search ended for the man wanted in one of this country's worst mass killings on a highway near Rosthern, Saskatchewan, about an hour's drive south of James Smith Cree Nation and the village of Weldon, where, as you know, the attacks happened on Sunday. RCMP say Sanderson went into medical distress after his arrest and died last night in hospital in police custody. CBC's Sam Sampson is on the story live from Regina. There are new details, Sam, on the charges Sanderson was facing. What do you know?
We just received a copy of the warrant, actually, for his arrest that was issued on September 4th, so the day that the stabbings happened, Suhana. And we knew that he was already facing 3 counts of first-degree murder as well as attempted murder. The new information we have here is a break-and-enter charge that involves attempted murder. So according to the warrant for Miles Sanderson's arrest, he is charged with break and enter to a home in James Smith Cree Nation where he tried to kill someone, essentially. That's connected to an attempted murder charge. So that's the new part here. So we are looking, again, extensively at how we got here. How did he die? Those are all questions that we don't have answers to right now. But let's take a look at how we got here. It was a very fast-moving situation yesterday. So just before 3 o'clock here in Saskatchewan, we received phone alerts about a shelter in place for the area around Wakaw, Saskatchewan. And so they said, the RCMP said that there was a person in a white pickup truck. They may be armed, and this may be connected to the stabbings that started in James Smith Cree Nation and then continued to Weldon, Saskatchewan, which was a community nearby. So after that alert went out just before 3 here in Saskatchewan local time, RCMP said they received about 20 tips about this white vehicle, including an RCMP near Rosthern, Saskatchewan, who saw the vehicle. So they chased it. They, quote, directed it into a ditch, and there they arrested Miles Sanderson. RCMP say a short while after they arrested him, he went into medical distress, and he died. He was pronounced dead, rather, at a hospital in Saskatoon. There's a lot of police work that's going to go into this now that he has been arrested and subsequently died. But there was also police work that went into this before. Let's listen to RCMP about just the resources that went into this investigation.
We have already conducted over 150 interviews with witnesses and victims, with more anticipated to take place in the coming days. And this is not the end of our work. We do not stop here. The Saskatchewan RCMP continues to investigate this tragedy, and a police presence will continue in James Smith Cree Nation and the Weldon communities for the next while.
Now, RCMP will continue their investigation, but they will also be investigated because Miles Sanderson did die in police custody. So the Saskatchewan Serious Incident Response Team and the Saskatoon Police will conduct an investigation into that as well. Also, the RCMP say they've asked the Ministry of Justice to appoint an independent investigative observer as per Saskatchewan legislation.
And Sam, difficult days ahead, and that's an understatement for the families and for those who live in the communities of James Smith Cree Nation and also in Weldon. I know you were at a vigil last night in Regina. What was the message that came out of that?
The message was, let's come together right now. We need to come together as a community, First Nations people here in Saskatchewan, but also allies for the communities here as well. That's what I heard last night at a vigil at the First Nations University of Canada in Regina. That university held vigils at all 3 campuses in Saskatchewan, and like they reminded us, and we should all think about it right now, 10 people died, at least 18 people injured. So 10 people died, 18 people injured. That is what we were are focusing on right now. And so that is the message at the vigil last night was, let's think about those families and let's come together as a community. Take a listen.
I think today and tonight has been like a start to a healing process. It's been a lot of information that has come out for Saskatchewan lately. So I think today is the start of that healing process. And then having events like these where the community is able to come together and talk about these issues and pray together, I think it just brings a big feeling of gratefulness, just to see the community that I come from here in Regina and Treaty 4.
So those prayers and conversations will continue for quite some time, including today. Later on today, the Federation of Sovereign Indigenous Nations, which is an organization that represents 74 First Nations here in Saskatchewan, they're holding a media conference in James Smith Cree Nation. That is significant because this is the first time the community is opening up to the public, including reporters, to share their stories about what happened since the stabbings happened early Sunday morning. So we will bring you the latest on that as it comes through and as we hear more about the families affected.
Thank you, Sam. That's CBC's Sam Sampson in Regina. Police in Edmonton have a 25-year-old man in custody after a deadly stabbing attack. Clarence Lawrence is accused in 3 stabbings yesterday in northeast Edmonton. 1 victim died, 2 others were seriously wounded. Police call the attacks random. Edmonton's Homesteader neighborhood was shut down for hours while police searched for the suspect. Schools in the area were locked down until police arrested Lawrence. That was just before 6 p.m. local time. Live look for you at beautiful Vancouver on this Thursday. Prime Minister Justin Trudeau is holding a retreat with his cabinet there, and sources tell CBC News Trudeau is going to unveil new measures to combat inflation, including a dental care plan for low and middle income families. That announcement is part of a deal with the NDP to support the Liberal minority on key legislation until the next election. Now, sources in both parties tell CBC News Trudeau and NDP leader Jagmeet Singh will go over the details in separate speeches later today. And we have the 2 Davids from our Parliamentary Bureau working on this story. CBC's David Cochrane covering the Liberals on the West Coast. And over on the East Coast is David Thurton. He is at the NDP caucus retreat, which is happening in Halifax. And I'll get to you, David, in just a moment. David Cochrane in Vancouver, from the Prime Minister's announcement, which we are going to carry, I believe, in about an hour or so, or at least we'll be listening and keep our viewers informed. What can we expect to hear, David?
Yeah, we're going to see some affordability measures aimed at low and middle income Canadians that really satisfy the deal, or parts of the deal that they brokered with the New Democrats earlier this year to support the government until 2025 as long as these conditions are met. And essentially you're going to see the first steps towards the development of a dental program that in the initial phase is going to be aimed at helping kids under the age of 12 in family households of less than $90,000 of income get some sort of financial support for dental care. You're going to see a doubling of the GST rebate put in place for about 6 months and a $500 bump to a housing allowance aimed at lower income Canadians. So the idea here is to give help to people who need it most, and the temporary nature of these measures and the targeted nature of these measures, the hope from the Liberals from a policy perspective is that it helps Canadians who are struggling with the cost of living crisis without pouring a massive amount of stimulus money into the economy and driving inflation even higher and exacerbating this cost of living problem that's been plaguing Canada and countries around the world. So those are sort of the specific policy measures coming out of the cabinet retreat and setting the stage for the return of Parliament and satisfying a lot of the political conditions or the early conditions of the support agreement they reached with Jagmeet Singh earlier this year. Now, so Hannah, obviously we're also waiting to hear from the Prime Minister on what he might say about the situation unfolding with Queen Elizabeth II. He tweeted earlier today, voicing his support and concern for the Queen and for her family. But we anticipate that he'll have something to say about that situation because Elizabeth is, of course, the Queen of Canada as well. And the reason why I think we haven't heard directly from the Prime Minister on this to this point is it's been a busy morning here. It's still early in Vancouver, but also he has a meeting with U.S. President Joe Biden and with other allies to discuss the ongoing situation in Ukraine. So what was supposed to be sort of a bit of a focused, relaxed summer cabinet retreat here on the West Coast has turned into a fairly urgent day with the changing dynamic, certainly in the United Kingdom today. today.
And David, by the way, I should let you know it's just down to you, David, because David Thurton having some difficulties with the line on the East Coast. He's in Halifax, as you know, with the NDP cabinet retreat. But back to the Liberals, there are always questions about leadership at any time, whether it's the beginning of a term, the end of a term, but with Parliament resuming very shortly. What is Trudeau saying about his future?
Yeah, so he spoke to Cabinet yesterday and gave a speech during which sources tell us that he said he intends to lead the Liberal Party into the next election. Now, this is something he said publicly and privately before. So he reiterated this in a speech that was really about refocusing and re-energizing Cabinet, putting them focus on the concerns they're dealing with economically, cost of living wise, the conflict in Ukraine, getting them focused on issues like climate change and gun control, sort of the core political issues central to this Liberal agenda, and pointing out that they need to make progress on that to get through the difficult period ahead, get to the next election and win it, and saying to his cabinet ministers that he intends to lead the country through this difficult period and then lead the party into the next election. So again, something he has said before, and as we're saying earlier, Sir Hannah, the big news is going to come when the Prime Minister starts telling people he's not going to run again, right? Because then we're off to the races and you get, a leadership race happening within the Liberal ranks. But, you go back to the early days of his time as leader and as Prime Minister, saying he wanted to end the era of hyphenated Liberals, right? Chrétien Liberals, Martin Liberals, that sort of leadership rivalry going back to the late 90s and early 2000s that really caused divisions and wreaked havoc internally for this party. The minute he even hints that he's not running again, people start to pick sides and line up. The four big names you hear as potential successors to Justin Trudeau are Chrystia Freeland, Melanie Joly, Francois-Philippe Champagne, and Anita Anand potentially running to succeed him. But the starter's pistol has not been fired. It's a long way from being fired. And privately and publicly, the Prime Minister continues to insist that he's in it for the long haul. And with Pierre Poilievre potentially winning the leadership on Saturday as a frontrunner to take the reins of the Conservative Party, the people close to the Prime Minister say that that's a fight he's keen to have and a contest he's looking forward to.
We will talk again. That's CBC's David Cochran in Vancouver. Take you back to our top story, and that is breaking news on the health of Queen Elizabeth. Buckingham Palace says the 96-year-old monarch is now under medical supervision. I can tell you the royal family is gathering right here at Balmoral Castle. You're looking at the gates live. Follow that long driveway. You get up to the castle. There is police presence there at the gates. There are also some barricades being brought in because well-wishers in some cases are gathering there at the castle, those who want to be closer to the Queen. And what is a time right now of her illness? We have no more than that, other than there is concern from her medical team. So it is coming up on 4:30 in the afternoon. We do know a plane landed at Aberdeen just moments ago with 7 members of the royal household on board, including Prince William, his uncles Andrew and Edward, and Edward's wife, the Countess of Wessex, Sophie. So there is that urgency, if you will, since family has been summoned to the side of the Queen herself there at Balmoral. We've also got CBC's Natasha Fatah following this story. It is raining there now. We see in Balmoral just 15 minutes ago. It seemed like a fine day, but what more are you hearing, Natasha?
What we're hearing, Suhanna, is that despite that rainfall that's coming down, people are slowly but surely gathering around Balmoral. We understand from people who are in the area that it's quiet. Normally this community that might have lots of tourists, particularly in September and the end of the summer season, it would be bustling. But because of the nature of what's going on today, and that's part of the problem, we don't know for certain what's going on. We just know that the Queen's health is of concern. And it's that very specific language that the doctors are concerned, to say it so bluntly, to allow for anxiety to permeate amongst the public, the world really, because she is living history, Suhanna. She's our connection to all these great figures of the 20th century that have gone by. As long as the Queen is with us, that isn't ancient history. It's part of our living legacy. You think about Nelson Mandela, you think about Ronald Reagan, you think about Gandhi, you think about all of these figures that seem like ancient past. Well, she is a living connection to that part of our development in the world. And so there's this concern that we don't know for certain, but something is clearly not right. And there's also the additional issue that almost every single member of her family is heading towards her, trying to gather around her at Balmoral Palace. And these include members of the family that aren't necessarily in her best books right now, but that she's had to put some distance between herself and them. They're all going to be there. All of her children, some of her grandchildren are making their way, even Harry and Meghan, who happen to be in the UK because they're doing some work. It's just fortuitous timing. And so now they're making their way over to Scotland. And so there's all this concern about the family gathering, because even though she's the Queen of England, she's the Queen of Canada, she is a monarch, really, of the world. She commands the Commonwealth. She is, at the end of the day, a wife, a mother, a grandmother, and a great-grandmother. And it is in that way of thinking you imagine what this family might be going through. Have a listen to this royal expert.
It's like in any family situation, when something happens, especially to a parent or a grandparent, the families rally, and it takes time to collect everyone and get everyone there. And you know, God willing, the Queen herself may rally, right? Like, we can only hope at this point. But sure, they will all be trying to figure out a lot of things because they're in Balmoral, which of course is the Queen's favorite place to be. She probably just, it feels a great sense of her family there and a lot of wonderful times there with Prince Philip over the years. So it's home.
And so you heard the reference there to Prince Philip. Now remember that the Queen herself is 96 years of age, and for a 96-year-old woman who works as hard as she does and has for 70 years in the service of others, in the service of her country, you know, it is remarkable. But she did lose her partner of 70 years just last year. And we've heard from experts, we've heard from royal watchers, we've heard from people who know her. But really, Suhana, it's just common humanity. You've spent 70 years with someone and they leave you. That has an impact on your physical well-being, on your emotional well-being. That's what we're hearing from many of them, that perhaps that was part of her pulling away, saying, okay, I'm handing over the reins to my son who's going to become king, to some of the other members of the royal families, and I'm not going to do as many engagements. In no way decreasing her commitment to her role or to the public, but saying, perhaps somebody else can step up because I need to take a step back. Perhaps if we're able to show images of when just 2 days ago she was meeting with the new British Prime Minister, Liz Truss, you could see her there, and she's tiny and frail. There's a huge smile on her face. It's quite charming, actually, but there is a large bruise on her hand. It's purple, her skin looks like, and there it is. That's that image. So anyone with, you know, an elderly person in your life, a senior person in your life, when you see a bruise like that, you think, oh dear, did they fall? And we don't know if that bruise was caused by a fall, but you know, we do know that she has mobility issues. We know that she's had surgery on her knee. We know that she's a 96-year-old woman who's walking with a cane, and things are slowing down. So we're waiting to find out what the official word is. We've heard from representatives from every political ideology and party, not only in the United Kingdom, but right around the world. She is everybody's queen. And that's not to say it's a perfect situation, a perfect relationship. She's a complicated public figure, but nevertheless, she has been dignified. She's stood there. She has witnessed history. She has documented history for us, and we're waiting to find out how she's doing. We'll keep keeping a watch, but this really is a tremendous event that's taking place, particularly because of the language that came from Buckingham Palace saying they're concerned about her health.
Thanks for that, Natasha. CBC's Natasha Fattah in Toronto. And, you know, we're all looking at these events right now with some significance because a family has been called to Balmoral, except we don't know the exact extent of the Queen's health issues. We do know that she remains comfortable. This is coming from the palace, and she is at Balmoral. We do know doctors are concerned for Her Majesty's health and have recommended she remain under medical supervision. Beyond that, there are some other things we know, and I want to go through them now with the host of The National, Adrian Arsenault, who joins me live. Adrian, you covered the Platinum Jubilee. That was just a few months ago. You were in London. Beautiful days, beautiful shots. The Queen appeared twice. I believe she waved on the balcony there behind you at Buckingham Palace. At that point, what were the conversations about the Queen's health?
Hi, good morning, Suhana. I think, you know, at that point, we're talking June, early June of this year, the feeling of the Platinum Jubilee was one very much of gratitude, in a way. thanking her for her years of service. That was a persistent conversation that was happening. In terms of her health, the question was always, will we see her? As you may recall, there were events that she was supposed to attend that she was unable to attend, and those were last-minute calls. And there was always sort of this sort of ripple of disappointment you could hear from people believing that, oh no, she won't make it to the church, for example. But she did two things that really struck people. One was when she appeared on the balcony on the very last day. So it was June 5th. Ed Sheeran had been serenading her with the song Perfect. The crowds were lined up outside Buckingham Palace. And then she emerged in her bright green suit, surrounded by her family. I happened to be standing, we had finished broadcasting largely for the day, and I happened to be standing there. And everyone that I could hear in the crowd, and because it's the UK, they were all raising a glass.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Were all saying, thank you, ma'am. And from what I could see, just zooming in on my iPhone and looking at her face on the screen there, she was beaming. She could feel it. That was a special moment. Another special moment was a piece of tape, which you may recall, which was this skit, if you will, that the Queen performed with Paddington the bear. So the Queen sitting across from Paddington, and he knocks over everything, as Paddington is wont to do, and then pulls out a jam sandwich, and then the Queen says, I have one too, just in case. And he thanked her. Again, this theme of thanking Her Majesty, and her response was, "You're very kind." It was a moment that sort of went viral because, Britain is a complicated place. Feelings about the monarchy can be complicated, but what is not complicated is that this is a woman who has dedicated her life to service from the time she was a very little girl, and her service to the country. And so that was an acknowledgement on the part of everyone. People who had spent the last couple years not having, many reasons to celebrate because of COVID, coming together to say thank you. So her health concerns, it's a very long answer to a very simple question, but the health conversations that you asked about at the time were very much, is she okay? Are there mobility issues? That was the main concern, that she needed to save her energy. And clearly, she has been saving her energy.
Now, we know during those Jubilee celebrations, there were many responsibilities, Adrian, and you reported on this, that were handed over to the heir to the throne, the Prince of Wales, Prince Charles, and other members of the royal household. And today, we know that Prince Charles was the first call by the palace to go to Balmoral, and he is there with his wife, Camilla. We also know that William, Andrew, Edward, and Edward's wife, Sophie, apparently were on their way to Balmoral. They may have arrived at the castle that Prince Harry and his wife, Meghan Markle, who happen to be in the United Kingdom, are making their way to Balmoral. That is all very significant. We saw the shots of the family on the balcony there at Buckingham Palace during the Jubilee, and here they are now, the House of Windsor gathering around their mummy and their grandmummy for what could be a very significant time for the UK and the world.
Indeed, and this doesn't happen lightly. The palace is not an entity that over-communicates, if you will. The last time we had a serious communication from the palace in terms of the Queen's health, that was in February, reporting that she had COVID and that she was doing well. When we hear conversations from the palace about the Queen's health, it's usually that she is resting and that she is, as we've said, saving her energy. There is a tone to the communication today that feels very different. It is sparse. It is that her doctors are concerned. You don't take a phrase like that from the palace very lightly. The movement of the families, if you think about it, this is the first day at a new school for Prince William's children. They moved to Windsor earlier this year. That is a day where a dad wants to be with his kids. So no one is taking it lightly that Prince William left and got on that plane for Aberdeen to go to Balmoral. So I think we won't hear any more from the palace until they have more to say. And I know that sounds obvious, but I don't anticipate that we will get updates over the course of the day or days. And as Bonnie Brownlee says, you can always hope that people rally and that she's okay. But the word we heard, that she's comfortable, her family are gathering. Her Majesty is 96 years old. She has had some medical problems, but really a remarkable life of not spending a lot of time in hospital. For someone who's 96 years old, when we talk of surgeries, I think the first one we talk about was surgery on her knee. This is a woman who has been in extraordinary health, has had every opportunity, of course, to maintain that health, given her position, but she has been in extraordinary health. And another reason why you do not take it lightly when the palace suggests what it is. We know now, too, Suhana, that it is one of those days in the UK, particularly outside Balmoral in Scotland, that it is raining buckets. And yet people are gathering. We know they are gathering as well outside Buckingham Palace, as tourists do. And as the day moves on here and people start to hear the news, they will gather more and more. I think you can be certain of that.
Adrian, you mentioned Bonnie Brownlee, royal commentator. I know you've got some conversations coming up with Andrew Pierce. He's in London. He's a royal commentator. I am here for you, should you need me, but I will hand this over to you and look for further details that we can add to our coverage and keep our viewers informed.
Indeed. Well, Suhana, everyone always needs you. So thank you very much for that. I know the entire team here and in the UK are paying attention to this. This has been a very busy news week. I don't think people anticipated we would be having this conversation today, but here we are, and we're going to take it one moment at a time. And you're right, our Chase team has reached Andrew Pierce, who is in London. Andrew Pierce, I'm sure people will recognize him. He's a royal commentator. We have spoken many times over the years, Andrew. It is always good to see you, but perhaps less so today.
This is such a sad day because I've been writing and talking about this family for 25 years. The language coming out of the palace, it's clear they're preparing the country, they're preparing the world for the passing of Queen Elizabeth II. We're coming to the end of the second Elizabethan era. It's quite clear. The gathering of the royal clan up in Balmoral, even Harry and Meghan are going to be there. It's a real sign. We don't know what the particular trigger was for this, but there were all sorts of signs to all of us earlier today. For instance, the new Prime Minister was making a statement in the House of Commons about the great cost of living energy crisis which affects Canada and the rest of the world. As she sat down, somebody whispered urgent in her ear. You could see the colour drain from her cheeks as she rushed out of the Commons chamber. The Speaker then made a statement talking about Her Majesty's health. And the fact is, as one of your colleagues was saying, Buckingham Palace does not do a running commentary on the Queen's health. She can't bear it, she doesn't like it, nor did Prince Philip, but they have told us that she's under medical supervision because they're preparing the country for something which I think is going to be an absolute seismic shock. She's been our Queen, our head of state for 70 years, probably appropriate that perhaps the last time we saw her in public was on that balcony being cheered and roared to the rafters by a very grateful public, and she got to that Jubilee, she got to that Platinum Jubilee, she was determined to get there, but life has never been quite the same for our Queen since she lost Prince Philip, her faithful, loyal servant, who she'd been married to for God's sake, 73 years. So it's a very, very sad day. There's a great sense of expectation. You can almost feel it out in the streets where people know something is looming and is in the offing. I don't know how long we've got, but and I'm not going to say definitively, but we are preparing to see the end of Queen Elizabeth. And I personally, got to tell you, we'll all find it very, very difficult because we have not known anything else. You know, I'm a 6-year-old guy. She's always been my Queen. My parents were at her coronation. My mother slept outside Buckingham Palace. She was already pregnant with her first child, my sister, because that was the great excitement when there was the coronation in 1953. She's been with us through so much. She's met 14 presidents of the United States. She's met every celebrity, because in truth, in a world of celebrity, there's no bigger one, is there, than the Queen? Because when people talk about the Queen, they don't mean the Queen of Sweden or the Queen of Belgium, or dare I say it, the Queen of Denmark. They mean Queen Elizabeth II, the Queen of the United Kingdom, and she's head of state, of course, of 14 countries, big presence in the Commonwealth, Canada, Australia and New Zealand. And all of that, of course, is now going to fall to Charles and Camilla. And of course, some months ago, she let it be known that she thought Camilla would be a very, very good queen, a consort queen, if you like. So that's where we are. It's very gloomy, it's very depressing, but we at least know what to expect. And I can tell you on the BBC already, the newscasters are already wearing black ties.
Indeed. Andrew, it's interesting to hear you say this. You know, we're speaking to you from a country that the Queen has visited more than any other. She was here even as Princess Elizabeth back in 1951, before she became Queen. So the bonds here are tight, but watching sort of the House of Commons in the UK today, and that is not a house that is filled with monarchists, shall we say. That is a house where there is there can be strong Republican feelings as well, and yet there is the connection to this person. There are people who have grown up, as you say, never knowing another queen. I have family members who have measured their own health against hers, in the sense, because they're her contemporary. And so when she wasn't doing well, I think it causes people to reflect on their own abilities and you know, their own time on this earth. And one thing I wondered about, Andrew, and you know better than anyone, when we were at the Platinum Jubilee, and we were just speaking with Suhana about this, and people were expressing their gratitude, do you have a sense that Her Majesty heard that or felt that?
I think she did. I think she did. The great gift of the Queen was how she understood her people. And when there was the death of Diana and there was the rift with Tony Blair's government over the way they were to conduct the funeral, the Queen was very hurt at the suggestion a new young Prime Minister who had only been in office 5 minutes should tell her how her people were thinking. Mm-hmm. She had a great feel for what the British people felt, and she was incredibly moved on that balcony, and she told people afterwards how moved she was, and it was a struggle for her not to cry in public, and that would have been a very, very, very rare thing indeed. She sensed the love, she sensed the affection, and you know, I think what if she wondered then if she thought, my work's done, she's passed yet another extraordinary milestone in her royal life. She said when she was 21 in that speech in South Africa, I pledge my entire life to you, and she's done just that. And I think she knows, well, we don't know what physical state she's in, whether she's conscious or not, but she knows her place is secure in this nation as probably the most popular monarch the country's ever had, and how popular she still is in Canada and Australia. And we really hope, and she would really hope, that the monarchy will continue to flourish in Canada and other countries after she's gone. Because we now have to talk about that, because that's surely what's coming. It's when, I was just saying to a colleague now, I said, it won't be she, it'll be he. We'll be talking about the king for the first time. And it'll be a first coronation in the lifetime of so many people. Imagine people who are 72 have never been to a coronation before, because that's how long she's been part of our life.
Well, indeed, we are not there yet, though. And we understand
and we're all praying for her. We're willing her on. But as I say, it is that language which your correspondent rightly detected. They don't talk like that. The language is laden with foreboding. And I talk to people in Parliament and close to the Downing Street, and they are preparing and expecting. And so we're all on standby. Maybe not today, but I think very soon.
Indeed. We understand, too, the latest we're hearing, Andrew, is that among the Queen's children and grandchildren who are on their way, Prince Harry is on his way without Meghan, the Duchess of Sussex. He is on his way.
Well, if she's not on her way, well, if that's the case, I think that's a relief, because that would cause all sorts of uncomfortable moments, because there's a time and a place perhaps to fix very fractured emotions and feelings in the royal family, but probably at the bedside of what we could potentially say as the dying monarch, the dying great-grandmother, mother. That's probably not the place. Meghan, of course, would be at the funeral. We'd expect that. But if you're telling me, that's news to me, because just before I came on, we were being told that she was on her way. But perhaps common sense has prevailed, and she's not.
All right. Andrew Pierce.
Good to talk to you.
Really good to talk to you. Thank you for your time. I know you don't have much of it. Over the years, it's been really interesting to spend time with you, and I suspect we will be speaking again. Thank you, Andrew.
I'm sure we'll speak again.
All right.
All right. Good to talk to you. Bye-bye now.
Bye-bye. Andrew Pierce is a royal commentator. We reached him from London. He's having a very busy day. So we need, of course, to stay on this. And our Chase team has also reached royal commentator Bonnie Brownlee in Toronto. Bonnie, what is the latest that you are hearing?
They haven't said the word grave yet, but I would agree with Andrew that we may hear something soon. Today, tomorrow, we'll see how it goes. It's not for us to, speculate any further on that, because the family's gathering together so that they can have some time to just sort of see, how things are and how things will move forward. And as you know, Prince William and Prince Charles have to be there in terms of royal protocol if Her Majesty does depart. So they have what they call the Operation London Bridge is functioning.
Mm-hmm. And just to explain to people, Operation London Bridge is the code name for the protocol for what happens when the Queen dies. This is a document that she has been across since the 60s. That is when that document was first developed. It is a code name that is, there has been a code name for every royal, which means that when we see what happens in the event, this is what we're talking about. Right. We are not there yet.
We're not there yet, no.
But one day, when this happens and we see the events, people should know that everything has been underlined and crossed and approved by the Queen. It must be a very strange thing to have that happen, but to have to look at a document like that. But nonetheless, that is what happens with the royals. I'm wondering, Bonnie, for people here in Canada who, yes, we are talking about the Queen of Canada, but who may feel removed, who may be thinking that this is the Queen is the embodiment of, also represents to them British history, and it's not always an easy history. We're talking about colonialism. We're talking about a whole range of uncomfortable things, and where people don't, maybe aren't sure where they sit on the monarchy. What is still the relationship of the Queen to Canada?
When you look at some of the recent polling, it's still fairly, it's good, but they have questions to answer, and I think the Queen, in her own way over the last year or so, thought that would be up for Charles and William to deal with, and to some extent they have been on some of their royal tours that they did in the last 18 months or so, where they were booed and, they had to scrap a few events because of protesters. So they will deal with it. I think William in particular wants to have a more open relationship with people, in particular in the Commonwealth countries, where they do so much good work and have done so much good work for about 50 years. What does she mean to Canada? For those of us that this matters to, it would be a sense of civil society, a sense of the rule of law, that public service and volunteerism is something that we should all, participate in some form of our life. And her steadiness as a ruler, if you will, or a leader, that was there when Canada was in times of trouble, and certainly through both World War I and World War II for Queen Elizabeth. So there's a lot of deep emotion within a lot of people in this country for various reasons. And like any institution that has a long history, at some point you have to answer to some of the mistakes that were made in the past.
Understood. Can I tell you a story, Bonnie, about the Queen in Canada?
Yes.
When she was a very little girl, and I only know this because we did a documentary not that long ago about the Queen's relationship to Canada. But her grandfather, the King, took her for walks outside the palace. And there was a little log cabin that had been built by members of the Canadian Forestry Corps. And the Queen, as a small child, got it into her head that that was Canada. And so she called herself, I think it was Mrs. Canada or Miss Canada, and she would invite her grandfather, Grandpa England, as she referred to him, to tea to Canada. But she was just a little thing. So when we count the Queen's trips to Canada, and I think we're at 22, if you consider she came once as Princess Elizabeth.
Right.
We actually have a little asterisk and count 23 because in the imagination of a child, she
It's
was
wonderful.
here long before that.
I first, they came to Canada in the fall of 1984, Queen Elizabeth and Prince Philip, just after Brian Mulroney had become Prime Minister. And I was a young political staffer in those days. So, and the Britannia was parked here at Toronto Harbour. So that was my sort of first personal introduction to the Queen and Prince Philip.
Bonnie, thank you for this. These memories are important. I think there are people all over the Commonwealth who certainly have them, who are certainly wishing the Queen well. We have seen a number of dignitaries wishing the Queen well.
Yes.
The Prime Minister, Ralph Goodale, who is, of course, at the High Commission in London, extending good wishes to her. We know, too, that in the rainy, foggy Scotland, a plane has arrived. We believe it has been carrying the Queen's grandchildren and her children, who are making their way to Balmoral now. We understand the Associated Press is reporting that Prince Harry is on his way to Balmoral, not with Meghan, the Duchess of Sussex. So we're going to keep an eye on that. It is important that they gather there. Again, keep in mind what is not being said, that the actions that we're seeing. Prince William, it is the first day of school for his little ones. They moved to a new home in Windsor. That's where Dad wants to be, but he's not there. He is on a plane or perhaps already arriving now in Scotland. I do want to go to London right now. That's where the CBC's Abby Kugasadin, sorry, Abby, is tracking the story with us live from London.
Adrian, the Queen, she's 96. She's just appointed her 15th Prime Minister in her long reign this week. Liz Truss was in Parliament when the Buckingham Palace statement was made public. Here's what happened.
I wish to say something about the announcement which has just been made about Her Majesty. I know I speak on behalf of the entire House when I say that we send our best wishes to Her Majesty the Queen and that she and the royal family are in our thoughts and prayers at this moment. I'm going to take no more, if there is anything else, we will update the House accordingly. Thank you. Ian Black.
Liz Truss tweeting shortly thereafter that the whole country will be deeply concerned by the news from Buckingham Palace. My thoughts and the thoughts of people across our United Kingdom are with Her Majesty, the Queen, and her family at this time. We've also seen now a statement from Justin Trudeau, the Canadian Prime Minister, tweeting, "My thoughts and the thoughts of Canadians across the country are with Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II at this time. We're wishing her well and sending our best to the royal family." We've also heard from the Governor General, Mary Simon. She says, as Her Majesty the Queen continues to receive medical care, the Governor General joins all Canadians in sending thoughts of comfort and healing to her and her family. Again, Her Majesty is 96 years old. She does have mobility issues. There's back pain. She uses a cane to walk. We saw that in the photograph with Liz Truss there from Tuesday. People noticed in that photo that her hand was purple and bruised. That sparked concern on Tuesday as well. Her health issues began to worsen since last October when she was advised by her doctors to cancel a trip to Northern Ireland. It was mere months after she lost her husband, Prince Philip, after decades together. That can be known to happen after the death of a spouse. And in November, she missed a remembrance service, which too sparked great concern around the UK because that event is very close to the Queen's heart. And earlier this year, she tested positive for COVID, but she pulled through, she rallied, she came back to some of her duties, even though her overall schedule has been reduced in recent months. Prince Charles and other senior members of the royal family have stepped up their engagements to try and fill her shoes as best they could. But we know there's only one Queen Elizabeth II, and this hour she's at Balmoral, believed to be her favorite residence, with her family by her side.
Yes, Abby, it's, I think they sometimes describe Windsor as her favorite office and Balmoral as her favorite place. That is her summer home, if you will. it's astonishing to say that about a 778-room palace, that is your summer home, but that is the place where she goes to be in the countryside she loves and to be with the people she loves and for some peace. So we know, obviously, after the Platinum Jubilee, she has reigned for some 70 years, as you say, 96 years old, after losing her husband, has been in remarkable health, ultimately, until this point. Do you have a sense, Abby? I know you're inside, and I know it is a rainy day there, and it's rainy in Scotland. But what are you hearing as you bolt out to get a coffee, or as you talk to people? What are people saying?
You know, we all know that she's 96 years old. We all know about her mobility issues. And I was outside a short while ago, and, you know, there's stunned looks on people's faces here, despite knowing that the Queen, again, she's 96. She does have mobility issues. We've seen much less of her than we have in the past. And for many people here, and many people around the world, she's the only British monarch many of them have ever known. And there's been stunned shock here that this is the news out of Buckingham Palace. Again, the palace is not known to comment very publicly on the Queen's health. They consider it a private matter. So this announcement really sending shockwaves. Let's have a listen.
I know she's in very good health, and I just wish she'd end her days in peace and, you know, carry on doing what she's doing when she enjoys doing it.
I wish she recovers, and I hope the family, well, that they navigate through this difficult period together, united, and that they find peace in whatever happens.
We have to remember she may be queen to so many, but she's a mother and a grandmother too. One future king is already by her side. That's Prince Charles. Another, Prince William, in a car on his way to Balmoral. And as you mentioned earlier, Prince Harry, who is meant to be at an event here in London tonight, is on his way to Balmoral as well. The BBC is now reporting Meghan is not with him and that she may head to Scotland at a later date. But her family, the Queen's family, gathering in Scotland at Balmoral, a very concerned family, a very concerned country, and a concerned Commonwealth this hour, hoping for the best, Adrian, but preparing for the very worst.
All right, Abby, thank you very much. I suspect we will be speaking with you throughout the day, perhaps. Thank you, Abby. So now let's go to CBC's chief political correspondent, Rosie Barton, who is with us from Ottawa. Rosie, we've seen some statements from the Prime Minister, certainly from Ralph Goodale. What is the movement in Ottawa right now?
You know, there would be a lot of different things happening behind the scenes. I think the very fact that the Prime Minister took a moment to even tweet about the Queen's health is also quite telling in terms of how serious the situation is. I would point out that the leader of the official opposition, Candice Bergen, has just done the same in the past couple of moments. The Queen, as you know all too well, because of that documentary you did earlier in the year, has a very special relationship with this country, visiting here some 22 times, even before she was Queen. She has also had the longest royal visit ever, spending, I think, something like 45 days touring every province and every territory of this country. And every time she has come here, and with her husband as well, her husband, who of course has passed, Prince Philip, she talked about her deep connection to the country and her love of the country, sometimes arriving on stages, Adrian, and saying, "I'm so happy to be home." I mean, that's how deeply she felt connected to Canada, and certainly many Canadians feel that way towards her as well. I'll just say a little bit more about the relationship between Justin Trudeau, though, and the Queen, because it too is kind of an extraordinary one, and there's all sorts of stories that we can talk about through the day, I'm sure, but Justin Trudeau, of course, first met the Queen when he was a little boy in the 70s because his father was Prime Minister. And he tells lots of funny stories about that time. But one of them that he actually has told the Queen directly the first time he met her when he became Prime Minister in 2015 was how he remembered her being taller because, of course, he was just a little boy looking up at her and now was a much taller man meeting her for the first time in that capacity. But he knew that his father, Pierre Trudeau, had a special connection connection with the Queen, and he also has felt that personal connection. She has been present in this country for many, many critical moments, perhaps most importantly, the repatriation of the Constitution, which she also signed as part of that important moment in Canadian history. But again, I think her connection to this country is one that obviously you explored in your documentary, but we can talk about more through the day, because it was kind of extraordinary. Yes, she's the queen of many countries in the Commonwealth, but there was something about her relationship, there is something about her relationship with Canada that was special to her family, and to this country as well.
Oh, there is no doubt, Rosie, and I think, again, the privilege of speaking to so many people about her relationship to Canada over the last few months doing that documentary, we learned so many things. Mary Simon, the Governor General, told us a lovely story about Prince Philip used to like to fly his own planes in the north. And he landed once, and who should he encounter but Mary Simon's brother, who said, "Wait right there. I have something for you to take home to the wife." And he left and returned with a beautiful, fresh Arctic char that was packed up for travel, obviously, and gave it to Prince Philip. And Mary Simon told us that she always wondered what happened, and she relayed that story again to the Queen, and when she met her, and the Queen said, "The fish, I remember the fish." The stories that they, overwhelmingly, the stories that they told were of the Queen and Prince Philip feeling like they could breathe in Canada.
Yeah.
Feeling like, you know, it was a vast country. The Queen loves horses, she loves ranches, she loves the countryside. There was always so much of that built into her visits, and that in addition to Balmoral, which is a place she dearly, dearly loves, it was, you know, a chance to sort of be herself in vacation. As we're talking, Rosie, we're looking at some of the pictures of these vehicles. This is the entrance to Balmoral. So what we're looking at are, we presume, a flight just landed in Aberdeen, and on that plane, Prince Charles, Camilla, the Earl of Sussex, the Duke of York, Prince William. So they have now landed. There was some concern that the fog and rain would delay that flight. It may have a little bit, but not meaningfully. And so they have now landed. We're not entirely sure where Prince Harry is, because he and Meghan were in Germany in advance of an anniversary of the Invictus Games, but he's been making his way there. He is on his way there. Rosie, we will have a lot to say.
Yes.
Potentially in the days to come. But please keep an eye, as I know you always do, on movements there, and we'll be in touch.
Will do.
So this story, again, is developing slowly. What is remarkable about it, what has the world's eyes on it, is strictly the tone from Buckingham Palace earlier today. It is not, as we have said before, this is not an institution that is known for over-communicating. It does not use a lot of extra words. And so when it issues a statement that the palace is concerned, this is a statement right here, following further evaluation this morning, the Queen's doctors are concerned for Her Majesty's health, have recommended she remain under medical supervision. She remains comfortable and at Balmoral. Very brief statement, but it says the world for people who watch the royal family. And so that is why you have seen her close family members making their way now to Balmoral. Katie Nicholl, who is certainly a friend of the CBC and the National, a royal commentator, has been with us at very important moments, is here with us again today. Katie, it is always lovely to see you. As I said to Andrew Pierce, perhaps not as much today, but we do need your help. What is the latest you're hearing right now?
Well, as you say, there have been few words from Buckingham Palace today, but those words concerned for Her Majesty's health stand out in that statement. I was saying to one of your anchors earlier that we've had very few statements about the Queen's health, but this is the one that has set alarm bells ringing, and it's clearly a very grave situation. The fact that all of the members of the royal family, immediate members of the royal family, are now by the Queen's bedside at Balmoral. We understand in recent minutes that the Duke of Sussex, Prince Harry, of course, is travelling on his own. We don't believe he's there yet, and he is not travelling with Meghan.
And is that significant to you, Katie?
I think it is. Yes, I think it is significant. I think that this is a moment for the family to come together, and at the heart of all of this, and much to the Queen's heartbreak, has been a family rift that has torn the Windsor family apart. And whoever has made this decision, however it has been made, it has been made. We are told that the Duchess hopes to visit Balmoral at a later time, but one gets the sense that we are slightly against the clock here.
And Katie, when we last saw you in June, I mean, we have seen you since then, but when you and I were last together in June, and the Queen heard all of those expressions of thanks, can you walk us through what life has been like for her in those few months? How was she?
Well, I mean, we were there together. We saw her. We saw her stand up on that balcony twice on the opening day of those wonderful Platinum Jubilee celebrations. And then, of course, at the end, and it did feel like a final farewell. We've seen her, well, we haven't seen her in public since then. We've seen stills, we've seen some photographs, and of course the most recent one earlier this week of her kissing hands, it's an expression, but welcoming in the new Prime Minister Liz Truss and bidding farewell to Boris Johnson. So she has been keeping a very low profile, and deliberately so. However, what I think is so shocking for many people is that, of course, just a couple of days, we saw the Queen standing on her own 2 feet. Yes, with a stick. We saw her with a stick during the Platinum Jubilee celebrations. But this sudden deterioration of health, it feels very serious. It feels very sudden indeed. I was told that only a couple of weeks back, over the August bank holiday that we enjoyed here in the United Kingdom, she was thrilled to be picnicking with her family, spending time with her grandchildren and her great-grandchildren. So whilst perhaps we shouldn't be shocked that at 96 she's seriously ill, I think there is a sense of suddenness and shock about the situation we find ourselves in at the moment.
You know, that's an interesting point you make about the picnic, because when we noticed the Queen beginning to move some of her duties into the hands of Prince Charles, and then take some more time for herself, I don't think I've ever seen more pictures of her smiling, like really genuinely smiling, as I have in that time when she was able to recapture some of her own spare time. She really hasn't had much.
I was just about to say, I don't know how much spare time the Queen actually has. I think she's busy a lot of the time. But I know the point you're trying to make, and I think what was so fascinating about those Jubilee celebrations was that we were witnessing this sort of handover of power, this passing on over of the baton or the mantle in real time, something that we've never seen before. It was quite extraordinary, but I think it's also worth pointing out as well that the last picture that we saw of the Queen was her doing her duty, meeting the new Prime Minister. That kissing of the hands, as it's called, one of the most important duties that she carries out as head of state. Doesn't that just say so much about this remarkable 96-year-old monarch? However much pain or discomfort she might have been in, duty came first, as it has done for her entire reign.
And Katie, can you help us navigate what we should be watching for as this day progresses?
Well, stay tuned to CBC, keep your televisions on, keep checking the Royal website, and keep saying prayers, because this is obviously a very serious condition.
All right. Katie Nicholl in London, Royal commentator. Thank you very much. As always, you're very gracious with your time. We do know now that those vehicles that you saw moving into Balmoral not long ago, those are the senior members of the royal family who have just arrived at Balmoral now. Those are the Range Rovers that arrived at the gates of the castle about an hour after they arrived on plane by Aberdeen, so they are there now. That could be significant for us. CBC's Natasha Fatta has been following this story. Beyond that development, Natasha, of those Range Rovers with the senior royals arriving at Balmoral, what more, if anything, can you tell us?
Well, at this stage, the biggest development on who is coming and who is going, Adrian, is that Meghan, Harry's wife, will not be going immediately to Balmoral. We know that Harry's on his way or has potentially made his way there already, but his wife will not be accompanying him. She may join him at another point, but this is the fluidity of the situation. As you just heard from Katie, everyone is sort of on edge. Many people are praying, just hoping that she's okay, but hoping in either event for some clarity at this point. And that's sort of the situation we find ourselves in. It's not looking great. The statement came out from Buckingham Palace where they directly addressed the issue of her health and that they are concerned, the doctors are concerned about her health. They don't talk like that, Adrian. They don't give the public, her public, any reason to worry if it's unnecessary, if they think she's going to bounce back, because above all else, she has said her job is to offer stability and strength to the nation and to really the world, the entire Commonwealth. So any opportunity where that sort of confidence in her would waver, or her ability or even her health would waver, is very, very unlikely unless we're in a serious situation. When you have all 4 of her children, no matter where they are in the country, making their way to Balmoral, and some of her grandchildren making their way there as well, it gives you a sense of how important it is for everyone to be there. We're waiting on any sort of official confirmation on what may happen next. It is perhaps fitting, the kind of weather that we're seeing come out of the area around Balmoral. It is gray. It's almost like the sky is crying. And it just seems a bit odd and a bit ominous what is going to happen. And so everyone's sort of functioning on that mode of we don't know for certain yet, but we certainly are hoping for the best. And so we've heard that, as you just heard from Rosie in Ottawa. We've heard that from Canadian politicians, including our own Prime Minister. We've heard it from every politician of every political stripe in the UK, saying they're concerned about what they're hearing and they're hoping for the best, giving her well wishes, thinking of her family. Because at the end of the day, Adrian, we're all just human. This is a great-grandmother. This is a grandmother, a mother. And for many, many years, more than 7 decades, she was a devoted spouse. And she did lose her partner last year. And so many have been wondering, was it the loss of Philip that perhaps made it easier for her to say, okay, I'm going to step back now. Perhaps Charles can step in a bit more. I don't need to jump in at every point. You know, there was always a give and take with her, that she didn't want to relinquish all of her responsibilities. She knew what she meant to the public. She never wavered on that, but certainly we saw her increasingly take a step back, and now we're waiting to find out where she might go from here.
All right, Natasha, thanks very much. To your point about the weather, I think it is the sort of weather the Queen has come to adore. I think some of the best pictures of her are in her rain slicker and her muddy boots, you know, traipsing through the hills at Balmoral. Sharon Johnson, who is the wife of former Governor General David Johnson, tells a story about going to visit the Queen at Balmoral to spend the day there, and realizing once she arrived in that great and muddy land that she absolutely brought the wrong shoes. And so what should appear at her door the next morning but a pair of the Queen's shoes. And she said, you know, I think probably if we're going for a walk, you need to wear these. So I think the weather is probably in her DNA at this moment. The rain in Balmoral does seem fitting. Thank you very much. I would like to bring in as well Suhana Maharshan. Sorry,
what is
Suhana.
up with you?
My mouth is a little broken. I'm sorry. We are watching those gates outside Balmoral Castle.
Yes, I'm on gate watch, Adrian. And, you know, I love that story of the shoes that were outside the door of the Governor General's wife when she was there visiting Balmoral, because you can just see the Queen taking pity on somebody saying, you know what, we want to go for a walkabout. You can't do it in those shoes, and I'm going to go, so if you're going to join me, here you go. I looked at the weather, Adrian. It is 16 degrees, raining there in Aberdeen, and tomorrow it's going to be rain as well. Saturday, we're looking at 18 degrees, partly sunny, and then then rain, 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 rain. But you've been there, you've been to London, you know that that's part of the DNA of the United Kingdom as well. So on this gate watch, Adrian, I've seen a few things happen. Some Range Rovers go in there. As I understand it, I watched the video of that plane landing at the airport in Aberdeen. I did see Prince William come off that plane first. Then I saw what I believe is Sophie, who is the Countess of Wessex, the wife to Prince Edward, and then finally Prince Andrew. So 4 of the senior members of the royal household arriving, getting into those cars and making their way to Balmoral. I've also been trying to find out more about Prince Charles, Camilla, and Princess Anne. Apparently, Adrian, they were there at Balmoral with the Queen and have been there ever since, so didn't exactly have to arrive, but that's some of the information I've been reading. Of course, all of this sort of changes, but as you talk to royal watchers, they're all telling us the same story, that no matter whether you are gathering outside of those gates at Balmoral or you are inside the castle at Balmoral, this is a time of high emotion. And you've been telling stories about the emotion during the Jubilee. I'm sure that they are similar, aren't they?
All right, Suhana, thank you for that. That pause there was because I was just getting a little update from the White House. The White House statement is that Joe Biden has said his and the First Lady's thoughts are solidly and squarely with the Queen and her family today. So again, we are starting to hear from dignitaries around the world who are obviously watching this and wondering what this means next and wanting to get their best wishes in. We've seen some kind of interesting scenes, Suhana, earlier today at the British House of Commons, and I believe you were showing some of them earlier. As the news started to filter through the House of Commons in London, people could be seen sort of getting up and leaving the chamber, passing notes to each other. And at one point, the Speaker of the House read those notes and explained to everyone what was happening. And it's an interesting chamber because it is not a chamber full of, well, royal fans, if you will. Mm-hmm. It is not a chamber full of monarchists. There are a fair number of Republicans there. Public opinion shifts often on the role and necessity of the monarchy. But in that moment, as we saw through the Jubilee, people remain united as a sense of gratitude for the service of a woman, a single woman, and the work that she has done. She was not born, this was not her destiny, as we've talked about before. This was not to be her life. But when her father became king, after her uncle abdicated, as a very little girl, it had to be explained to her that this would be her life. And so duty came first to her always as a child, described as a she was a fun little girl, and she loved the outdoors, and she loved her sister, and she loved horses and dogs and all things that kids who like to roll around in the dirt and grass do. But she became very serious very quickly. Never went to school, Suhana. Mm-hmm. She was educated in a room at Windsor Castle by professors who came from Eton College, which is a hop, skip, and a jump away from Windsor Castle, and that's where she was educated. So she was, I think the nature of her responsibility is that she didn't have a life like any other on this planet, still has not had a life like any other on this planet, which is why this conversation is perhaps happening the way it is. We are seeing, there are some pictures moving on the BBC now of some of those Range Rovers, and you can certainly see the Earl of Wessex, Prince Edward, making his way into Balmoral. So it is, I think at this point, save for the arrival of Prince Harry, I think we are at a point where we can say the family are there.
And we know, Adrian, that Prince Harry is now arriving alone. There were reports that he and Meghan Markle, his wife, who were in the UK, as you mentioned, were going to be at Balmoral with his grandmother. But now the word is that Prince Harry is arriving alone. And you mentioned the politicians as well. You know, there was a Commons debate at the time on a plan to limit an energy bill there in the UK. And that was actually interrupted when the news came from Buckingham Palace that the Queen was under medical supervision. And then the Prime Minister, Liz Truss, left the chamber. Labour leader Keir Starmer also left because they had been informed. And then Liz Truss came out with her tweet. The whole country will be deeply concerned by the news from Buckingham Palace. She continued, my thoughts and the thoughts of people across our United Kingdom are with Her Majesty the Queen and her family at this time. And Adrian, I think what we're going to see is more than just tweets from politicians. We're going to see action from those who live there in Aberdeen. Despite the fact that it's 16 degrees and raining and going to be tomorrow again, and for the next few days, after that, they will be standing and waiting at those gates for any news. Those gates we're looking at right now, this is a live shot, so what time is it there? 5:24 in the afternoon. Dusk just kind of settling in, but gray and overcast. That's where people will stand at Balmoral Castle. There is a police presence there as well for security reasons, of course. But as I understand it, Adrian, there were barricades that were being brought in. So perhaps there's the expectation there will be crowds gathering. Aberdeen is about 800 kilometers north of London. So it could be a day trip if, people who wanted to be closer to the actual physical presence of the Queen wanted to drive up there. Expect all of that outpouring of emotion, and I hope there won't be an outpouring of grief because we do not know the status of the health of the Queen. But, one of the things that really stuck out for me, and you've been mentioning it as well, is the significance of the family being called to Balmoral. They had other engagements as well because, the royal family, like most of us, they have busy lives and other engagements. They were called and brought to Balmoral Castle for this news coming from the physicians that the Queen was under care. And, Adrian, I'm hoping there is an outpouring of relief, but this is a country that certainly does wear its heart on its sleeve when it comes to the royal family, doesn't it?
Oh, always, always. And thank you for that, Suhana. I'm sorry, you keep seeing... You may have thought our shot was frozen, but here's what's happening. There is a camera, a fixed camera. It's a live feed coming from the gate. That's the shot right there, coming from the gates of Balmoral. And we're keeping an eye on that to see who comes and who goes. There are some recent images. We have seen some still photographs of Prince Edward, the Earl of Wessex, heading into Balmoral Castle. One of the last photographs we have seen of people heading in there. Certainly, we know that Prince Andrew, the Duke of York, Prince William, they are all there. The family is all there, including Camilla, the Duchess of Cornwall, who the Queen was very clear about saying not that long ago that it is very important to her that one day, when the time comes, that Camilla be recognized as the Queen Consort. There you go. That is the picture of Prince Edward, who was arriving not that long ago. So the family has gathered. We do not expect another update until there is an update. I know that sounds deeply redundant, but the palace is not going to over-communicate this. Prince William, by the way, was at the wheel of that vehicle. Prince Andrew... Oh, sorry. Prince. Yep. That's Prince.
Because they're on
Andrew
the other side, right? So
beside him. That's right.
Prince Andrew there in that passenger seat window, and it looks like Prince Edward in the back seat, probably with his wife Sophie, the Countess of Wessex, and then Prince William perhaps driving the car. But, people might be wondering, Adrian, why Kate, the Duchess of Cambridge, is not there. She remained in Windsor because And she's a mother, so this is a very important day for her as well, because for her 3 kids, Prince George, Princess Charlotte, and Prince Louis, they are on their first full day at their new school. That is the word coming from Kensington Palace. They've all started at Lambrook School in Berkshire because a family recently moved to Windsor from their home in nearby London. So at this point, the Duchess of Cambridge, Kate, William's wife, is not there. And as for wives, we know Meghan, the wife of Prince Harry, also not going to be there, that Harry will be traveling to Balmoral Castle on his own. But I'll certainly be watching for any further updates on which members of the royal family will arrive, because what does the Queen have? Goodness, she has 4 children. I think she has 8 grandchildren. She has 12 great-grandchildren. It is a large family, Adrian.
All right, so thank you very much, Suhana. I was just doing some math, not my strong point, but when we were talking about Liz Truss and the Prime Minister, so the Queen's first Prime Minister, as we know, was Winston Churchill. That makes 15 Prime Ministers, incredibly. Prime Minister Trudeau, by the way, is her 12th Canadian Prime Minister, and she has been to this country some 22 times, once before as Princess Elizabeth. So we need to stay on this. Suhana, I'm sorry, I gather you are on Gate Watch, so we will leave you to Gate Watch. We are seeing more pictures. Our Chase team, again, we are in touch with Bonnie Brownlee, who is in Toronto as well. Bonnie, do you have some latest information for us?
I think perhaps when Prince Harry gets there and they're all there, if there's anything to be announced today, they might do that then. We'll see. They are waiting for all the family, as you know, for all the appropriate reasons. So, yeah, I guess unfortunately, when we hear something, it probably will be sad news.
We certainly won't jump that. We don't know what's happening
No,
yet.
we have no.
We know only that this is an important day, that the family be there, and we do not have an update other than the comforting words that the Queen is comfortable, which is what anyone who has a family member of that age who is perhaps in ill health wants to know. A long life, and you're comfortable, and you're with the people you love.
Absolutely.
But as you've been saying, I mean, what changed for the Queen, Bonnie, in terms of, I mean, aside from the obvious grief of losing her husband, did you notice a significant shift in the Queen after Prince Philip died?
I did a little bit. I thought she was smaller, seemed to be a little more frail. And you know, she'd had knee issues for years, so I'm assuming all of that took a turn on her physical capabilities. And you know, the Jubilee was a great moment for her in her life, a great thing to achieve, and you know, she achieved that. So when you think of it, what could she achieve next? You know, that was such a great time for her, the Jubilee. So I think she was quite satisfied with how things had gone, and you know, was doing everything in her power to keep a happy and healthy family, which I actually think she has succeeded at. So. Yeah, I think, look, it's age as well, right? And the loss of a spouse after, you know, 70 years or so would be a tremendous blow for anyone to deal with at that age.
Indeed. We are watching too, Bonnie, you know, people never quite know what to do in a moment like this.
No.
I think, and we are seeing that people are starting to bring flowers, perhaps prematurely, just maybe an act of care, really, to Buckingham Palace. And we really haven't seen the Queen in Buckingham Palace much since the Platinum Jubilee. Windsor is a place that she has called home more recently, sort of her permanent home. We saw Prince William and his family move to Windsor. Do you know why they moved to Windsor?
Windsor is a very favorite place of most of the members of the royal family. The Queen does, I know, like the castle there very much, and her small quarters that are in it, that's decorated the way she wants it and surround it with personal items of photos and books and memories, where they spent a lot of, you know, good times and happy times there. And you notice that both Princess Eugenie and Prince Harry got married there at the chapel because they all love that church as well. And Windsor's a wonderful community. It's a lovely small town, as you well know, about, what, a 40-minute train ride from London. And they have always just enjoyed the grounds of Great Windsor Park as well. And Prince Andrew's house is actually very close to Windsor Castle, so because he's on the grounds there. I think it's just been a great place where they could walk through the streets and see the shop owners and, you know, go somewhere to get some food like any of the rest of us. Believe it or not, they were able to do things like that. They weren't bothered by the people of Windsor. It was more hundreds of years of some of them that have been creating, whether it was silver or belts or boots or clothing for the royal family. So a lot of those laborer type of people were situated there in stores, so it became a village for a family.
Indeed, and you know, Balmoral, as I understand it, Bonnie, is a place where that sense of normalcy has also been very important. You may recall an incredible interview that a man gave to Sky News in the UK during the Platinum Jubilee. He was a protection officer for Her Majesty the Queen, and he described going for a walk with her in Balmoral one day, in the area around Balmoral. And an American man with a camera came up to him and said hello to the Queen. And he said, you know, do you live here? And she said, oh, yes, yes, I'm here in the summers. He had no idea who she was. And he said, well, do you know the Queen? And Her Majesty said, or he said, have you met the Queen? And she said, well, he has. And she pointed to this protection officer who was telling the story. And so the man said, that's amazing. Would you mind taking a picture of me with this man? And so he handed the Queen his camera, and she took the picture and then said, perhaps you'd like one with me as well. And so this American man took this picture with the Queen, and off he went on his walk. And according to the protection officer, she laughed and laughed all the way home and said, I wonder what will happen when he gets home and develops those pictures and shows them to people. And someone says, do you know who that was?
Well, as you know, Adrian, she often had a scarf around her head. So when she was out with the horses or walking, or even when she dared walk through the village of Windsor, not all people knew who she was all the time because of the scarf. So it became a trademark for her.
Excellent. Bonnie Brownlee, thank you very much. We will indeed be staying in touch with you throughout this day. Take care.
Thank you.
Abby Kugadasan, I know you are in London. And I know you've been keeping an eye. We too are seeing some aerial images. You're not seeing them on the screen, but they do exist outside Buckingham Palace of a small trickle of people starting to come in. Some are starting to lay some flowers. What more can you tell us, Abby?
Adrian, as you can see there, people with their umbrellas, it's pouring rain here in London, gathering outside Canada Gate, outside Buckingham Palace, trying to get their thoughts together, trying to be together in what is appearing to be a very serious situation. We also know that crowd control measures are being stepped up outside Balmoral Castle as well as people arrive there, as journalists arrive there. That's where the Queen is. But earlier here in Parliament, when the news came out that the Queen's health was in a dire situation, given that statement from Balmoral, there was a bit of a ruckus in Parliament as MPs started getting alerts on their phones, and the Speaker of the House had to interrupt the session. Let's have a listen.
I wish to say something about the announcement which has just been made about Her Majesty. I know I speak on behalf of the entire House when I say that we send our best wishes to Her Majesty the Queen, and that she and the royal family are in our thoughts and prayers at this moment. I'm going to take no more, if there is anything else, we will update the House accordingly.
That was around midday, around lunchtime, and Liz Truss a short while later tweeting, "The whole country will be deeply concerned by the news from Buckingham Palace. My thoughts and the thoughts of the people across our United Kingdom are with Her Majesty the Queen and her family at this time." We've also heard from other former prime ministers, I should say. Prime Minister Tony Blair, the former Labour Prime Minister, he served Her Majesty for 10 years in that role, and his statement reads that he he's deeply concerned by the news and that his thoughts and prayers are with the Queen and her family at this very worrying time. Former Conservative Prime Minister David Cameron also releasing a statement. He also says that he's deeply concerned by the news this afternoon from Buckingham Palace, that he sends his heartfelt thoughts and prayers to Her Majesty the Queen and the royal family.
All right.
Now, again, she is...
Go ahead, Abby. I'm sorry.
She's also, as we know, she's 96 years old. She has mobility issues. She walks with a cane. It was last October, Adrian, where under doctors' advisement, the Queen canceled a 2-day trip to Northern Ireland. That appears to be around the time when her health took a turn for the worst. She's lost her husband, Prince Philip, in recent months. Before that, and in November, she missed a remembrance service, which too caused great concern because that event is very dear to her heart. And earlier this year, in February, she tested positive for COVID, but she pulled through, she rallied, she came back to some of her engagements, which have been scaled down quite a bit in recent months. And we know Prince Charles and some other senior members of the family have stepped up to try and fill her shoes, but she's the monarch. She's the only queen many of us have ever known. And right now, all eyes on Balmoral.
Indeed, Abby, I think it's hard to find someone who remembers another monarch at this point. Obviously, there are some people still with us who remember, but you're right. It's very, very few, and certainly not in any of our lifetimes will there be anyone else who is on the throne for that long. This, you know, her existence, her reign are absolutely history, which makes this moment history as well, with a decline that the likes of which we have not seen at this point. As you say, she is 96. She is comfortable. Her doctors, however, are feeling worried enough to make a public statement that they are concerned, which for a notoriously private institution, particularly on matters of health, the Queen has often said that it really isn't anyone's business how she's feeling. So that is why, as you rightly point out, we heard that alert in February that she had COVID. That was an unusual alert to see. And then also what we're hearing right now. So, Abby, thank you very much. I know you're keeping an eye on Buckingham Palace, that symbol of royalty in London, where millions always gather. I know that's not where the Queen is, but people are drawn to that place, always have been in all matters royal. So thank you for keeping an eye on that, Abby.
Thank you, Adrian.
I think now, as we talk about the relationship with the Queen and Canada, I'd like to bring in John Fraser in Toronto. John, hello. I know you're the founder of the Institute for the Study of the Crown in Canada, and you wrote, I believe, The Secret of the Crown, Canada's affair with royalty. What do you mean affair?
Basically, I didn't write that title. A publicist at a publishing company did, but I think it was just our relationship. But I was curious what you were saying before about people not knowing a prior sovereign. I guess I'm feeling part of ancient history because I can remember as a boy how strange it was to go to school, to public school in Toronto, and to start singing God Save the Queen, where we'd been singing God Save the King all day long. So, and I remember the coronation in 1953 because it was the occasion that my family bought a television set, and we were one of 4 TV sets in the neighborhood in North Toronto. And so it was shared around for everyone to come by to be able to watch the coronation. So that's 70 years ago. And this extraordinary reign is clearly coming to an end. The family would not be assembling around her home, her hearth, if it wasn't coming to an end. And so it's an extraordinary moment in our lives, and not just English lives, not just Canadian lives, but this is truly an international monarchy that has been a symbol of an ancient system that is not as powerful as that used to be, but still has the power to evoke emotional responses, which is what's happening right now all over the world.
So you're absolutely right to your point about the coronation. I do stand corrected there. Thank you. And it reminds me, John, over the course of the Platinum Jubilee, I sat with a man who was wearing a uniform that he wore on the day of the Jubilee, because he was one of the troops who was lining the street for the coronation. And so 70 years later...
isn't he the lucky one? I couldn't fit into anything from that.
You know, that thought did cross my mind as well. In terms of the Queen and Canada, what is your sense of what she has done for this country? I think sometimes people are left with an impression that it does not go past figurehead.
Well, it certainly was a figurehead. It does go past. Part of the reason many Canadians have a vague idea of the role of the Queen is because we don't really teach civics that much in this country, and we are also, to some extent, I don't mean this in particularly negative way, but we're an echo culture from the States. So much of our cultural understandings come via the Great Republic to the south. So to some extent, the idea that the Queen is our head of state strikes some Canadians as sort of a bit freaky. The thing is that it is part of our Constitution. There's been a whole constitutional development and evolution that has allowed us to retain the colonial remnants of our system of government while evolving it through the processes of vice-regal appointments across the country in lieutenant governor's offices and the Governor General herself, as she is now in Ottawa, who represent the Queen. But this is a crown that goes back to intense loyalty, really sort of admittedly British-oriented at the beginning of her reign, to a much different kind of relationship at the end of the reign, and one that for some Canadians is still troubling. I once did an interview with Prime Minister Harper, and he said about the crown for connection with my book, and he said an interesting thing. He said that, like most Canadians, he actually took the crown for granted. He didn't think about it very much before he was Prime Minister. But after he became Prime Minister, two things happened. One was he saw how useful it was, how useful it was constitutionally to have a hereditary head of state, and that we were spared a lot of the grief that electing a head of state separate from a head of government would cause. The other thing that struck him even more forcefully was how terrified he was of all the alternatives. And that's to some extent why we still have this particular crown in this country, and why the passing of this extraordinary woman is so moving, because she was just quietly always there. That was her big gift to us. She was there. She just was there. And she said once that she wasn't just a fair weather friend. She was happy to be in Canada during difficult times, and indeed there were difficult times. She got booed one time in the famous visit to Quebec City, and people turned their backs. But that was during the height of the separatist movement, and they weren't so angry at the Queen as they were at actually Canada, and that's something that we had to assimilate and try and work to improve. There's so many connections for this great woman to this country. One of the ones that's only recently come back into focus, but was always there, is her connection to the Indigenous community, and that is absolutely unique in the role of the Crown in the Commonwealth. Is that the Queen, as her family has always had, going back to Queen Anne, a very special relationship with Indigenous Canadians. It's not universally appreciated, but it is widely known. And during times when basically many Canadians didn't think that much about either the Crown or weren't thinking very much about Indigenous Canada, those two institutions fortified each other. And that's come out a lot in the last 10, 15 years as we all come to terms with some of the history that we shied away from embracing.
Absolutely, and I think we have spoken with a number of people from various Indigenous communities who say, without the monarch, there are no treaties. That the treaties are negotiated with the Crown, not with the governments of the day. I was thinking about when you were talking about the Constitution. Can you take us back to that time in '82? What was her role then? It wasn't simply to sit beside Jean Chrétien, for example, and sign the document. How hard was she pushing then?
She wasn't pushing it at all. She was doing what her country Canada wanted her to do. That is the nature of our constitutional arrangement. Canadians who wonder at our connection to the Crown sometimes don't realize that the Queen serves at the behest of the people of Canada. If the people of Canada decided collectively through the federal government and the provincial governments that it was time to give the monarchy a pass, it would pass. It would just happen. 11 legislatures would vote. Now, you and I both know, Adrian, it'd be rather hard to get 11 legislatures to approve of almost anything. Mm-hmm. But nevertheless, that's the situation. And the person most responsible for that situation is not back in history, not back in pre-Confederation times. It's Pierre Elliott Trudeau when he led the campaign to bring the Constitution, the last elements of the Constitution, back to Canada. It confirmed the role of the Queen and that it can only be changed with the consent of the 11 legislatures. So this is in effect what we want, and so the passing that's coming up when Her Majesty dies, and King Charles automatically becomes King of Canada. It just happens. I mean, there'll be some proclamations, but some people think there's going to be some big moment. Well, it'll be a big Twitter moment, I'm sure. Mm-hmm. But it just will happen, and if Canadians aren't happy, they have the means, if they want to change it. But I think they'll discover that this is a system that works very well for us. It just is under an intense spotlight at the moment because of the transition.
And will they discover, John, that it's actually, as you say, aside from needing to pass a piece of legislation, it's actually a little bit more complicated, that the roots of our justice system and so many other systems are so embedded in this that it would be hard to do?
It'd be hard, but it's straightforward. It just requires 11 legislatures to agree that they no longer want to be in a country. But before they can do that, they would have to come up with what would be the alternative. And I would say most of us understand that this is not the issue that Canadians will want to particularly focus on in the kind of emotional way that would mean. And it would also the danger here is really interesting because we're all into we don't like colonial remnants, but who's going to be the colonial person here if we try and get rid of the Crown? Who's going to be the colonial person to the Indigenous community that see in the Crown the protection of their treaty rights? And we saying, well, now actually the Crown's not going to be there. We will look after all that, even though it is the government of Canada that still has to deal with it. But there is a symbolic essence here that is about the Crown, because the Crown is all symbol. And it is the idea of opening this, if I can use this phrase, can of worms, is just like it's cloud cuckoo. We have a system that sort of works quite well. It gives us a contrast to the systems south of the border, which is good for Canadians to understand their differences if they actually studied it. And we will see a very smooth transition to another reign.
Fraser, it's always a pleasure to speak with you. Your book is really very good, and I suspect it's one people will be reading a lot more of now. Thank you very much, John.
Take care. Thank you, Anne. Thank you very much.
All right, so now as we talk politics, because it is inevitable, we are talking about the Queen of Canada as well. Let us bring in now Chief Political Correspondent Rosie Barton. Rosie, you are in Ottawa. I gather David Cochrane is also in Vancouver. So if we can, please, Rosie, let's start with you. What is the latest you are hearing from the Prime Minister?
Nothing beyond the tweet that he issued earlier this morning, although other politicians in this country have now followed suit, as well as former governor generals, all with the same sort of sentiment that we are hearing from world leaders at this stage, Adrian, that their thoughts are with the Queen and her family, that they are hoping for the best. There you can see the Prime Minister's exact wording there. The Governor General of Canada, Mary Simon, who of course just took on that role as the representative of the Queen in this country last summer, also put out a tweet sending her thoughts of comfort and healing to the Queen and her family. The former Governor General David Johnston has also issued similar comments. You told a couple of funny stories that he and his wife had experienced with the Queen. and the interim leader of the Conservative Party, Candace Bergen, with similar thoughts of thinking of the Queen today with affection and gratitude. I'll just riff a little bit as we wait to hear more, I think, from the Prime Minister in the coming minutes on what Mr. Fraser was saying around Canada's relationship with the Queen, and particularly Indigenous peoples, because while it is quite right that many Indigenous peoples look at the Crown, of course, as a treaty partner and a critical treaty partner to those original treaties, there was this past summer, after an apology from the Pope was made on Canadian soil, a call then for the Queen and the Crown to make a similar kind of apology to Indigenous peoples for what they experienced in residential schools. So while there may be this recognition of how important the Crown is to that treaty relationship, I think there's also a recognition that responsibility could lie with the Crown, at least in a symbolic way. I would also say, interestingly, Jean Chrétien, in his book about his time as Prime Minister, recounts a moment where the Queen had been called upon by Maori Indigenous people in New Zealand for a similar apology. And at the time, Jean Chrétien told her not to do it, that there would be many, many groups then pounding at her door for apologies for what happened during colonialism. Well, obviously things have changed, and we now know that apologies do matter to many people when it comes to these relationships. But I did want to signal that was something recent that happened for Indigenous peoples to now turn their attention to other places where they thought those apologies might matter. And of course, relationships, considerations of the Queen vary throughout different Indigenous communities, but there were some people over the summer that believed that perhaps that was the next place to go, to see that the Crown make some sort of apology as well.
Indeed. I remember that. That was an interesting conversation in that moment. David, you are standing by in Vancouver, correct?
Yeah, I'm here, Adrian. We were expecting to be hearing from the Prime Minister right now, but as you can imagine, things are kind of in a holding pattern. And to give you a sense of what was supposed to be happening right now, a floor above me, the Cabinet was going to stand on risers behind the Prime Minister, for an end of Cabinet retreat photo op and sort of news conference. And they had all shown up this morning wearing like bright red clothing, because this is a Liberal partisan event. What we've seen over the last half hour is ministers going back to their hotel rooms and coming back down in dark, muted clothes. We saw Chrystia Freeland leave in her sort of signature red dress and come back in a black dress. Not to make this about what female politicians are wearing, but it's a tell of the situation here with this great uncertainty about the Queen's health. And this was supposed to be a press conference where the Prime Minister would outline an affordability plan that would satisfy sort of the political arrangement with the New Democrats to keep the minority government in power until 2025, or at least satisfy part of it. And now everybody is just waiting. And I've been speaking with some provincial government officials today too. If this ultimately leads to an announcement of the Queen's death, there's a sequence of events, a cascade that has to start in the United Kingdom, then it goes to the federal level, national level here in Canada, and then down to the provincial level with proclamations and announcements. And the sense is, with this uncertainty, that things are in a holding pattern with the Prime Minister. And this is why we haven't heard from him yet. As Rosie mentioned, the only thing we've heard to this point is a tweet. But there's been a lot of, it's been a somber Cabinet retreat to begin with the horrors and tragedy of Saskatchewan sort of hanging over it the last couple of days, and now waking up to the news of this uncertainty about Queen Elizabeth's health. We saw some senior government officials advise to the Prime Minister go into a dead sprint to run into a Cabinet area about 40 minutes ago. You don't see a lot of sprinting at Cabinet retreats, but we're seeing that. We're seeing clothing changes and the sort of the setup and the ordinary early access to the site where he's going to speak that we typically get at these things. None of that has happened, and there's a lot of radio silence in terms of when things will get on the go here and when they will proceed, and if they even proceed as normal. I don't know if he'll talk about something like dental care and GST rebates on a day like this, in a moment like this, and certainly there's a change of plans of how this was all supposed to unfold.
David, a protocol question, and forgive me if it's not one you know the answer to, but, and again, respectfully, we are not having this conversation yet, but there is a plan in place in the event that this day takes a turn that some people are fearing. What is the protocol for the government of Canada? Does the Prime Minister have to convene Parliament?
Yeah, so there's a few things that we've seen in older plans. I'm not sure if they're still completely active, but our expectation is that the Prime Minister will reconvene Parliament so that Parliament can pass a resolution offering sympathy and support and expressing loyalty to the new monarch, and then it would adjourn. And then there would be an order in Council, which is a cabinet order, declaring an official day of mourning for the day of the funeral. And then you'll see a sequence of things happening at the Governor General's residence and with the staff and the lieutenant governors across the country, where they'll be issued black ties and black armbands. You'll see ribbons put on flagpoles, black mourning ribbons on flagpoles and on portraits, and you'll see those visible displays of grief and symbolic displays of support and loyalty to the crown. But then a whole cascade of things will change when eventually Charles becomes king. For example, even by Saturday, if the Conservatives go ahead with their leadership race, the next Conservative leader will be the leader of His Majesty's loyal opposition rather than Her Majesty's loyal opposition. Courts of Queen's Bench become courts of King's Bench. Eventually, over time, the money and the currency of the country will change once, you know, the new monarch is installed and an official portrait is done. And there's a whole sequence of things. People prepare for this. You have to. Nobody lives forever. It's an inevitability that they have to have these plans in place. Parliament is set to resume on September 19th. I'm trying to get some clarity as to whether it would convene earlier than that. I know the Prime Minister is supposed to do a lot of travel throughout September, you know, a state funeral in Japan for Shinzo Abe, the former leader of Japan, who was assassinated not that long ago. Clearly, anything involving the Queen would change the whole sequence of what happens. So at minimum, Parliament would have to resume at some point to offer this resolution in support and sympathy and loyalty to the Crown. But we can't get clarity on this because nobody wants to speak in advance of knowing with certainty what the status of the Queen's health is. And right now, it's complete radio silence from the government on a lot of these things because I think everybody is waiting to take the lead from the United Kingdom and what happens there.
Okay, listen, David, thank you very much for having those details at the top of your head. That is not easy to do. And as you say, I think some people, you may know intellectually that this is what will happen, that the money, for example, will have to change. I think it will still be interesting for some people to see that happen. It might even be jarring because, as you say, some things just always are and just always are there. And when you're faced with the reality of conversations about mortality, it can be jarring, even if it's someone in your own family or someone who you've known so long, it perhaps feels that familiar. So thank you for that. And while we talk about familiarity, Rosie, if you're still there, when the Prime Minister went to see the Queen, well, he met her as a little boy, as you talked about, but when he went to then see her with his children, can you tell us a little bit about that encounter? Because I seem to recall him suddenly being a very worried dad in that moment.
Well, I'm not sure if I know exactly what you're referring to, but I was, I'll let you tell it if you know it, but I was on that trip actually with the Prime Minister. It was his first trip as Prime Minister, and his first stop as a foreign world leader was to Buckingham Palace, and he was with his wife and children. And I don't know, did something happen and I missed it? You tell me.
The story goes, Rosie, that he remembers certainly as a little boy being told, do not get your socks dirty at school, right? Because we have a visitor for lunch and it's Her Majesty. And of course his socks were filthy, but she didn't notice. This time when he brought his children, I think it was one child in to meet the Queen, as little guys do, he went right for some, little trinket on a shelf. And I can't imagine the panic of being in Buckingham Palace and little sticky hands go for a trinket on the shelf. But the Queen was in that moment instantly a grandmother and great-grandmother, and said, "Oh, it's okay." I'm sure there was a footman somewhere saying, "Please,
whipping it back.
Please don't drop that." But he has a good relationship with the Queen, does he not? Like, he does, personally.
Yes, he does, and he met with her most recently. I believe it was back in March, and even during that time there was the photo, which we might even have. Behind them there was a bouquet of flowers that were blue and yellow as a special tip to the conflict that was happening in Ukraine. And I remember him telling the story. I didn't remember the story about his own child, but I remember him telling the story of being told, yes, that he had to scurry home at lunchtime for lunch with the Queen, and he had to keep his socks and shoes clean, and he didn't. So as part of being a child of a prime minister. I'll say this, you know, there are a lot of full circle moments, I think, because Her Majesty has been there for so long. So, you know, a prime minister whose father was prime minister under her, a governor general who would never have imagined to be the first Indigenous governor general, whose famous brother, the pilot, the story you told earlier, managed to send home smoked fish for her. And because she has been there for so long and seen so much, she has been connected to so many different points of history in this country and so many different sorts of evolution of where this country has gone. And I think that that is also something for us to think about, as David so rightly remembers all the places where the Queen exists, from pictures in schoolrooms, at least when I was little, to stamps, to money. The connection between Canada and the Queen, while not the case for everyone, not everyone feels the same about the monarchy, but it is very much about the Queen. And if you look at some of the polling that was done over the course of the Jubilee, that is very much reflected, that Canadians largely, again, not all, but largely feel connected to that person, to that royal representative. And I think there is a question, and I don't want to, again, get ahead of us, about what happens once she is replaced with King Charles. I think then the relationship between Canada and the monarchy might become more complicated because the charm of the Queen, the time that she has spent in this country, and her long connection with this country cannot be easily replaced. So Canadians certainly, I think, will have thoughts and feelings about what happens should she pass on and be replaced by King Charles, because their connection to her personally is such a deep one. And I think that's something to consider too. None of us have, many of us, most of us have not experienced anything like a coronation and a change in the head of the monarchy. And what do you do when you're so familiar with someone and that person isn't there anymore? So something I think also Canadians will be thinking about today.
All right, Rosie, thank you very much. That's always really good perspective. We appreciate that. We do know that world leaders outside of the monarchy, obviously, are paying close attention to the developments about the Queen. U.S. President Joe Biden being one of those leaders, of course. His and the First Lady's thoughts are, quote, solidly and squarely with Her Majesty and the royal family. That is the official word from the White House. Moments ago, the White House press secretary echoed that sentiment in the daily briefings and also added a few remarks. Let's have a listen.
The president has been briefed and will be updated throughout the day on the concerning news out of the United Kingdom about Queen Elizabeth's health. His and the First Lady's thoughts are with the Queen and her family today. The president also conveyed to Prime Minister Truss during a previously scheduled video conference this morning that he and Dr. Biden are thinking of the Queen, her family, and the people of the United Kingdom.
All right, so there you have it. That's word from the White House that President Biden is being briefed on this. They're calling it a situation. It is, and offers his thoughts and his prayers. Let's just pull back a little bit here. It is just past 6 o'clock in the United Kingdom right now. We are still in a situation where the Queen, who is 96, was placed under what the Brits tend to call medical supervision. It's not really a phrase that we would normally hear here, but it means strictly that her doctors are concerned. But crucially, they are letting people know that she is comfortable and that she's resting. Abhi Kugadasan in London is keeping a closer eye on the latest. I know this is moving incrementally because we've entered the realm, Abhi, of a very public woman in a very private moment. But what more can you tell us?
A very private woman in a very public moment, as you say, Adrian. And as we're looking at those images outside Buckingham Palace, you know, this is a location that's always pretty busy. It's filled with tourists, no matter the weather, but it does appear that there are more people there this hour than usual, unless, of course, there's an event happening there. And we see also people gathering outside of Balmoral, along with the journalists who are rushing there as well. Now, the statement that was released by Buckingham Palace came out just a few hours ago. As you said, it's just past 6 o'clock here in the evening. This was around the lunchtime hour. In that moment, Parliament was in session. Liz Truss, as the Prime Minister, she's only been a Prime Minister officially for 2 days now. She was unveiling her first major policy initiative to help Brits tackle and grapple as they grapple with the energy crisis and the cost of living crisis. As she was doing that, the Buckingham Palace statement came out and MPs started looking at their phones as they started getting alerts, and the Speaker of the House was forced to interrupt that session. Let's have a listen.
I wish to say something about the announcement which has just been made about Her Majesty. I know I speak on behalf of the entire House when I say that we send our best wishes to Her Majesty the Queen, and that she and the royal family are in our thoughts and prayers at this moment. I'm going to take no more, if there is anything else, we will update the House accordingly. Thank you.
Liz Truss tweeting a short while after, she wrote, "The whole country will be deeply concerned by the news from Buckingham Palace this lunchtime." That's when it happened. "My thoughts and the thoughts of the people across our United Kingdom are with Her Majesty the Queen and her family at this time." Now, the Prime Minister saw the Queen on Tuesday at Balmoral for the kissing hands ceremony. That's the name of a ceremony where the Queen invites the incoming Prime Minister to form a government. They shake hands, and that's what happened on Tuesday. And in that one still image that we, the public, saw, we see the Queen's hand. It's purple and lightly bruised. She's looking a little bit frailer than the last time that we had seen her, and that did spark some concern on social media as well. And then yesterday, there was meant to be a Privy Council meeting, a virtual meeting that was postponed because of the Queen's health. That meeting was to include some of the cabinet members and swear them in. It's largely ceremonial. It's not necessarily constitutionally, but that was meant to happen yesterday. But we know on Tuesday it was a long day for the Queen. She met with the outgoing Prime Minister, Boris Johnson. She also met with the incoming Prime Minister, Liz Truss. And earlier today in Parliament, as we just saw there, the MPs having that reaction to the news from Balmoral. The concerned faces not only there, but outside as well. So we are hearing a lot of people knowing how old she is, knowing that she's 96 years old, knowing that she's in frail health, still being very shocked about what's happening today.
And Abby, as we talk, you know, it's interesting. People will often on a day like today talk about the weather. It's raining. People, I think it's human nature to look for meaning in things that sometimes don't have meaning. I think it's what we all do. And to that end, we're starting to hear people say that outside Buckingham Palace, there is a rare double rainbow in the sky. You can make of that with you will, something or nothing. But in terms of people on the street, I don't expect you've had a chance to pop out and get a tea or coffee for yourself. But if you have you heard people saying anything? I mean, intellectually, everyone understands what we're talking about here, but viscerally, are people saying anything?
That's just it, Adrienne, right? We've known since past October when she's had some health concerns that sort of turned the direction of everything. Her schedule was very much scaled down. So as you say, intellectually, in our minds, we understand that she's 96 years old. We know that she's had some mobility issues. She's had some knee issues and some back pain. We've seen that image of her from Tuesday. But it's so difficult for so many people here and perhaps in Canada and around the world as well to grapple with the idea that a monarch that we've known for 70 years, some of us the only monarch we've ever known, is ill in such a way that Buckingham Palace released this type of a statement. As we know, it's very rare for them to do this. They don't usually talk about the Queen's health. The palace considers it a private matter. She considers it a private matter. So when they say that doctors are concerned, that she's under medical supervision, this certainly sounded the alarm here. And you can see the grim faces on people who are walking by. You don't need to talk to them to know that they are concerned about the Queen.
Abby, thank you. I think just to give people a sense of timeline here, people must be wondering what's happening, that we haven't said much. It is just after 6 o'clock in the UK right now. While we have seen a number of pictures of family members arriving in Balmoral, you saw Prince William driving, Prince Andrew, the Duke of York, in the passenger seat, the Earl and Countess of Wessex, Prince Edward and his wife Sophie, in the back seat. So they are there. We know the Princess Royal, Princess Anne, is also in Balmoral. That is the picture I was just referring to. The one person who's not quite there yet is Prince Harry. That is because he was in Germany at the time when the word started to emerge. He was there with his wife, Meghan, the Duchess of Sussex, in advance of an anniversary and planning for the Invictus Games, which are, he founded them. They are near and dear to him and his family. But it was a matter not of him hopping on a quick plane back to Scotland. He had to get from Germany to the UK and then back up to Scotland. It is entirely possible that we are waiting for updates until we hear more that Prince Harry has arrived. I don't anticipate we will hear much from the palace for a little while, and that the next update they give us will be the update that matters. So as we wait for a little bit more information, I know that there are people within the network of CBC who have excellent contacts, probably none more so than Bonnie Brownlee. Bonnie and I know you haven't had much time to be on the phone, but what have you learned about movements around Balmoral, for example?
Just that, you know, the family members that are there are spending time together. They're actually not saying very much right now. The contacts, people are just gone a little quiet. So I have to assume that it is family coming together under extraordinary circumstances. And I don't, you know, what's happening at this very moment, I'm not quite sure.
So it's an unfair question to ask you. I appreciate that, because we are talking, again, we've said it before, this is a very public woman, and we have an expectation sometimes that is reasonable, that we are updated on every movement. But we're talking about her health, and we're talking about a woman who has been notoriously very private about her health. The whole family have been very private about aspects of their lives. The feeling is that it's no one's business. She is undoubtedly someone who cares very deeply about her family, is very connected to her family, and so this is a moment strictly for them. And particularly in the past couple months, as more of the duties have gone to Prince Charles and she has spent more time with her family, that's becoming even more so the case. I'm wondering, while we talk about family, do you have a sense of whether that Platinum Jubilee did anything to repair the relationship between Prince William and Prince Harry? They will be together again today in Balmoral. Do you have a sense of how they are?
I would say the relationship is strained, if you will. I think they will come together for whatever they need to do, and if we, depending on what the news is, you know, it's difficult, and it's going to take a little bit longer for them to sort of get back to the relationship that they had. We all hope that that is what will happen in the coming weeks or months or years, however long it takes. But it's been a difficult time for all of them, and the Queen's health issues and, you know, her failing capability to attend functions and to perform as Her Majesty would. I think there's been a little bit of a softening in the relationship, because she was a great granny to all of these kids, and they were very close to her, and they all had a wonderful relationship with her and with all of them with her. So I think, you know, it will have some bearing on how they actually move forward.
Indeed, I have no doubt. I know that at the Bonnie, at the Platinum Jubilee, there was a moment when we saw Prince Harry and Meghan leaving the home where Prince Charles was, and so there was you know, people again trying to read the tea leaves.
Right.
Were sort of clinging to the idea that maybe there had been a reconciliation and some moment with the family there, but it certainly sounds extremely difficult still, sadly.
I would say that if Harry and Meghan want to go about living a new life, they should do that. And there's always a bomb being dropped in on something about the royal family. So, you know, it makes it hard for a family to, you know, keep trying to keep it all together and be united when somebody always has something negative to say about the institution that you grew up with, and your grandmother, who happens to be the head of that, you know, as they like to call it, the firm. So as I think we all know in life, you can't live it, you can't have it both ways all the time. You have to come to some sense of professionalism and peace of what you think of where you came from, and let them do their thing, and you should really go off and do yours.
As you say, that is a difficult world to straddle. That is perhaps a conversation we will have in the days to come. We do know that at some point soon, the brothers will be together again.
Yes.
As grandchildren,
exactly,
who are worried about their grandmother.
Mm-hmm.
So, Bonnie, we will stay in touch with you. I'm sorry to keep asking you for updates. I know that we are in a strange moment of stasis here, trying to determine what is next.
We're all in a strange space right now.
We are indeed. All right, thank you, Bonnie. Natasha Fatta, given that conversation about being in a strange space and not having many updates, do you happen to have any?
Well, let's talk about how the Queen has been doing health-wise, Adrian, up until this point. I mean, for a 96-year-old woman who has worked as hard as she has, her strength, her tenacity is remarkable. Of course, everyone comments on that. But if we bring up the picture of her from just 2 days ago when she was greeting her newest Prime Minister, Liz Truss, you see that meeting took place. Now, the Queen at that point has a beautiful big smile on her face, but she is looking tiny and frail and very mortal and very human. And so in that image, you get a sense of a woman who is trying to hold on despite the fact that there might be a great deal of discomfort. There's a scar on her hand that a lot of people have noticed and have talked about in the past couple of days. These are images of her from the past where she's been looking better and healthier and stronger, but she is 96 years old. And just in the last 12 months, Adrian, if we think about what this woman has gone through, so she lost her partner of 70 years in April of last year. That would be remarkable for anyone to have to endure and go on and put on a brave face and put on a public smile and meet with strangers and meet with new prime ministers and do all the dignified stuff. And she's done it. And then in May of last year, she actually had to miss the Remembrance Day service because she had injured her back. And then we started learning more about the fact that, you know, there are some concerns there regarding mobility. Now, anyone in their 90s tends to have some sort of pain in their legs and their knees, and we've learned more and more about that. There were preliminary investigations. That's what the official word was in October of last year regarding the Queen when she went to a hospital. There were rumors around whether or not there was cancer, but we don't know about that. We do know that she was hospitalized, that the palace wasn't too eager to reveal those details, and then subsequently just said there are some investigations taking place. February of this year, she did contract COVID, that virus that's gotten to the heart of every story that's happened in the past 2 years. The Queen was affected. She did get it. She had cold-like symptoms, but she did manage to continue on doing her work at that time. So it gives you a sense of some of the things we've been watching. And so you do have this woman whose strength is remarkable, has been commented on in 100 different ways, both physically and psychologically, how tough you would have to be to stay in that job for 70 years and the toll that it would take on you. And so to have made it this far, this long, I mean, we don't know for certain what's happening, but when you've got a statement from Buckingham Palace saying doctors are concerned about her health, I mean, that puts it right out there. They're saying it. This is not good. And then you have the entire family coming, and we know many of them have already arrived at Balmoral. It's getting close to, I believe, 6:30 at night at the palace, so pretty soon it's going to get dark. Hopefully we'll get some clarity, some information, but if we don't at that stage, it's going to be a very long night for people around the world waiting for an update. Adrian.
All right, Natasha, thank you very much. We appreciate that, and hang tight. We will, throughout the afternoon, we'll be back potentially with more information. You talked about the family being there. I just want to pull back and put this in some perspective. Everyone who is supposed to be there is there, with the exception of Prince Harry. He seems to be the last person to be at Balmoral. So he is racing. He is not taking his time. He is racing to get there. He was out of place. He is not far away, but he is on his way there. It is entirely possible that everyone is waiting until he arrives to offer any sort of update. And I have to say, this is, you know, we are talking about the Queen of England and the Queen of Canada, but also we're talking about the Commonwealth. This is an association of 56 countries. You're talking 2.5 billion people. There are lots of places around the world following news of the Queen. Australia and New Zealand, of course, it is the middle of the night there. We are not expecting any updates from them until morning, or any reaction from them. That's why you're seeing reaction largely from Canada, for example, because of the time zones. But there will be more as the day goes through. So CBC's chief political correspondent, Rosie Barton, is here with us again, as is David Cochran in Vancouver. David, I think, actually, let me just start with Rosie, if I may. Where are we at, Rosie, in terms of what we're waiting for?
Well, I think we are waiting for anything official, obviously, from Buckingham Palace before anyone here says or does anything more. So essentially, Canadian politicians and leaders also in a bit of a holding pattern, as we all are. All of the leaders, Conservative Party, NDP, and of course the Prime Minister, have tweeted or sent words of support and good wishes to the Queen and to her family, but no one, of course, wanting to jump to any conclusions about anything. We've talked about it before, but the Queen has a close relationship to this country. She visited some 22 times. This is the country she's been to more than anywhere else outside of the United Kingdom, of course. She has lived through, endured perhaps 12 Canadian prime ministers. 12 of this country's 23 prime ministers had Queen Elizabeth II as this country's queen. So she's been around and part of the Canadian culture and history and psyche for a very long time, and in a way that perhaps we will reflect on more in the hours ahead. And she's had special and difficult relationships with prime ministers in this country, from the current Prime Minister, Justin Trudeau, to Jean Chrétien, to Brian Mulroney, who has lots of fascinating stories about the Queen, because he was there and she was there at a time when, of course, they were dealing with the apartheid and Nelson Mandela, and she too was critical, as was Mr. Mulroney, during that period of time. And he became quite close to her as well, inviting her sometimes over just for dinner, just her and her husband to 24 Sussex. So all of these different prime ministers have had I think it's fair to say deep and personal connections with the Queen, which probably speaks more to the kind of person she is than to these various prime ministers who came from different political parties. But all of them found a way to connect with her, which let's be honest, yes, she's the head of state, but it is important to have a working relationship with the Queen as the prime minister of any country. And I think one of the things that you will find when you talk to politicians who have met her is that she has a vast knowledge of foreign policy. Yes, it was her quote-unquote job to be briefed on what was happening in all those countries of the Commonwealth, but she really understood geopolitics, foreign policy, and tried to understand what was happening in countries around the world. So she wasn't just good to sit down and have a cup of tea with. Many politicians, including Canadian prime ministers, turned to her to get her sense and her perspective on world events, of which she knew, we are told, an awful lot.
Indeed. And what a witness to history. Yeah. I think that the first veteran she ever met, Rosie, she met while she was in Canada as princess in 1951, and she met veterans from an Afghan campaign in the late 1800s. And so if you span it out, she's had conversations with people who have fought in effectively 150 years worth of wars. For a woman who did not go to school in the traditional sense, she had an education unlike any on this planet, and from everything we understand, she's been diplomatic, as is her role, and she's been careful but clear yes. at times about her views on some elements of the world. Thank you for that, Rosie. David, I know you are in Vancouver and have been keeping an eye on the flags, because you're keeping an eye on the people who may be standing or not in front of them.
Yeah, we're still waiting official word, Adrian, on exactly when or if we'll hear from the Prime Minister. He was supposed to have had a news conference by now to talk about their fall agenda for Parliament, measures to help Canadians deal with the cost of living, steps towards a national dental plan, but everything clearly on hold right now because of the situation unfolding in the United Kingdom. We have been told that we will get some clarity soon on exactly what will happen. We've not been told that the Prime Minister's event has been cancelled, so we do anticipate hearing from him. But as you've been pointing out, if Harry is not yet with his family, the cascade effect of this, waiting for whatever official news comes from the United Kingdom, needs to happen first before the government of Canada is going to offer any sort of formal and official reaction to what may or may not be unfolding with Queen Elizabeth's health. You talked about the Commonwealth and the transition. I was at the Commonwealth in Rwanda with the Prime Minister over the summer as he did this summit swing throughout Africa and Europe. And it was interesting that Prince Charles attended on behalf of the Queen, being 96, being in ill health earlier this year, suffering from COVID. And he talked to the delegates and made the point, Adrian, that it was okay if Commonwealth nations wanted to sever formal ties with the monarchy as head of state. You're seeing a lot of Caribbean nations doing this, seeking to become republics and moving away from that sort of traditional ties to the British crown. Not something obviously Canada is going to do, but it's this period of transition on that institution that she largely helped lead and create that is going to change over time and is already in the process of changing over time. And Prince Charles, speaking to those countries, now perhaps poised to become the head of the Commonwealth, about the need to evolve and change that relationship in changing times. So it'll be interesting to hear what the Prime Minister has to say about all of this when and if we do hear from him today. There is a great, vast plan in place at the government level on how to respond to a formal announcement of the Queen's death. That has been kept largely, a lot of it secret because it is considered cabinet advice. And there is some question as to whether the Prime Minister would in fact make a formal statement on this. Apparently what we've been told in the past is that unless Parliament was sitting, the Prime Minister would stay silent on the day of the announcement. Now, I don't know if that holds in these circumstances. We're having a hard time getting a lot of clarity on whether we are in indefinite hold for official announcement out of the United Kingdom before we hear from the Prime Minister. But there was supposed to be an end of cabinet retreat news conference. Ministers were wearing their Liberal red. They were going to line up behind the Prime Minister for this grand photo op. And over the past hour and a bit, we've seen them all go change, put on dark, muted, somber clothes, switching from red to black in some cases, and everything right now is in a holding pattern. We haven't even been allowed to get into the room to set up as we typically are in advance, because there are going to be risers behind the Prime Minister with the cabinet. They're elevated behind him, sort of an election-style backdrop. Clearly not a plan that is appropriate given the changing circumstances of the day.
Indeed, David, and as you say, we don't know what we don't know, which is a strange throwback to Don Rumsfeld talking about an entirely different conversation, Secretary of Defense back in the day. But to that end, we don't know what's happening. We do know that they're not all there yet. We do know that Prince Harry is not there yet, and we do know that that matters. So I think it is not unreasonable to believe that we have a little way to go, and that when you see Prince Harry arrive through the gates of Balmoral Castle, it's possible we will get an update at that point. Again, I don't know anything other than what I'm surmising at this point, but it seems there is some logic to that thinking. David, thank you very much. We'll stay in touch, obviously, and as soon as you see something happening in Vancouver, I know we will be back to you, as with you, Rosie, in Ottawa. We have been keeping an eye on these gates in Balmoral Castle, which is, we've said it a lot over the course of this day, but you'll keep seeing it. Balmoral Castle means a great deal to this family. It's certainly a place that has always been associated with the royal family. In modern times, it was built in the 1850s for Queen Victoria. It has been this presence and this refuge all that time, this sort of enduring, but not as accessible symbol of the monarchy. And of course, the Queen is Queen Victoria's great granddaughter. So that is where she is right now. All eyes are in Buckingham Palace. So we do now have an update for you, unfortunately. Let me just pull this up. If you can just come back to me here, I will just give you this update. The palace says, this is a statement from the royal family, the Queen died peacefully at Balmoral this afternoon. The King and the Queen Consort will remain at Balmoral this evening and will return to London tomorrow. So Queen Elizabeth, at 96, has now died. For a woman who was 96, this announcement is actually quicker than I think a lot of people anticipated. We first heard not that long ago that doctors said she was in Balmoral, that she was comfortable, that she was resting, but we now know that she has indeed died. Prince Charles immediately becomes King Charles, the King of England, the King of Canada, by the way. What happens now is a plan that has been in the works since the 1960s. You're looking at the flag over Buckingham Palace. It is at half-staff right now. That is indeed part of the protocol for what is called Operation London Bridge. That is the code name that has been given for this, precisely this moment, the death of Queen Elizabeth. So what happens when the Queen dies at this point? Well, there will be some 10 days of ceremonies and 10 days until her funeral. We know, I would imagine, that we will start to get reaction very soon from places around the Commonwealth. Certainly Canada, of course, will be keeping an eye on that. But you can imagine that the Prime Minister has been already contacted. This is we're talking about the Prime Minister of the UK. Civil servants will have conveyed a message in this strange language, which is London Bridge is down. They would have done that using secure phone lines. And then the Cabinet Secretary and the Privy Council Office will also be informed by the Queen's Private Secretary that this has happened. And then they start to tell ministers. Keep in mind, this plan was put in place before Twitter, before social media, before cell phones. It was always a very formal type of notification. Interestingly, pilots will be informing passengers on flights if the news is delivered, as it just has been, while they were on the air. And then the news has certainly been communicated to 14 other countries and the governments of other nations, of course, in the Commonwealth. So that is a little bit of what is happening in the immediate. There will be time for us to talk about what happens in the next days to come. I know that Briar Stewart is outside Buckingham Palace right now. That's not where the Queen has been, but it is where people magnetically go when there's a conversation about the Queen and the monarchy. Briar, has word spread through there yet?
Well, you know what? There hasn't been a kind of a collective sense from the crowd, but I can tell you where I am standing, there's quite a few people that are behind the camera that you can't see right now. And when they saw that flag being lowered on top of the flagpole there, just right above the palace, people knew what was happening. They knew that the Queen had passed, and people have really been gathered here all afternoon. Earlier, it was pouring quite heavily. People were still here with their umbrellas, kind of gathered together. There was a number of people that had laid flowers at the palace. And as you mentioned, that it's kind of like a magnetic place for people. I mean, this is a place where tourists come, but I think a lot of people felt just the need to be here, given, the importance of Queen Elizabeth, the impact she's had on this country, and just how long she has been the monarch here. And I think as the news throughout the day came out about how serious her health condition was, that she was under medical supervision, I think people really understood the seriousness of it when they saw all the family members going up to Balmoral Castle. And even though there had been concerns about her health in the past, about her mobility, of course she had been walking with a cane for some time, not making a lot of public appearances. She's been kind of a force of stability in this country, and I think even though people knew that this day was going to come, it's still shocking on many levels for people here.
It's interesting you say that, Briar. I do think it's, I think death is always destabilizing for anyone. It is that magical thinking that how can it be? And it's something that everyone can relate to. And you don't need to have strong affections for someone who has died to not feel rocked by their death. And I would imagine that people will start to gather fairly quickly at Buckingham Palace, even though there's nothing for them to do there. It's just something that we do. Please keep an eye out for us for folks and their reaction, and we will check in with you periodically throughout what might end up being a long day. Thank you, Briar. So we are also anticipating, just so you know, we are anticipating statements from the Governor General, certainly from the Prime Minister. Prime Minister Trudeau will be making a statement soon. You heard from David Cochrane throughout this morning that the Cabinet were ready to talk about the new season, all in their Liberal red, and everyone left quite quickly to change into black. There was a sense very, very early on, strictly from the language that was emerging from the Palace, that this was a different sort of update, that this would be a different sort of day. The language, coded language about being comfortable, being quite concerned, is something that people certainly needed to pay attention to. So bear with us here. We will be hearing from a number of people over the course of the next few hours. Yes, the Prime Minister, yes, the Governor General, but certainly reaction from the UK. The Queen has been in Balmoral. It is her most special place. It was built for Queen Victoria in the 1850s. The Queen is Queen Victoria's great-great-granddaughter. It is a place she loved. And it is a place where she now died. So at this point, the news again, Queen Elizabeth is dead. Thank you for joining us. We are in the National Studio here. We have been here for some time because the news has just arrived that many suspected was coming today. Queen Elizabeth has died at the age of 96. We received a notification this morning from the Palace that doctors were concerned about her health, but that she was resting comfortably at Balmoral Castle in Scotland. That has always been her favourite place. That sort of language from the Palace signaled very early on to everyone that this was a different sort of update. The Queen's health has been a concern, certainly for the last year. And so we saw throughout the course of this morning, if you're just joining us now, arrivals on planes and cars, Range Rovers speeding through the gates of Balmoral Castle, carrying all of her children, Prince Charles, who is at this moment King Charles, the Queen Consort, Camilla. We've seen the Duke of York, Prince William at the wheel driving his uncles, the Earl of Wessex, Prince Edward, and his wife, Sophie. It is William. It is Prince Harry, who we're not entirely clear if he managed to make it there. What you're looking at here, this is an extraordinary moment. This is the very simple message being placed on the gates of the castle announcing the Queen's passing. This is all part of a protocol that is very old. It's very old. This is a protocol that is known as London Bridge, which is the code name that has been used for when the Queen dies. It is a process that was developed, a protocol, long before Twitter and social media, when it was believed that this was how people would and could and should be informed of the Queen's passing. I can't quite see what that says, but you can imagine that it is just simply the very simple message. That is at Holyrood House, the very simple message of the Queen's passing. There's going to be a lot of reaction, and I think the first person we want to talk to right now is someone we have spoken with a lot over the course of the years, always about the Queen. She has such extraordinary contacts and insight. This is Katie Nicholl. Katie, I believe you're with us in London, yes?
Yes, I am.
How are you?
Probably feeling like most of your viewers. I have known for a little while. It's been a very surreal and a very strange time. We only just have had the official confirmation, and of course, my thoughts, like all of your viewers, I'm sure, are with the Queen's family. She was a mother and a grandmother and a great-grandmother. And I think we can take some comfort from the statement that Buckingham Palace have just released in the last couple of minutes, that the Queen died peacefully at Balmoral. That's something that I think we might all be able to take a little bit of comfort from. But it's going to be a very difficult and, I suspect, deeply emotional 10 days of mourning, not just here in the United Kingdom, but of course in Canada and around the Commonwealth. The Queen's legacy is just too vast to sum up in any single statement, but a great feeling of sadness, of course, but some relief that her struggle is now over, because I think it has been a struggle for the Queen. I think she's hidden it well, but I think she has struggled more in private than most of us probably realise.
Katie, you said something interesting to me in a text not long ago, which is that you didn't think people were ready. What did you mean by that?
I just think that a couple of days ago she was greeting our new Prime Minister, and yes, we could see she was frail, and yes, we could see she was old, and yes, we all knew that she was 96 years old, but she was our Queen, and don't think anyone would ever be ready to let go of her, actually, because she is all we've ever known, and for so many of us, she is that hugely important golden thread that holds everything together. She is the glue that binds us together when times are really tough, and right now times are really tough. And so no, I don't think the world is probably ready.
And Katie, you talked about 10 days. What do you anticipate happens next?
Okay, so according to the statement that we had from Buckingham Palace, the King and the Queen Consort, so of course that is the Prince of Wales, no longer. Prince Charles is now the King. The moment the Queen's heart stopped beating, Charles became the King of the United Kingdom and the Commonwealth countries that he does reign over. The King and the Queen Consort will remain at Balmoral this evening and will return to London tomorrow. We will be expecting an address from the Prince of Wales. The London Bridge plans that I think so many people had, because they had been released on the internet, so people were familiar with them, obviously are going to be changed because, of course, the Queen has passed away at Balmoral. So a different operation. This is Operation Unicorn, and that will now be activated. It means that her body will be carried down to London by the Royal Train, if possible, if not, by plane. We have, as you know, Adrian, now 10 days of mourning before a state funeral.
All right, Katie Nicholl, I know you have an extraordinarily busy day. Thank you for making time for us. It matters, and we appreciate it.
Thank you.
And you are watching breaking news coverage of the death of Queen Elizabeth II at 96 years old, 70 years on the throne. This is a woman who did 23 tours of Canada, 22 as Queen. She met 12 Canadian prime ministers, 15 British prime ministers. Her first was Winston Churchill, of course. Her last was Liz Truss, whom she met just a few days ago, as Katie Nicholl was explaining to us. Intellectually, yes, people understand that the Queen's health has been suffering for the better part of a year. She had looked particularly frail in the last recent days, a lot thinner. There were concerns about what looked like either bruising or IV marks on her hand in the most recent days, and she seemed to be physically shrinking before our very eyes. But there is some magical thinking sometimes about people that people who've always been there will always be there. And today we know quite obviously, as we all know, that is not the case. So the Queen Elizabeth has died. This is now the world of King Charles. King Charles is the King of Canada, is the King of England, and the other countries within the realm. I think we need to go at this point to David Cochrane, who is in Vancouver, who has been keeping an eye on the Prime Minister and members of the Cabinet. They were supposed to be there for an entirely different reason, all in their Liberal red. They then bolted to go change into something more appropriate for the moment. We are just now waiting to hear from them. Is that correct, David?
Yeah, Adrian, so there is a protocol that kicks in a moment like this, and things go in a sequence. So you're going to see a written statement from the Governor General, followed by a written statement from the Prime Minister's office, and in about 15 to 20 minutes from now, Prime Minister Justin Trudeau is going to give a statement on camera. It was supposed to be a news conference about affordability measures. Instead, we're going to get what I'm told is a personal statement reflective on his relationship with the Queen and an expression of condolences. He's going to do that live on camera and not take any questions. It's not the day for a conversation about legislative agenda based on the protocols that are in place and based on the appropriateness of the moment. We have seen a tweet from the Governor General of Canada saying, "We offer our deepest condolences to the royal family on the passing of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. Canadians across the country will mourn the loss of the Queen. Let us take a moment to honor Her Majesty's memory in each of our own ways." Now, I'm sure tweets aren't part of the actual official protocol, and there will be a more formal statement issued by Rideau Hall with Mary Simon's expressions in it. But the latest from here is that maybe in about 15 to 20 minutes from now, we'll hear from Prime Minister Justin Trudeau directly and his reaction on the death of Queen Elizabeth II and the ascension of King Charles, who immediately becomes the head of state for this country, and this will obviously lead to a long series of transformations. The expectation is that sometime in the next little while, Parliament is due to resume on September 19th, but there could be an early recall of Parliament so that they can pass a resolution expressing sympathy, loyalty, and support to the new monarch, just a symbolic one-day gathering, though we're still waiting for confirmation on the timeline of these things, on how that will actually happen, and I don't anticipate, Adrian, we're going to get that level of clarity today. From the Prime Minister, we're told that his statement will largely be a personal expression of sympathy and condolences on the passing of the Queen.
All right, David Cochran, thank you. We're keeping an eye on your screen if you're just joining us for this breaking news, excuse me, of the death of Queen Elizabeth II. What you're seeing there, the crowds are gathering outside Buckingham Palace. Now, the Queen did not die at Buckingham Palace. She died at Balmoral in Scotland, her very special place. But Buckingham Palace is more than a building. It is a symbol. In a moment like this, it is effectively a bit of a hearth. The last time we saw crowds outside Buckingham Palace was June the 5th of this year for the celebration of the Platinum Jubilee. And the last time the people standing there would have seen the Queen would have been her on the balcony in her spring green coat, beaming for the fly past, which she reportedly always adored, and then hearing people say thank you. That was a fascinating thing to observe, that over the course of those Platinum Jubilee celebrations, people were openly celebrating her, thanking her for her service. The Mall and the screens around the Mall there were filled with pictures of her from her entire reign. And there was this persistent thought within the crowd where people were saying, I hope she hears it and I hope she feels it. From the look on her face, you can only intuit that perhaps she did, and that it meant something. So you see the flag there at Buckingham Palace. We refer to a lowered flag here as half-mast, not half-staff. You do hear that phrase used interchangeably, but the point is very clear. That is the news reaching people around the world that the Queen has passed. Another person who has been very helpful to us over the course of conversations about the royal family is Andrew Pierce. We spoke not that long ago when the news was that the Queen's health was in trouble. Now that we know that she's gone, Andrew, you are in London. How are you?
Can you hear me?
Yes, Andrew, I can. It's Adrian
Yeah.
Back in studio. I was just saying that now that we know that the Queen is passed, how are you?
Look, this was, as I said earlier when I came on, they were preparing us for this. I'd spoken to somebody who was pretty close to it all, and this was at lunchtime, and there was a suggestion that maybe she'd last 24 hours. But I suspect we lost her a couple of hours ago, and they were waiting for all the family to be present, and they put the statement out. Even though we knew it was coming, it's still the most heartbreaking news. It's a shock because she's just been with us for so long. We don't know anything else. We don't know anything different. Queen for 70 years, Princess Elizabeth before that, the continuity that she represented, the steadfastness, that sense of duty, that smile. I've met her a number of times. She's always charming, she's funny, and the great skill of Elizabeth II was that she knew she had to win the trust of the people and work very hard to keep that trust, and by God, she did it. But what we're now have to get used to is it's no longer the Queen, it's the King. He's already King. That's what happens. That's how quickly it moves. And the King will arrive in London tomorrow with the Queen by his side, Camilla. Now, a few years ago, many people would have thought that's inconceivable, Queen Camilla, but she will be his Queen. And that's what the Queen would want. And the Queen there's so much love for her, and there's going to be the most huge outpouring of grief. It's already starting. I think people will get used to it and accept Camilla as Charles's Queen very quickly. But I'm still struggling to think that she's gone. But for heaven's sake, she was 96. She didn't look very healthy, did she, in that last picture with the new Prime Minister? The same wonderful smile, but that big black bruise on her hand suggesting there was some form of vascular issue about her health. I'm not going to get into what she may have died of because I don't know, and it's not fair to speculate. But I just hope that she was peaceful.
Well, certainly, I think if we can take any comfort from the words, and we have to take them at their face value, she was in a place she loved with people she loved, and that has to count for something, Andrew. And the idea of her health being really until last year relatively amazing for someone of her age, but understanding that she had access to all the best medical treatment in the world. Impressive. I was saying with people earlier, Andrew, that I have people in my own life who have grown up with the Queen as their contemporary, if you will, and that they always measured their health and their life against hers, that it was like a meter stick. If she's okay, they're okay. And I know,
yeah, exactly.
I know in this moment that this is actually hard for them, regardless of people's feelings about the monarchy. As a woman, that this is actually hard. It makes you question your own, I think, your own strength and your own fortitude when you've grown up with someone like that. Andrew, importantly, what should we be watching for now?
Well, we'll get an indication very quickly of the funeral. We go into 12 days of mourning. That's the plan, because this has all been rehearsed extensively, both within the palace, within the broadcasters, and so I suspect the funeral will be 2 weeks on Saturday, because normally you would expect it to be a weekend. Almost certainly it will be Westminster Abbey. Heads of state from around the world will start pouring in. The messages have already started coming in, paying tribute to her. And Charles, as king, will lead the country in mourning. Harry and William will bury their differences, and they will be side by side, one hopes, because they're a family after all. And we have to remember, she's not just head of state of 14 countries, including Canada and Australia and New Zealand. She's a grandmother. She's a great-grandmother. She's a mother. And I thought, when I saw Charles, the last image we saw of him, he looked distraught. And there was a very striking image of him at the state opening of our Parliament here a few weeks ago, when she didn't do it, and that's a rare event. He did it, and the Queen's crown was on a dais just a few feet away from him, and there was a photograph captured him looking at the crown, and you sensed the sadness in his face, because I think the Queen's health has been deteriorating sharply for a long time. And so, again, it was another sense, the end of an era. And I remember a very senior government minister saying to me, next year it won't be the Queen's speech, it'll be the King's speech, and how we're going to have to get used to that. So a lot of the announcements will come out of Downing Street, where the Prime Minister lives, but overnight, I don't think we'll see very much at all. And then we'll see Charles and Camilla returning to London tomorrow. And I'm not sure if he'll speak. And as I say, the country goes into a state of mourning for 12 days. Parliament will be closed down. And you can already sense, I'm told, out in the streets nearby, because we're in Kensington. We're very close to Kensington Palace, where William and Kate live. there's almost a funereal atmosphere, people stopping each other in the streets and saying, is it true? Has she really died? And that's the point. I thought she'd go on forever, and I wanted her to.
I won't hold you for much longer, Andrew. I do want to ask one question. At the Platinum Jubilee, all those expressions of gratitude, you know, just by looking at the expressions on her face when we could zoom our cameras in and our iPhones and look very carefully, it looked like she was enjoying it. It looked like she heard that gratitude. Do you have reason to believe that she heard those expressions of gratitude from the country and points beyond back in June?
There's absolutely no doubt about that. Now, I can tell you, it's not widely known. When she returned to the balcony to draw in all that applause, she had been in Windsor. She didn't really particularly want to make the journey, but she was persuaded to do it. I think Charles called her and said, they want you, Mum, or Mummy, as we know he called her. And she made that journey. It was difficult to get up to the palace. Is not the most accessible place for somebody with real mobility issues. And she was having a lot of problems with her feet because there clearly was a vascular issue. But when she walked onto that balcony, the look of joy on her face, and I know for a fact, talking to royal courtiers, she had to fight back the tears. She was overwhelmed by the emotion, and she thought, blimey, you know, they still like me, they still want me after all these years, 70 remarkable years on the throne. And I'd say this, she will go down in history as, we had Elizabeth I, who was a great warrior queen, the Spanish Armada and all that. She will go down as Elizabeth the Great. And she's not had the easiest time. The British Empire has shrunk to virtually nothing. All sorts of issues have gone on with some of her children and grandchildren, as you know. But she's held it all together. And she's held it together with the great gratitude and love of the British people, of people all around the world. And I hope too in Canada. I hope you continue to love the Queen in Canada, and I'm sure Justin Trudeau, the Prime Minister, will be on a plane for that funeral, and we have to pay tribute to the greatest Britain, I think, that's probably ever lived, and I'm going to miss her.
Andrew, as always, thank you very much. Andrew Pierce is a royal commentator. We reached him in London. So again, if you are just joining us, I have no doubt you know by now the news that Queen Elizabeth has died at the age of 96. You're joining a CBC News special. 70 years on the throne, 23 tours of Canada, 22 as Queen. She met 12 Canadian prime ministers, 15 British prime ministers. Her first was Winston Churchill. Her last, Liz Truss, just a few days ago. She's a mom. She was a mom to 4 children, grandmother to 8, great-grandmother to 12. And she died in a place she adored, Balmoral Castle in Scotland. It was built really in modern times. In the 1850s, it was built for Queen Victoria, who is, of course, was the great-great-grandmother of Queen Elizabeth. This is now a world where we are talking about King Charles. He instantly became the king the moment the Queen's heart stopped beating. We're in a phase now. You've probably heard this phrase used before throughout this day and before that, which is Operation London Bridge. That is the code name for the protocol that was developed for the death of the Queen. It was developed in the early 60s. She was across every detail of that protocol. And in that protocol, in Operation London Bridge, it outlined what would happen should the Queen die in London, should the Queen die in Scotland. Well, given that she died in Scotland, it has a sub-name, which is Operation Unicorn. And what it means is that over the course of the next 10 days, unless the plan has been updated, the monarch will be conveyed, is the term they use, from Aberdeen in Scotland to Edinburgh on a very special train. Members of the armed forces and emergency services will line the platforms on the way. That train will be moving much slower than normal speed. Security will be ultra tight. You can expect to see imagery of the land, sea, and the air, certainly covered by the military. There will be temporary fire and police stations set up at the Palace of Holyrood House, which will have a very strong police presence there. Then we know that members of the public and dignitaries and civil servants will likely have an opportunity to pay their respects and sign a book of condolence at the cathedral. And then And then, because we're talking about a 10-day procedure here, the Queen's coffin will be placed on what is called the Royal Train at Waverley Station, then will travel down to London. So you are about to see a country transformed for its active mourning. This is a protocol that's been established for almost 60 years now, 50 plus years. Some things will have changed, but everything that you are about to see happening in the United Kingdom over the next 10 days will be something that the Queen has approved happening. She knew all those details. All the royals do. It was said that the Queen's mother, the Queen Mum, when she was ill, she would listen to the bands rehearsing for her funeral out within the green. Imagine how strange that would be. So we're going to obviously stay on this story, and certainly deep into the National this evening, we will be on this. I want to bring in royal commentator Bonnie Brownlee in Toronto. Yeah. Bonnie,
yes.
What's going through your mind right now?
A little sense of loss, just being in a world where she's not the Queen. She's the only one that I've known my entire life. And you know, I did spend a year at Buckingham Palace the year that Diana died, so it does remind me a little bit as I'm starting to see people and the flowers that will probably gather around Buckingham Palace, as they, as you know, they like to do that. I'm also thinking about her private secretary and some of the people in her close professional household who looked after her every day and worked with her, and what a difficult and sincerely sad time for all of them. She was actually quite a great boss. They liked working with her a lot, and tea time was the most important time of the day, and so they will all be very sad, along with the family. They're a pretty tight unit that she has working with her, and always has, because of the generosity that she was as a person. So yeah, it's just it's an emptiness right now. She's gone.
And it's interesting because we keep saying this because there is a distinction between feelings about a person and feelings about an institution, and certainly in some ways what that person represented. The British history is a complicated one, and we saw in those visits to the Caribbean in particular that Prince William and Prince Charles certainly heard very directly how people feel about the monarchy. And yet, I'm not sure what the reaction is out of the Caribbean yet, and yet I suspect, as angry as some people may be, for very good reasons, with the monarchy, their feelings about the Queen are distinct.
Look, it's politics, whether they're the royal family and it's the firm, as they like to be called, but it's still, there's politics involved in all of this. And, the Queen, I believe, was quite aware of the political game that goes on around the world. She was very close to a lot of Canadian prime ministers, had great working relationships with them. She had great instinct for things, to the point that she made sure that Camilla would become Queen Consort. Because since she's been married to Charles, she's been the Duchess of Cornwall. They had a discussion about this at the time, and she chose not to use the title Princess of Wales, because Camilla actually is the Princess of Wales, or was. Now she's the Queen Consort. So there was just a lot of smart things that they were doing to sort of prepare for the future, and also for her own son to become king and his wife for it to be a partnership, as they return to London as the King and Queen.
All right, Bonnie, thank you very much. I certainly hear you. One day I have to hear about your year at Buckingham Palace. Yeah. It sounds, that sounds very interesting. You are watching special coverage on CBC Television, CBC News Network, and our digital channels. The CBC's David Cochrane is in Vancouver, where the Prime Minister has just put out a statement about the death of Queen Elizabeth at the age of 96 years old, 70 years on the throne. David, there certainly was a sense this morning that this was happening. It's why we've all been sitting here. What is the reaction there right now?
Yeah, we're still expecting a in-person statement from the Prime Minister at any minute now and a more formal written statement, but he's put out an expression of sympathy on Twitter. I'll just share with you. He tweets, "It was with the heaviest of hearts that we learned of the passing of Canada's longest reigning sovereign, Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. She was a constant presence in our lives, and her service to Canadians will forever remain an important part of our country's history. As we look back at her life and her reign that spanned so many decades, Canadians will always remember and cherish Her Majesty's wisdom, compassion, and warmth. Our thoughts are with the members of the royal family during this most difficult time." So that is the initial reaction we've heard from Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, this in tweet form, a more formal statement coming from him later today, a written statement, and we're also anticipating a written statement from Rideau Hall, from Governor General Mary Simon, in the next few minutes or so. And then, of course, the Prime Minister will hold not a news conference, Adrian. He won't be taking any questions, but he will go to the microphone in front of the cameras and make comment on passing of Queen Elizabeth. And already we're seeing some of the Prime Minister's staff, they're wearing black mourning ribbons. We're going to start seeing a lot of that as the protocols trigger on the passing of Queen Elizabeth. You'll see this with the Governor General's staff. They'll be issued black ties. They'll be issued black mourning ribbons. This will happen at the Lieutenant Governor's staffs across the country as well. You'll see black mourning ribbons put on flagpoles and on official portraits of the Queen. A vast response to this significant moment on the passing of the Queen of Canada, Queen Elizabeth, that now kicks in with the official notification coming in the past hour from Buckingham Palace on the passing of Queen Elizabeth. So that's the latest reaction from the Prime Minister, standing by to hear from him directly at any point in the next few minutes.
David, thank you. I'm just having a look at some of the details in Operation London Bridge. Some of them pertain directly to Canada, which says after Sovereign's death, the Governor General's job is to drive to Parliament Hill, stand in front of a cabinet meeting and proclaim that Canada has a new lawful and rightful liege. This is window dressing, though, of course, because Prince Charles is now King Charles and automatically becomes the head of state. We're watching right now, this is the British Prime Minister who just met with Queen Elizabeth. Why don't we have a listen to what she's saying?
Majesty the Queen is a huge shock to the nation and to the world. Queen Elizabeth II was the rock on which modern Britain was built. Our country has grown and flourished under her reign. Britain is the great country it is today because of her. She ascended the throne just after the Second World War. She championed the development of the Commonwealth from a small group of 7 countries to a family of 56 nations, spanning every continent of the world. We are now a modern, thriving, dynamic nation. Through thick and thin, Queen Elizabeth II provided us with the stability and the strength that we needed. She was the very spirit of Great Britain, and that spirit will endure. She has been our longest ever reigning monarch. It's an extraordinary achievement to have presided with such dignity and grace for 70 years. Her life of service stretched beyond most of our living memories. In return, she was loved and admired by the people in the United Kingdom and all around the world. She has been a personal inspiration to me and to many Britons. Her devotion to duty is an example to us all. Earlier this week, at 96, she remained determined to carry out her duties as she appointed me as her 15th Prime Minister. Throughout her life, she's visited more than 100 countries, and she has touched the lives of millions around the world. In the difficult days ahead, we will come together with our friends across the United Kingdom, the Commonwealth and the world to celebrate her extraordinary lifetime of service. It is a day of great loss, but Queen Elizabeth II leaves a great legacy. Today the crown passes, as it has done for more than 1,000 years, to our new monarch, our new head of state, His Majesty King Charles III. With the King's family, we mourn the loss of his mother, and as we mourn, we must come together as a people to support him, to help him bear the awesome responsibility that he now carries for us all. We offer him our loyalty and devotion, just as his mother devoted so much to so many for so long. And with the passing of the second Elizabethan age, we usher in a new era in the magnificent history of our great country, exactly as Her Majesty would have wished, by saying the words, "God save the King."
Prime Minister Liz Truss, who is in the extraordinary position to have met with the Queen roughly 48 hours ago. She was the Queen's last Prime Minister, her 15th. And as she was speaking, we just got a statement from the King, which is a phrase people will have to get used to hearing and saying. And if I may, I'd like to read this statement. I don't know if we have it to bring it up for you on the screen, but while we are checking that out, this is a statement from Buckingham Palace. It's a statement from the King, and it reads, "The death of my beloved mother, Her Majesty the Queen, is a moment of the greatest sadness for me and all members of my family. We mourn profoundly the passing of a cherished sovereign and a much-loved mother. I know her loss will be deeply felt throughout the country, the realms, and the Commonwealth, and by countless people around the world. During this period of mourning and change, my family and I will be comforted and sustained by our knowledge of the respect and deep affection in which the Queen was so widely held." And with that, let me just see. Are we now going to go? You know, why don't we take this moment, while we're talking about the Queen's death, why don't we talk about her life? And in order to do that, the CBC's Margaret Evans has spent some time looking back at the life and the legacy and the experiences of this long-reigning monarch. Let's have a look at Margaret's item.
A golden thread running through generations. That's how one of Queen Elizabeth II's many prime ministers described her reign, the longest in British history. By the time of her death, she was, without doubt, one of the most recognizable figures on the world stage, and one of the most private, an enduring contradiction. Elizabeth Alexandra Mary was born on April 21st, 1926, a princess, third in line to the throne, but not expected to accede to it. Her childhood was spent in the company of the corgis that would become the habit of a lifetime, and in the bosom of a tight family unit, us four, they called themselves. Her parents, the Duke and Duchess of York, her younger sister Margaret, and Lilibet, as Elizabeth was known.
I think one reason for Elizabeth's great resilience was she had, for a member of the royal family, a relatively normal and, crucially, very happy childhood.
Elizabeth's destiny changed along with that of her father, who became King George VI, when his brother, Edward VIII, chose love over duty, abdicating the throne in 1936 to marry an American divorcee. Just 3 years later, George would become a wartime king when the United Kingdom declared war on Nazi Germany. The King and Queen stayed in London during the Blitz, a decision that earned them respect amongst ordinary people, especially after Buckingham Palace itself was hit. Their daughters were mainly at Windsor, but they too were in the public eye. Elizabeth joining the Auxiliary Territorial Service when she turned 18, the start of a lifelong connection to the armed forces. It was also during those years that Elizabeth set her cap at a young naval cadet named Philip, a member of the Greek royal family who also happened to be her third cousin.
This was a marriage for love, but perhaps one for suitability for the dynasty as well. Princess Elizabeth, as then she was, fell in love, there's no doubt about it, with a young man who looked like a Viking god. But she was dutiful enough to fall in love only within a selected gene pool.
They were married in 1947, breaking up the old quartet of us four. Their own children soon to follow, first Prince Charles, then Princess Anne. Elizabeth began taking on more of her father's duties when his health began to fail. And it was while she and Philip were on a royal tour in Kenya in 1952 that news reached the couple of King George's death. She returned home to the United Kingdom a queen and head of the Commonwealth at the age of just 25.
Elizabeth is led here in solemn procession to be anointed Elizabeth II.
Elizabeth's sense of duty, say royal historians, was already deeply ingrained, attributed to her father's tutelage and in part to the scandal of her uncle's abdication.
It was a great shock to all of them. And I think she was therefore determined that, nothing like that was going to happen during her reign.
Two more children, Andrew and Edward, would follow. The Queen would send a message to the moon with Neil Armstrong.
The salad is ready.
And television cameras were allowed in for a glimpse of the royal family for the first time. There was also much travel, the Queen placing great importance on her role as head of the Commonwealth, a body she insisted bore no resemblance to empires of the past.
As Queen of Canada, I am proud of this country.
Canada was a frequent destination, although not always a welcoming one.
A few boos and hisses, and this police reaction.
She made more than 20 trips to Canada, the most significant in 1982. She and then Prime Minister Pierre Elliott Trudeau signed the act that effectively brought the Canadian Constitution home. The Queen and Trudeau seemed to enjoy an almost mischievous relationship, and there was that famous photo.
And Trudeau was a great character at a time when there was questions about the monarchy in the 60s and 70s and its status, not least in Quebec. I think Trudeau eased her progress through that, and I think they actually probably ended up quite friendly. Your whole life. And I think that then laps over to the son, Justin.
Thank you, Mr. Prime Minister of Canada, for making me feel so old.
The golden thread, though, wasn't always in evidence. Indeed, there were times when the monarchy seemed positively tarnished. In the early 1990s, the British public was unhappy over its price tag, the Queen offering to pay taxes on her personal income in 1992. And 3 of her children divorced, none more spectacularly so than the Prince and Princess of Wales, Charles and Diana.
Well, there were 3 of us in this marriage, so it was a bit crowded.
In an explosive interview in 1995, Diana revealed details of their relationship, including extramarital affairs. But she remained immensely popular, wanting, she said, to be remembered as the queen of people's hearts. And for many, she was. When she was killed in a Paris car crash in 1997, the Queen's critics accused her of misjudging the nation's deep affection for Diana. There was reportedly an initial reluctance to lower the flag at Buckingham Palace, and many said the Queen was too slow to return from Balmoral, where she'd remained with Diana's children.
That definitely shook the institution, there's no doubt about that. I was there the day that the Queen returned to the palace, and people were worried, what would the crowds be like?
And it did prompt a shift from the Queen, who made a live and very personal address to the nation.
So what I say to you now, as your Queen and as a grandmother, I say from my heart. First, I want to pay tribute to Diana myself. She was an exceptional and gifted human being.
More sadness would follow for the Queen in 2002, the year of her Golden Jubilee. She lost both her mother and sister within months of each other. Prince Philip left to fill the void.
After that, there was really no one left who could speak to her on terms of equality, except him. No one who could call her Lilibet.
Another constant, though, her seemingly endless stamina for public duties also remained. The Queen was a powerful tool in Britain's diplomatic arsenal. She could and would meet countless world leaders and diplomats without letting slip even a hint of what she might have thought of them. It was soft power that could make a difference. In 2011, she made a symbolic visit to the Republic of Ireland. A year later, in Northern Ireland, she met and shook hands with Martin McGuinness, the Deputy First Minister and a former IRA commander. With the marriage of the Queen's grandson, Prince William, to Kate Middleton in 2011, the image of a more stable royal family emerged. By the time she reached her 90th birthday in 2016, she was more popular than ever in the United Kingdom. Still regularly attending to the transatlantic relationship with the United States. And not above offering a little assistance if royal protocols got stuck.
The Queen's standard is lowered.
But in a blow to the Queen in 2021, Barbados removed her as head of state, citing a desire to break free from its colonial past. And a follow-up tour by the Duke and Duchess of Cambridge to other Caribbean nations was criticized as being tone-deaf and not going far enough in acknowledging Britain's role or that of the monarchy in the slave trade. The trials of family would also return to haunt Elizabeth, a favored son, Prince Andrew, suspended from royal duties in the wake of sexual abuse allegations in 2019. And in 2020, her grandson, Prince Harry, and his wife, Meghan, the Duchess of Sussex, walked away from their royal roles in a family split that included unspecified allegations of racism within the royal family.
I don't think you go on and on and on, as Elizabeth did, by worrying about the headlines. I think she was always absolutely focused on her duty and her service.
And duty would soon call again, this time in the form of the global pandemic. More than 150,000 people lost their lives to COVID-19 in the United Kingdom. The Queen evoking Britain's wartime spirit and speaking of a world united in common endeavor.
We should take comfort that while we may have more still to endure, better days will return. We will be with our friends again. We will be with our families again. We will meet again.
The Queen spent much of Britain's lockdown at Windsor Castle with Prince Philip. But in the spring of 2021, after 73 years of marriage, she lost the husband she described as her strength and stay. He was 99, his death a reminder to the nation of the Queen's own mortality, people mourning both for her and with her. She emerged from mourning a little smaller, a little more fragile looking. But the golden thread was still there and wending its way inexorably towards the next milestone. This one, platinum. Elizabeth marked her 70th year on the throne February 6, 2022. And in June of that year, the nation came together to celebrate her Platinum Jubilee. The famous Mall was again draped in Union Jacks and plump with well-wishers. Shops full of anything and everything relating to the Queen, corgis included.
Good evening, Mr. Bond. Good evening, Your Majesty.
They'd made an appearance in a video for the Diamond Jubilee a decade earlier, along with the James Bond of the day and featuring the Queen herself.
I do hope you're having a lovely Jubilee.
This time, it was Paddington Bear's turn, offering up an answer to one of the great questions of the Queen's reign, just what she'd been keeping in her purse all those years.
You would like a marmalade sandwich? I always keep one for emergencies.
So do I. I keep mine in here.
Oh.
For later.
But the Platinum Jubilee was also notable for what the Queen did not do. absenting herself from some of the key events, other members of the royal family stepping in. Earlier in the year, Prince Charles read the speech from the throne for his mother for the first time. It was a nod to the inevitable changing of the guard to come, however unthinkable for some.
We all in some way knew her. This huge figure, this sort of massive oak tree that was on the horizon, is suddenly felled. So I think actually we're all bereft.
The sheer longevity of Elizabeth II's reign is partly what embedded her so deeply in the fabric of the nation. With her passing, Britain's test going forward will be to maintain its sense of identity.
This is, of course, the Prime Minister speaking on the death of the Queen.
Responsible, ambitious, and extraordinary country we are today. As her 12th Canadian Prime Minister, I'm having trouble believing that my last sit-down with her was my last. I will so miss those chats. She was thoughtful, wise, curious, helpful, funny, and so much more. In a complicated world, her steady grace and resolve brought comfort and strength to us all. Canada is in mourning. She was one of my favorite people in the world, and I will miss her so. C'est avec une grande tristesse que nous apprenons aujourd'hui du décès de Sa Majesté la Reine Élisabeth II. Elle était notre reine pendant presque la moitié de l'existence.
Almost half of Canada's existence, and she had an obvious and deep and abiding love and affection for all Canadians. She served us with strength and courage for 70 years. As we became the ambitious, optimistic, diverse, responsible, and extraordinary country that we are today. As her 12th Canadian Prime Minister, I have trouble accepting that the last time I saw her would be my last. The conversations I had with her will be terribly missed. She was a thoughtful, wise, curious, and funny person, and she gave me a great deal of wonderful advice. In a complicated world, her steady presence, her grace and strength brought comfort and strength to us all. She was one of my favorite persons in the world, and I will miss her dearly.
So that was Prime Minister Justin Trudeau speaking as Prime Minister, but also clearly as a man who first met the Queen as a little boy and knew her throughout his life. As he said, he was her 12th Prime Minister. I'm finding it interesting, if I may, to listen to, we are talking about, the most public of people, but there are the most personal of stories emerging, whether it is people sending tweets directly to me and to all of us here at CBC with the photos and memories. They are also calling us. People, for example, someone saying, I worked a luncheon for the Queen in the 80s at the Royal York. I wanted that job to be able to see the Queen up close. I will always treasure that memory. People are talking about being as little kids, watching them on one of their many tours. Remember, the Queen came to Canada some 22 times, 23 if you count the one time she came as princess. So it's interesting how public and yet how personal all of this can be. Even though the relationship with the monarchy is complicated, even though some people are not comfortable with the idea of a King Charles, I'm finding it curious how many people are writing us, and please keep doing it, with the stories of your personal connections. Would like to go now back to Ottawa. CBC's chief political correspondent, Rosie Barton, is with us. Hi, Rosie.
Yeah, and I mean, the Prime Minister's statement sort of reflects what you're talking about there, Adrian. Not only a recognition that this is a new chapter for the country, for this country, for the Commonwealth, for the world, but also a very personal statement from someone who had gotten to know the Queen, both as a small child and as an adult, and had come to respect what she was able to offer as the head of state, saying that she was thoughtful, wise, curious, and funny. I mean, I found his last line, that she was one of his favorite people in the world, quite touching, and really saying quite a lot, given how many people that the Prime Minister has met and knows. I will tell you, we also have some other reaction coming in at this hour, and I want to say this part too, because it also is deeply personal. The Governor General, Mary Simon, of course, Canada's first Indigenous Governor General, talks about how the Queen was compassionate, dedicated, humble, engaged, and wise. But then she goes on to offer this personal story as well. She says that when she was growing up, her grandmother revered the Queen. Of course, Mary Simon is Inuit, as did so many in the Arctic. She would tell us stories about Her Majesty, about her role, and about her commitment. And that, too, shows you that, you know, there are, of course, your stories about your professional relationship with people, Mary Simon now, the Governor General, having met the Queen, but also personal anecdotes that span a long, long time, given that she reigned for so long. The leader of the official opposition, Candice Bergen, at least for the next couple of days, there's a new leader to be named on Saturday by the Conservative Party, also expresses condolences to the royal family, talks about how the Queen was a witness to our historical evolution as a country, there to open the St. Lawrence Seaway, for instance, and that many will say her passing marks the end of an era. We're going to hear more from other prime ministers as they also react. Possibly Jean Chrétien later in the day will have comments that he can make on camera, but Paul Martin, the 10th of the 12 Canadian prime ministers under Her Majesty, also has put out a statement. He was there and hosted the Queen back in 2005. And he talks about how the Queen was deeply inquisitive and keenly informed, that she was good company. And again, another personal anecdote, which really tells a story here about what kind of person she was, that when they met and they spent time together, that the Queen mentioned his father and his mother, because Paul Martin Sr., of course, served as Canada's High Commissioner to the United Kingdom in the 60s. So a story, I think, of someone whose duty to her country and to this country was real, but also marked people by her charm and her ability to remember all those personal relationships, which is actually the sign of a very good politician, Adrian.
Rosie, thank you. Thank you very much for that. We will keep an eye. I gather, Rosie, too, that the bells are not ringing in Ottawa because they've been under construction.
That's right. Normally, the Carillonneur would be ringing out the bells of the Peace Tower. The Peace Tower and the whole of Centre Block is shut down for the next 10 to 15 years. So that is not something that will happen. I believe the flag will go down if it hasn't already. And there will be other ways to pay tribute to the Queen here on Parliament Hill. I would point out that there are still banners, not flags, but banners up all along the front of Parliament Hill that had been put up to mark the Queen's Jubilee. Those flags will remain in place for now, but there will be other ways that that Parliament and this country will, of course, signal that the Queen has passed.
All right, Rosie Barton in Ottawa, thank you very much. Just as you're looking at the right of your screen there, of course, you are joining us for a CBC special about the death of Queen Elizabeth II at the age of 96 years old, 70 years on the throne. And this connection to Canada is so very strong. She visited this country more than any other nation, some 22 times as Queen, once once as Princess Elizabeth and once in her imagination as a little child who had been introduced to a log cabin built in one of the royal parks by the Canadian Forestry Corps by her grandfather, the King, who she referred to as Grandpa England. When he introduced her to that and explained the story of that little log cabin, in her mind as a child, she thought she was in Canada. So she called herself Miss Canada, and she would invite Grandpa England for tea to Canada. So when we count the Queen's trips to this country as either Queen or Elizabeth, we're going to call it 23, just to add that one for her imagination. I wouldn't mind going at this point to David Cochran, who is in Vancouver. I gather you are seeing some black ribbons, correct, David?
Yeah, that's right, Adrian. You've seen black mourning ribbons now have been handed out or being worn by members of the Prime Minister's cabinet and some of the political staff. Not surprising given the somber moment that we are in, and certainly that emotional statement we just heard from Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. You could hear the emotion in his voice when he got to the part of his statement where he said, "Canada is in mourning. She was one of my favorite people, and I will miss her so." And just speaking to the longevity of her reign, she's been the Queen of Canada for almost half of the country's existence. About 45% of Canada's existence, Queen Elizabeth has been the head of state starting in 1952 until now. And Rose, Adrian, it's interesting you're mentioning that everybody's calling in with their stories about the Queen. I remember a story when I was back working as a reporter in Newfoundland, and the Queen came there to tour in the late 1990s, and she visited a business called Purity Factories. They make these legendary cookies back home called Jam Jams and peppermint knobs and this cherry syrup people get at Christmas time to put in ginger ale. And as she was going through, the Queen with her hat on and the white sort of coat, because it's a food production facility, she stops to talk to a woman who worked in the factory, and she said, "And what are you making here?" And the woman looked at her and said, $12 an hour, Your Majesty. It was sort of the highlight of her trip to St. John's for the arrival of the Matthew and going back to the discovery of Newfoundland, or by the British, a settlement by the British in the late 15th century. So that's one Queen story that sort of sticks out from one of her many visits to Canada, included a visit to Newfoundland and Labrador in the late 1990s.
What a fabulous story, $12 an hour. I think she probably enjoyed that very much. David, thank you very much. We're just getting a message from Clarence House, which of course has been the home to Prince Charles, that as King Charles, he will now be known as King Charles III. So we are moving from what Andrew Pierce refers to as the Second Elizabethan era. He is referring to her now as Elizabeth the Great. That's just Andrew Pierce for this moment, but I certainly understand the sentiment. And we are moving into the era for the UK and the countries within the realm of King Charles III. That's going to be hard for people to just change your mind and change your language a little bit around that. I wouldn't mind now, if we can, please, connecting with the former Governor General David Johnston. He joins us by phone. Sir, I know you have extraordinary stories about the Queen. How are you doing?
Well, a sad day for all Canadians, but also a celebration of a remarkable person. I think history will not produce a similar leader for her times. And we both mourn her passing, but we celebrate the great legacy that she's given to all Canadians. And
do you have a favorite story?
Oh, there are many. But, you know, the story I think that's most important to me, Adrian, is she epitomized the concept of the leader as servant, something that goes back certainly many, many years and decades back. But it's so essential today that people who lead our institutions do them with a great sense of serving the public and the public interest. And she epitomized that, I think, more than anyone we could possibly imagine. And that, to me, will be such an important legacy, duty, honor, service. And I would say faith. Her faith was a rock for her. And it was a faith, of course, that was rooted in Christian theology and values, but it was a universal faith. And, you know, all of the great religions of the world at one point or another had the notion of regard for the other, love thy neighbor. And her favorite parable in her Christmas messages, which were so inspiring, was the Good Samaritan, the biblical story of the Samaritan from a hostile tribe to the Israeli people, 2 millennia ago, and he was robbed and left lying in a ditch. And of course, one of the leaders of the Israeli community of Arasai came by and ignored him, and then the scribe came by and ignored him, people from his own group and the elite. And then a Samaritan who came from one of the enemy or hostile tribes came along, and he looked at this man and came over and looked after him, bound his wounds, and left him in an inn to be cared for until he was whole. And that was her concept of love thy neighbor, not simply the person that is part of your family or your kinship, but the people, all people who need your care. And I think she lived that so well. I have many, many favorite stories. I guess one of the stories of graciousness was, it was the 60th anniversary we were celebrating at Government House, Canada House in Trafalgar Square. And there'd been a ceremony, and they were going out down the red carpet of the steps that led from Government House, Canada House, to the Trafalgar Square. And there was a wrinkle in the carpet at the second last step. And I was about, perhaps a foot behind her, and lo and behold, her foot descended towards that wrinkle in the carpet, and I had great visions of her stumbling. And through my mind, I knew, of course, you don't touch the Queen, but my mother's voice, I think, was speaking with me and said, if you don't take her elbow, my son, I'm going to disown you. So I grabbed her elbow, and fortunately her foot landed properly, and she moved on. And the next morning, the British tabloids had great fun with this colonial bumpkin grabbing the Queen. We had a message from her private secretary shortly after that saying, please advise the Governor General that it's great to know that chivalry is alive and well in the United Kingdom. That's the Queen and her graciousness.
That is an excellent story. Can you imagine the headlines had you not extended a gracious hand and the poor soul had fallen? You would have been in big trouble.
I must say, that flashed through my mind as well, Adrian, in that sort of mini-second when you had to think of what you had to do. But thank heavens for my mother's voice. Indeed.
Sir, please extend our hellos as well to Sharon. We remember hearing the stories of your visits, the pair of you, to Balmoral, and the shoes that the Queen kindly shared so that those muddy walks could happen comfortably.
Oh, those were great stories. That was a wonderful weekend we spent with them actually before we were sworn in at Balmoral, and we were so struck by their graciousness and their informality. And as I left, she said, I do read letters, you know. And I said, well, Your Majesty, I will write to you. And when they become dull and boring, I shall cease and desist. And I've written about once every 3 to 6 months. And I actually sent her a letter a little less than a week ago, just bringing her up to date on the Queen Elizabeth Scholars Program, which we started to mark her 60th anniversary of Platinum Jubilee, Diamond Jubilee on the throne. And it's just absolutely flourishing. Over 3,000 young Canadians and international students coming here, all working for global citizenship. And that was, I think, such a part of her reign and her influence, as well as young people getting to know one another and crossing geographical boundaries, language boundaries, cultural boundaries, and working just for friendship and the resolution of conflict and living together harmoniously. The Queen Elizabeth Scholars Program is a very appropriate tribute to her.
Excellent. All right, sir, thank you very much. That's David Johnston, who served as Governor General from 2010 to 2017, the 28th Governor General in Canada. We'd like to bring in now David Onley, who's the former Lieutenant Governor of Ontario, and we've reached him today in Toronto. Sir, I'd like to start with what you're thinking about right now.
I'll follow up on what the former Governor General said, and that is the remarkable sense of service that she had and the actual execution of service. It was baked into her DNA. You know, I had the great privilege during my term of office to have her visit the Lieutenant Governor's suite at Queen's Park, and as people went, as she went through the office and met many people, the process was that she would stop and she would engage in conversation with them, and the people who met her came away changed, if you will, because she had said or done something with them that really moved their spirits. And it was amazing afterwards, the number of letters that I got from individuals who had their own stories to tell, condensed perhaps than from the longer opportunities that myself and the Governor General and many other and prime ministers, what moving words the Prime Minister had a short time ago. So But the individuals who only met her for 15 or 20 seconds or 30 seconds were clearly moved by the experience. And it was that engagement with individuals, and as you alluded to moments ago, that memory that she had of previous meetings, as you referred to Paul Martin, the former prime minister, and his father. Things like that were just part of her very nature. And I think over the years and then the decades that just touched so many people, as has been alluded to, the fact that there's just an ever decreasing percentage of people who can remember in Canada who can remember anyone other than Elizabeth as their monarch. You have to go back really to the Depression generation of people coming of age in that time, and then serving in World War II, who would have any memory of anyone other than Elizabeth in any meaningful way. So for decades and decades of service, and not just to the people of Great Britain, but to Canada and to the entire Commonwealth, she has been a constant presence, and so this is why we all feel touched today.
Okay. That was, thank you very much. We appreciate that. That was David Onley, the former Lieutenant Governor of Ontario. I want to bring you some details about what is about to happen here. So we now know that Prince Charles is now officially known as King Charles III. He could have chosen any one of his names, Charles, Philip, Arthur, George. And that at this point, once he is proclaimed the king, the national anthem will change for the first time since 1952 to God Save the King. There are more details like that will be emerging over the course of the next few days. None of these are a surprise per se. That doesn't mean they aren't a little bit jarring, because they are different from the world most of us have come to know. So for some of those changes and some of the latest details, I'd like you to hear from Arthi Paul right now. Arthi?
Yes, Adrian. Part of this sort of carefully constructed plan and protocol that we're seeing play out right now, it's really been in place, and you've been discussing this for the past 60 years. Some of it, of course, has been tweaked with technology, with the advent of social media, with the way that broadcast has changed, a focus more on the internet instead of radio and television. But certainly we do know that this is an Operation London Bridge. That is what it is called. When a monarch, when Queen Elizabeth specifically passes. And this, again, these plans have been laid out for decades. So part of these have already, we've already seen these come forward in terms of the sharing of this news. There's a key time frame, approximately 10 to 12 days, that we see a process happen. So how will people be informed? Well, the day itself is referred to as D-Day. The Queen's private secretary is the one who actually notified UK's Prime Minister, also the Privy Council. That is how that news was shared with these key figures. Commonwealth leaders had been notified, and we saw, of course, Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, for example, issue his statement, and other Commonwealth leaders have also issued statements after being notified in this way. News flashes have been sent, official notification of the Queen's death. We saw pinned to the palace gates a very simple statement indicating, of course, also that King Charles III, as we know, will be his name, and the Queen Consort will be in Balmoral at least tonight and then come down to London tomorrow. And of course, we know that King Charles takes over, King Charles III. He is now the head of state for the UK and for the Commonwealth. The royal family website publishes a statement. These are all part of what we see happening. In terms of flags being flown at half-mast. That happens across Whitehall. Now, that's a street in London stretching from Trafalgar Square to the Houses of Parliament, a site of the main government offices. And, of course, that's something that we've already seen happen across the board. So some of these are steps that we've already seen happen. And part of what we see in terms of this coverage, too, that pilots, in fact, also will inform passengers if the news breaks when they are, in fact, in the air. So these are all part of the pieces that have been carefully constructed, choreographed as how people will learn of this news. So we've seen that already. What happens going forward? Well, we know that King Charles III will be coming to London with the Queen Consort. We know that there will be funeral plans that will be made in the coming days. The nation has entered a national day of mourning. There will be 2-minute national day of silence, or 2 minutes of silence, rather, across the nation. And then we'll learn more about the funeral plans and procession. There is a royal train, a very special way that the Queen will be transported now to London. And of course, we know that ceremonies will take place at Westminster Abbey. And so these are all part of the details that we're learning now. Many of them will be conveyed, as we've seen already, through the royal family, through the account which is publishing on Twitter. Again, that is a change from when these plans first came around in the 1960s. But the Queen's funeral is typically held 10 days following news of her death, and she's expected to be buried, or at least there will be a memorial or ceremony at St. George's Chapel at Windsor Castle. Those are some of the details we know right now that have been laid out and in place for some time, but of course we're learning more as the day comes. And King Charles III, who will ascend to the throne, and there will be a coronation for him too. That will take some time. That is not expected to happen quickly following the news of Queen Elizabeth's death, but that is something also that we'll look in the long term that we'll learn more details about, Adrienne.
Arthi, thank you. Those details are really important. Really appreciate you digging those up, because we're going to see a lot of these things happening over the next little while, and it's important to understand this protocol. You are looking at a nighttime picture of the flag at the top of Buckingham Palace. It, of course, has been lowered just outside the palace on a beautiful British, it's still summer night, where the light goes down significantly later than it does in most parts of here in Canada. We are coming up to, I think, if my math is right, 8 p.m. In the UK. People have been gathering somewhat slowly. It's thickening at Buckingham Palace. It's always an interesting thing, though, because there's actually nothing for them to do there. They're beyond that tiny framed announcement on the gates of Buckingham Palace, as they are sitting on the gates of all the other royal houses and royal palaces. There's nothing to see and nothing to do, with the exception of being together. And I think we all know, and it is basic human nature, that when something happens, you want to gather. You need a hearth of some kind, and that is where people are gathering right now. Those streets will thicken. Those streets will most assuredly thicken in the days to come, as that royal train moves from Balmoral up in Aberdeen down towards London, and this operation, both London Bridge and Operation Unicorn, which is the name of the operation when the Queen dies, as she did in Scotland. These details you will come to see in the days ahead. We are also seeing other flags changing. I think even at the CBC, I'm not sure if we have this picture, but if we do have it, there is now a Union Jack. There it is, flying outside the CBC. That is also protocol. And so I think you're going to see a lot more of that happening in the days to come. Let's go back inside that building, though. There you go. That is Ottawa as well. Let's go back inside this building into our newsroom, which is not that far away from where I am now. I'm coming to you here from the National Studio. Bonnie Brownlee is in our newsroom. Bonnie, what are you learning about what is coming?
Mostly just for the family, sort of preparing themselves now, and the children, the grandchildren, you know, as they all, over the next 24 hours, depart back to London and start to get themselves ready for all the services and things that will be coming up. I'm hearing a lot from Canadian friends that are in the UK, how emotional they're finding it on the ground. And even as Canadians that are expats that are living there, how struck they are by the quietness that's going on and the gathering around Buckingham Palace. You know, it's such a symbol of hope and civil society for a lot of people, and that balcony is what we've been watching the Queen from, you know, for 70 years. So for a lot of people, there's just this emotional tie to go to a place that sort of represents that sense of, you know, of government to some extent and civility.
In Buckingham Palace, I guess some of the early pictures are of a young Princess Elizabeth gathering there on VE Day. That amazing story, Bonnie, of how she and her sister just sort of tucked out. You know, they just secretly asked do you think maybe we could go out and see what that feels like? Yeah. And I think with some sweating Royal Protection officers, they were allowed to go, and they danced and coursed through the streets, and were probably in a thick crowd for, anonymously largely, for maybe the first and only times in their lives on that extraordinary day on VE Day in 1945. That palace is where birth announcements are made.
Everything.
Everything, as you say.
And I think they snuck out more than once.
I hope they did. I hope they did.
Well, they were young, beautiful women, and with a lot of weight on their shoulders, big responsibilities at a young age, and you know, trying to find their way in this life of service. And they could share it, but only so much of it could be, you know, sharing for two sisters. So it was, you know, they had their own spunk, and they had their own sort of excitement for being, you know, teenagers and young women, and so they had to find their own outlets as well. And it was a little easier, frankly, then to do it than, as we know, stories of Princess Diana and Sarah Ferguson tried to do it a few times, and they got into trouble. So time changes.
It certainly does. And you talk about the relationship between the Queen and Princess Margaret. I think what a strong and I mean, they had each other, and they sometimes only had each other. And it was, I think it was just some 6 weeks after the Queen lost Princess Margaret. Am I getting the timeline right? That she lost her mother?
Her mother. Yeah, like that. And you can imagine, you know, they were very close, the three of them, no matter what they had been through, especially for the Queen and her sister with the marriage issues and, you know, who she was dating and all of that. They still remained very close friends, and they could actually share a lot of secrets together. And the Queen could speak to her sister about pretty much anything. And they did that. And sometimes their conversations were only on the telephone. They weren't necessarily in person all the time, just because of travel and the lives that they both lived. But you know, two siblings, it's a small family to all of a sudden have your life changed when you're a young married woman. You know, it's quite a terrific story, actually, how the two of them sort of did a lot of this venture together.
Indeed, indeed. Bonnie, thank you very much. We will get back to you throughout the course of the day, probably days plural. Just one little tidbit I just want to on pass here. We know that William and Kate, because of what's happening here, will get new royal titles. So they will now be referred to as the Duke and Duchess of Cornwall and Cambridge. They'd previously been known just as the Duke and Duchess of Cambridge, but they've now taken on the roles that just a few hours ago were reserved for Charles and Camilla. It's a little thing, perhaps, but also on a day like this, the protocol machine just keeps kicking in. I am Adrienne Arsenault. You are watching special coverage, of course, on the death of Queen Elizabeth II on CBC Television, CBC News Network, and our digital channels. We will have extensive coverage on the Queen in the coming hours and most certainly the coming days. Less than 2 hours ago, the world learned that the longest reigning monarch in British history had died. Queen Elizabeth reigned for 70 years. She earned wide respect in the UK, the Commonwealth, and around the world. So these are pictures that you're looking at here from June's Platinum Jubilee, just this past June. That special moment when the Queen appeared on the balcony to mark her 70th anniversary on the throne. That smile you're seeing on her face, people saw several times. She loved that fly past you're looking at. She particularly enjoyed, we are told, Prince Louis. There he is right there with his hands over his ears, making those great faces. It was a highlight of the Jubilee. That was a period of time where the UK and people around the Commonwealth got to say thank you. And from what we understand from everyone who knows the royal family, she heard them. She both literally heard them as she stood on the balcony, but she also was across some of the coverage and some of the days of pictures. Imagine, if you will, the conversation that was happening at the time is that people were talking about her long reign, but on big screens all across the city were pictures of her as a child, of a young woman. She saw pictures of her beloved Prince Philip as a very strapping young man everywhere. It was like it was a visit to her life that the whole country engaged in. It was a moment of gratitude. The rain held off. It was one of those very special weeks. Her smile was broad. We didn't see her much, but you did get the sense that they felt it. And considering that we are now talking that the Queen has died, you have to hope that she saw and felt that gratitude herself. So you are looking now at a live shot of Buckingham Palace. It is 8 o'clock in the UK. The umbrellas are out, but we've seen the sun come out a little bit in this late evening there, as will the cell phone cameras. There is nothing for people to see there right now beyond each other, beyond a small announcement that is framed on the gates of the palace. They know, though, that they are witnessing history, and that part of witnessing history is witnessing it together. What happens now? Charles is the king. He will be known as King Charles III. His wife Camilla will be known as the Queen Consort. That was the Queen's wish. Now, at a very young age, Queen Elizabeth pledged to dedicate her life to service. It was not her choice. This was thrust upon her, but her dedication and her sense of duty was something she chose. She was that constant, reassuring presence during wars, political upheavals, the COVID-19 pandemic. And so because of all that, we are hearing tributes pouring in from around the world, from people who you would consider VIPs and people who are important, people who got up as kids, who saw weddings, who waited on street corners, who were dragged by their parents for a moment that maybe at the time didn't feel special, but now feels very special. The CBC's Katie Simpson is tracking the international reaction to the Queen's death for us from Washington and joins us now. So, Katie, good to see you. The death of Queen Elizabeth, this is an enormous story all over the world. What are you seeing from where you are?
There are some themes that are emerging in these initial statements from world leaders, people all remarking on her dedication to public service, on the remarkable achievements she achieved during her reign, also her sense of humor. From these world leaders, we're hearing of some of the candid moments that they spent behind closed doors, where her wit would certainly outshine the wit of others. We're waiting to hear in person from President Joe Biden. He was supposed to have an event this afternoon. However, that was canceled upon learning of the death of Queen Elizabeth II. And we're waiting to find out if he will address the nation, really address the world, offering condolences from the United States. But there is a statement from the White House. It's quite lengthy. We're going to read some of it for you. It says, in a world of constant change, she was a steadying presence and a source of comfort and pride for generations of Britons, including many who have never known their country without her. She was the first British monarch to whom people all around the world could feel a personal and immediate connection, whether they heard her on the radio as a young princess speaking to the children of the United Kingdom, or gathered around their televisions for her coronation, or watched her final Christmas speech or her Platinum Jubilee on their phones. And she, in turn, dedicated her whole life to their service. We, being President Joe Biden and First Lady Jill Biden, we first met the Queen in 1982, traveling to the UK as part of a Senate delegation. And we're honored that she extended her hospitality to us in June 2021 during our first overseas trip as President and First Lady, where she charmed us with her wit, moved us with her kindness, and generously shared with us her wisdom. Now, that's a very similar statement in a way to what we heard from Prime Minister Justin Trudeau when he spoke about the generosity in terms of sharing wisdom. He spoke so fondly of the conversations that he had with Queen Elizabeth, and we're hearing it's a different relationship, obviously, but we're hearing similar words of warmth and kindness. We're also hearing from French President Emmanuel Macron through Twitter at this point. He published a photo, and we can bring up that photo right there. He also said Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II embodied the British nation's continuity and unity for over 70 years. I remember her as a friend of France, a kind-hearted queen who has left a lasting impression on her country and her century. Also, we are hearing from German Chancellor Olaf Scholz. He is also speaking on Twitter at this point. In the immediate aftermath, this is where all of the world leaders are putting their initial words of condolence. We'll be hearing from world leaders in person, we are hoping, in the hours to come, possibly days to come, as the world really takes stock of this moment. But through Twitter, we heard from the Chancellor saying, "We mourn the death of Queen Elizabeth II. She was a role model and inspiration for millions." Also, here in Germany, her commitment to German-British reconciliation after the horrors of World War II will remain unforgotten. She will be missed, not least for her wonderful humor. So those are the themes, Adrian, that we're hearing today from world leaders as they are marking this very sad moment, that they are remarking on her dedication to service, her lifelong impact with her reign, but they're also talking about her kindness, sharing of wisdom when they had those private conversations, and of course, her sense of humor.
All right, Katie Simpson in Washington, that is an excellent summary. Thank you very much with that. We will, of course, continue to have extensive coverage on the Queen in the coming hours and days. We are spending a lot of time talking about her death, the business of her death, the business of protocol, what happens with the new titles for Prince Charles, now King Charles III, what happens with the new titles for now the first in line to the throne, Prince William, who will also be known as the Duke of Cambridge and Cornwall. There's a lot of business to talk about here, and we don't want to lose sight of, while we talk about the death, we don't want to lose sight of the life. And so no one better to walk us through the life and the legacy of the world's, of this long-serving monarch than Margaret Evans, who has a prepared story for us with some images that you'll be seeing a lot of soon. Here's Margaret's story.
A golden thread running through generations. That's how one of Queen Elizabeth II's many prime ministers described her reign, the longest in British history. By the time of her death, she was, without doubt, one of the most recognizable figures on the world stage, and one of the most private, an enduring contradiction. Elizabeth Alexandra Mary was born on April 21, 1926, a princess, third in line to the throne, but not expected to accede to it. Her childhood was spent in the company of the corgis that would become the habit of a lifetime, and in the bosom of a tight family unit. Us four, they called themselves. Her parents, the Duke and Duchess of York, her younger sister Margaret, and Lilibet, as Elizabeth was known.
I think one reason for Elizabeth's great resilience was she had, for a member of the royal family, a relatively normal and, crucially, very happy childhood.
Elizabeth's destiny changed along with that of her father, who became King George VI, when his brother, Edward VIII, chose love over duty, abdicating the throne in 1936 to marry an American divorcee. Just 3 years later, George would become a wartime king when the United Kingdom declared war on Nazi Germany. The king and queen stayed in London during the Blitz, a decision that earned them respect amongst ordinary people, especially after Buckingham Palace itself was hit. Their daughters were mainly at Windsor, but they too were in the public eye. Elizabeth joining the Auxiliary Territorial Service when she turned 18, the start of a lifelong connection to the armed forces. It was also during those years that Elizabeth set her cap at a young naval cadet named Philip, a member of the Greek royal family who also happened to be her third cousin.
This was a marriage for love, but perhaps one for suitability for the dynasty as well. Princess Elizabeth, as then she was, fell in love, there's no doubt about it, with a young man who looked like a Viking god. But she was dutiful enough to fall in love only within a selected gene pool.
They were married in 1947, breaking up the old quartet of us four. Their own children soon to follow, first Prince Charles, then Princess Anne. Elizabeth began taking on more of her father's duties when his health began to fail. And it was while she and Philip were on a royal tour in Kenya in 1952 that news reached the couple of King George's death. She returned home to the United Kingdom a queen and head of the Commonwealth at the age of just 25.
Elizabeth is led here in solemn procession to be anointed Elizabeth II.
Elizabeth's sense of duty, say royal historians, was already deeply ingrained, attributed to her father's tutelage and in part to the scandal of her uncle's abdication.
It was a great shock to all of them. And I think she was therefore determined that, nothing like that was going to happen during her reign.
Two more children, Andrew and Edward, would follow. The Queen would send a message to the moon with Neil Armstrong.
The salad is ready.
And television cameras were allowed in for a glimpse of the royal family for the first time.
I fit on there.
There was also much travel, the Queen placing great importance on her role as head of the Commonwealth, a body she insisted bore no resemblance to empires of the past.
As Queen of Canada, I am proud of this country.
Canada was a frequent destination, although not always a welcoming one.
A few boos and hisses, and this police reaction.
She made more than 20 trips to Canada, the most significant in 1982. She and then Prime Minister Pierre Elliott Trudeau signed the act that effectively brought the Canadian Constitution home. The Queen and Trudeau seemed to enjoy an almost mischievous relationship, and there was that famous photo.
And Trudeau was a great character at a time when there was questions about the monarchy in the 60s and 70s and its status, not least in Quebec. I think Trudeau eased her progress through that, and I think they actually probably ended up quite friendly.
Your whole life.
And I think that then laps over to the son, Justin.
Thank you, Mr. Prime Minister of Canada, for making me feel so old.
The golden thread, though, wasn't always in evidence. Indeed, there were times when the monarchy seemed positively tarnished. In the early 1990s, the British public was unhappy over its price tag, the Queen offering to pay taxes on her personal income in 1992. And 3 of her children divorced, none more spectacularly so than the Prince and Princess of Wales, Charles and Diana.
Well, there were 3 of us in this marriage, so it was a bit crowded.
In an explosive interview in 1995, Diana revealed details of their relationship, including extramarital affairs. But she remained immensely popular, wanting, she said, to be remembered as the queen of people's hearts. And for many, she was. When she was killed in a Paris car crash in 1997, the Queen's critics accused her of misjudging the nation's deep affection for Diana. There was reportedly an initial reluctance to lower the flag at Buckingham Palace, and many said the Queen was too slow to return from Balmoral, where she'd remained with Diana's children.
That definitely shook the institution, there's no doubt about that. I was there the day that the Queen returned to the palace, and people were worried, what would the crowds be like?
And it did prompt a shift from the Queen, who made a live and very personal address to the nation.
So what I say to you now, as your queen and as a grandmother, I say from my heart. First, I want to pay tribute to Diana myself. She was an exceptional and gifted human being.
More sadness would follow for the Queen in 2002, the year of her Golden Jubilee. She lost both her mother and sister within months of each other. Prince Philip left to fill the void.
After that, there was really no one left who could speak to her on terms of equality except him. No one who could call her Lilibet.
Another constant, though, her seemingly endless stamina for public duties also remained. The Queen was a powerful tool in Britain's diplomatic arsenal. She could and would meet countless world leaders and diplomats without letting slip even a hint of what she might have thought of them. It was soft power that could make a difference. In 2011, she made a symbolic visit to the Republic of Ireland. A year later, in Northern Ireland, she met and shook hands with Martin McGuinness, the Deputy First Minister and a former IRA commander. With the marriage of the Queen's grandson, Prince William, to Kate Middleton in 2011, the image of a more stable royal family emerged. By the time she reached her 90th birthday in 2016, she was more popular than ever in the United Kingdom. Still regularly attending to the transatlantic relationship with the United States. And not above offering a little assistance if royal protocols got stuck.
The Queen's standard is lowered.
But in a blow to the Queen in 2021, Barbados removed her as head of state, citing a desire to break free from its colonial past. And a follow-up tour by the Duke and Duchess of Cambridge to other Caribbean nations was criticized as being tone-deaf and not going far enough in acknowledging Britain's role or that of the monarchy in the slave trade. The trials of family would also return to haunt Elizabeth, a favored son, Prince Andrew, suspended from royal duties in the wake of sexual abuse allegations in 2019. And in 2020, her grandson, Prince Harry, and his wife Meghan, the Duchess of Sussex, walked away from their royal roles in a family split that included unspecified allegations of racism within the royal family.
I don't think you go on and on and on, as Elizabeth did, by worrying about the headlines. I think she was always absolutely focused on her duty and her service.
And duty would soon call again, this time in the form of the global pandemic. More than 150,000 people lost their lives to COVID-19 in the United Kingdom. The Queen evoking Britain's wartime spirit and speaking of a world united in common endeavor.
We should take comfort that while we may have more still to endure, better days will return. We will be with our friends again. We will be with our families again. We will meet again.
The Queen spent much of Britain's lockdown at Windsor Castle with Prince Philip. But in the spring of 2021, after 73 years of marriage, she lost the husband she described as her strength and stay. He was 99, his death a reminder to the nation of the Queen's own mortality, people mourning both for her and with her. She emerged from mourning a little smaller, a little more fragile looking. But the golden thread was still there and wending its way inexorably towards the next milestone. This one, platinum. Elizabeth marked her 70th year on the throne February 6, 2022. And in June of that year, the nation came together to celebrate her Platinum Jubilee. The famous Mall was again draped in Union Jacks and plump with well-wishers. Shops full of anything and everything relating to the Queen, corgis included.
Good evening, Mr. Bond.
Good evening, Your Majesty.
They'd made an appearance in a video for the Diamond Jubilee a decade earlier, along with the James Bond of the day and featuring the Queen herself.
I do hope you're having a lovely Jubilee.
This time, it was Paddington Bear's turn, offering up an answer to one of the great questions of the Queen's reign, just what she'd been keeping in her purse all those years.
You would like a marmalade sandwich? I always keep one for emergencies.
So do I. I keep mine in here.
later.
But the Platinum Jubilee was also notable for what the Queen did not do, absenting herself from some of the key events, other members of the royal family stepping in. Earlier in the year, Prince Charles read the speech from the throne for his mother for the first time. It was a nod to the inevitable changing of the guard to come, however unthinkable for some.
We all in some way knew her. This huge figure, this sort of massive oak tree that was on the horizon, is suddenly felled. So I think actually we're all bereft.
The sheer longevity of Elizabeth II's reign is partly what embedded her so deeply in the fabric of the nation. With her passing, Britain's test going forward will be to maintain its sense of identity without her. Margaret Evans, CBC News, London.
And a story told only as Margaret Evans can tell it. We will probably be hearing more from Margaret in the days to come. Remember, there is about 10 days ahead of us according to the protocol here for the funeral for the Queen. If you're just joining us now, you are watching a CBC News special looking at the death of Queen Elizabeth II at 96 years old. She died in her favorite place, Balmoral. She was surrounded by her family. Many of them just got there just a few hours ago. The last we saw was a photograph of Prince Harry looking quite upset in a vehicle heading towards Balmoral. He was the last one to arrive. The news is only a few hours old, but we've been sitting here. People have been prepared because this was not entirely a surprise. The language that emerged from the palace this morning with the notification that the Queen was under medical supervision and that she was comfortable at Balmoral. That is the sort of language that makes the hair stand up on the back of your neck if you are a royal watcher, because the palace is not known to over-communicate. They choose their words very carefully, and the signals within those words were very clear. Now we are in a situation where, as they prepare for Operation London Bridge, and specifically Operation Unicorn, which is the process of getting the Queen, because she died in Scotland, back to London through the royal train, the military escorts. This is going to take some days. We are looking on the right third of our screen here. That is the flag that's been lowered in Ottawa. We are seeing them lowered all over the world, in some parts of the world. It's been quite rainy in the UK, but the sun has come out late in the evening. We saw a double rainbow, which people took some meaning in. Now the umbrellas are back because it is London. You're looking at a live shot there of just outside Buckingham Palace. Remember, there's nothing particularly happening at Buckingham Palace. The Queen died in Balmoral, but it is a hearth. It is a place that is a magnet in a moment. And so that's why people are there. We're starting to see some flowers lining. The news trickled very quickly. In this era of social media, people learn things very quickly. But the news has also been trickling through political circles as they dust off perhaps some protocol books that have been written since the 60s to try to figure out what happens next and to decode that. This is where we need CBC's chief political correspondent, Rosie Barton. Rosie, you have lots of reaction there, right?
Yeah, people obviously reacting with a great deal of sadness and fondness for the Queen, because many leaders and politicians in this country had gotten to know Her Royal Majesty. I'll start with the one whose relationship had possibly been the shortest but was still meaningful, and that's Canada's Governor General, of course, the Queen's representative in this country, Mary Simon, who talked about the short time that they did spend together, and offered her condolences, obviously, to the royal family. She also, in her statement, though, talked about how her own grandmother talked about the Queen, and so many people in the Arctic, where Mary Simon was raised, did as well, that about her role and about her commitment, which shows, that the role of the Queen, while not everyone considered her in the In the same way, there are parts of this country that did feel a deep connection to her, and Mary Simon says some of those in the Arctic certainly did as well. We are hearing from former Prime Ministers Paul Martin. We are hoping to hear from Jean Chrétien soon. He is going to make a statement in front of cameras. I would imagine Brian Mulroney has a few things to say, so we'll hear from him as well soon. But let's talk about Justin Trudeau. He was at a cabinet retreat in Vancouver. The work of cabinet and some announcements, frankly, interrupted by this sad news. But the Prime Minister has had a long, long relationship with Queen Elizabeth, dating back from the early 1970s when he first met her as a little boy. His father, as Margaret so well put there, had a sort of cheeky relationship with the Queen. And so Justin Trudeau had some kind words to say about the kind of person she was to him as Canada's Queen, but also as a person. We'll play you a little bit of that.
And so much more. In a complicated world, her steady grace and resolve brought comfort and strength to us all. Canada is in mourning. She was one of my favorite people in the world, and I will miss her so.
A fairly emotional statement there from the Prime Minister on the Queen's passing. There are a few things in this country that are going to change, some more quickly than others, Adrian. We are, for instance, David pointed this out earlier, on Saturday going to get a new Conservative leader who will no longer be Her Majesty's Royal Opposition, but His Majesty's Royal Opposition. I've seen on Twitter some accounts of people taking their oaths of citizenship today. And in the midst of those oaths, having to pledge allegiance to the King and not the Queen. There will be other things that will change and will be kind of shocking to many of us. The money, of course, that features Her Royal Majesty, stamps, pictures that align many federal buildings, all of those things will change over the next number of weeks and months, and that will be something for all of us to deal with, a change that could be difficult, but one that has to happen because of protocols. And I'm going to end on one more little story that we haven't talked about today to show the deep connection between the Queen and this country, and that is around the Queen's love of horses, which I know you know about as well. She had a deep affection for horses, and the RCMP, Canada's Royal Mounted Police, have gifted over time the Queen some 8 horses, but one of them was her absolute favorite, who died eventually. It was a Burmese mare, a black RCMP horse that she was gifted at the late 1969, if I'm not mistaken. And she rode that horse all the way to 1986. It was her favorite horse. It was the only one she rode once in the Trooping of the Colours when, strangely enough, some blank shots were fired at the Queen, but she barely flinched, nor did her horse. And since then, she's received a number of other horses from the RCMP. But just another sign of this country understanding their connection to the Queen and also the things that she loved so much, one of them being horses, and I'm sure that's something that other people will be thinking about as well today.
Indeed. What a fabulous story. And, you know, Rosie, we understand that horse is actually buried at Windsor Castle.
That's right. That's right.
It means that much to her. We thank you very much for that. You know, we've been talking a lot since the Jubilee, really, since the Platinum Jubilee, about the Queen's connections to Canada. We prepared a documentary about the Queen and Canada, and it will be airing again this evening at 8 p.m. Local time, wherever you are. It has some very charming stories, and it's important perhaps on a day like today, if I may, when we're talking about a death, to keep focusing on the life. And to that end, we want to show you just a little piece of tape. There's a little bit of whimsy in this tape, but that's okay, because the Queen reportedly had a fantastic sense of humor and was a good sport. And so part of what she did is, for the Platinum Jubilee, knowing that she wasn't able to be there for as many of the planned events because of her health, she made a special appearance with a friend. Have a look.
thank you for having me. I do hope you're having a lovely Jubilee.
Tea?
Oh, yes, please. Oh, terribly sorry. Ah.
Never mind.
Oh dear. Perhaps you would like a marmalade sandwich. I always keep one for emergencies.
So do I. I keep mine in here.
Oh.
For later.
The party is about to start, Your Majesty.
Happy Jubilee, ma'am. And thank you for everything.
That's very kind.
Thank you for everything. You're very kind. What a lovely bit of whimsy on the part of Paddington, who never behaves anywhere he goes, and of course on the part of the Queen. So that was one of the moments from the Queen's Platinum Jubilee. Again, the theme of that Jubilee was gratitude. We have been assured again and again that even though she couldn't be there for all the events, she felt them, and she felt that gratitude, and it meant something to her. Joining us now is Carolyn Harris. She is a royal commentator and a historian. Carolyn, thank you for coming into studio. This is a broad question, but can we talk about what Queen Elizabeth did to sort of to shape history in the era?
Well, Queen Elizabeth II presided over that transition from a British Empire and dominions to the Commonwealth of equal nations. The Queen took her role as head of the Commonwealth very seriously. Her father had been the first monarch to hold that title, and she became the most well-traveled monarch in history, and she visited Canada more than any other Commonwealth nation. She attended most of the Commonwealth heads of government meetings as well, and those were forums where she was able to exercise some soft diplomatic influence. The Commonwealth leaders all came together, as many were drawn to the prestige of attending this event with the Queen, as well as meeting with the other Commonwealth leaders. And there were moments where Commonwealth leaders disagreed on policy, such as how to address apartheid in South Africa. And British Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher was against imposing sanctions, but the Commonwealth prime ministers did want to see sanctions happen there. So the Queen played an important diplomatic role, and she developed quite a strong friendship with President Nelson Mandela once he was released from prison and became president of South Africa. So we've seen the Queen in her role as head of the Commonwealth and as Queen of 15 Commonwealth realms has had a very important diplomatic role in terms of bringing countries together.
You know, of all the moments you choose, and it's incredible because you're looking at all the people she was across. I mean, if you think about her first prime minister born in the 1870s, her current, Liz Truss born in the 1970s, 100 years difference between them, and all of the veterans she met. Is there a moment that you think is the most remarkable?
Well, I think it's remarkable that the Queen continued to discharge her constitutional duties almost to the very end. The last photographs of Queen Elizabeth II are of her inviting her 15th British Prime Minister Liz Truss to form a government and accepting the resignation of former Prime Minister Boris Johnson. So the Queen very much viewed this as a role for life. Among some of the European monarchies, there has been a tradition of abdication, but for the Queen, that coronation oath that she took in 1953 very much married her to her realms and her people, and she has seen this as a lifelong role that she continued to undertake right to the very end.
Carolyn Harris, thank you very much for that. Carolyn is a royal commentator and historian. We need to go directly to London now to bring in Katie Nicholl, who we have heard from a lot and you will see a lot more of in the days to come. Katie, I know you're tired. I know it's getting late, but what is the latest you're hearing right now?
Well, as you can imagine, it's really not much news from the palace. The family will be at Balmoral for what I'm sure, Adrian, must be a very surreal and an emotional time. Tributes obviously pouring in from world leaders and the usual tribute from the Archbishop of Canterbury. We have yet to get full details about the coming days, the 10 days of mourning, and of course the funeral, the Queen's final farewell, where she will make her final journey to St George's Chapel in Windsor. All of these plans, bridge planning, which as we know have been years in the making, they were tweaked post the coronavirus pandemic, they all have to be signed off by the new king. So D-Day, as it is known, and those 10 days afterwards, doesn't actually start until tomorrow officially. So that is counted as D-Day, and after that, D-Day +1, and thus on it continues. And we are expecting regular updates from the palace. So as much as there is a lot of speculation about plans, and obviously we know that it is Operation Unicorn that is going to be activated, has been activated now, and there's still a fair bit that we do need to have concrete confirmation on.
Katie, as we're talking, we've had two little bits of news. It was about 8 minutes ago that Prince Harry was reportedly arriving at Balmoral Castle. So
yeah,
that will have been sad for him, you know, that he will have...
I think you're right, Adrian. It must be very, very sad. I mean, I can tell you that my understanding is that the Queen, who only a couple of weeks ago hosted this wonderful weekend for all her grandchildren and great-grandchildren, had extended that invitation to Harry and Meghan and their children. Dates didn't quite coincide with their tour of Europe, but of course they are here now. I think, you know, probably Prince Harry is very thankful that he is here now, because otherwise he would have had a transatlantic flight to get on. But there must be a great sense of remorse and regret on Prince Harry's part. He was very close to his grandmother. I mean, we've spoken about this before, and it's not been the easiest relationship in recent months. I think that's probably the most diplomatic way of saying it. But, you know, for most of Harry's adult life, he's had the most wonderful relationship with the Queen. She had stepped in almost in a maternal role at times for Harry. So he's going to be finding this very, very hard. And who knows what that emotional reunion between him and his family is going to look like, because it's my understanding that he hasn't seen his family while he's been in the UK on this fleeting trip. And of course, I think also important to point out that he's not been accompanied by Meghan, the Duchess of Sussex.
Interesting. Also, Katie, outside Buckingham Palace, as about 4 or 5 minutes ago, the stories were that there were initially 3 cheers for the Queen and then shouts of "Long live the King." So tradition reigns in some ways, even in 2022. And I know the country is I think, officially in a period of official mourning. You speak of 10 days. But is there some sort of cheat sheet you can give us here on what we know about official funeral preparations?
Well, you know, they will be in place. As I say, it's really going to be down to the new king, who we now know is King Charles III, to sign off on those funeral plans. And, you know, Adrian, we will have more news on those, but probably not for at least 24 hours.
Thank you. And within those next 24 hours, what will be King Charles III's responsibilities other than to think about his mum?
Well, we saw in that statement released just moments after Buckingham Palace announced the very sad news of the Queen's passing, we had a short written statement by King Charles III. For those that saw that, they would have noticed it was on Buckingham Palace letter-headed paper as opposed to Clarence House. This transition is not something that's happening in the hours since the sad news that we received today. This transition has been years in the planning, and so we will hear from King Charles III. He will address the nation on D-Day 1, so that will be Saturday.
Day 1 is Saturday. All right, Katie Nicholl in London, thank you very much. I suspect I will see you in person soon.
I look forward to seeing you. I'm just sorry that it's under such sad circumstances.
Indeed. Thanks, Katie. So let's now go to the CBC's Dominic Velitis, who is also in London. So Dominic, you know, clearly a moment of sadness for a lot of people there in Britain and around the world. And of course, for the Queen's family. Can you start with what King Charles III is saying?
Yeah, absolutely. And that, of course, is now his official title. We have heard from him this evening, Adrian. He issued the following statement earlier, and he used it in part to underline the impact of the Queen's passing for himself and for his family. I think we can show you that statement now. He said, the death of my beloved mother, Her Majesty the Queen, is a moment of the greatest sadness for me and all members of my family. We mourn profoundly the passing of a cherished sovereign and a much-loved mother. I know her loss will be deeply felt throughout the country, the realms, and the Commonwealth, and by countless people around the world. And he goes on to say, during this period of mourning and change, my family and I will be comforted and sustained by our knowledge of the respect and deep affection in which the Queen was so widely held. So, Adrian, a recognition from King Charles there about the impact the Queen's passing will have on millions here in the UK, the Commonwealth, and around the world. But also, this was a personal statement, wasn't it? And a recognition of the impact of her passing on him and his family. A very sad moment for the family and for many others here and, of course, further afield. Adrian.
Dominic, this word that we have said so often today and keeps coming up, this word duty, when people speak about the Queen's life and, you know, her 70 years on the throne. What do you think the notion of her devotion has meant to the people in that country?
You're right. It is a word we keep seeing, isn't it? It's mentioned in all of the statements that are coming through from dignitaries and statesmen and people from all over the world. I think it's poignant to remember that she was, as you've hinted there, Adrian, the longest-serving monarch in British history. She was a commanding presence in British life and British society for 8 decades. She was a staple and a constant presence in the lives of many. I'm personally 47 years old, and I don't know any other monarch. Some of my earliest memories are seeing Queen Elizabeth II on the television. And people here and all over the world will feel a real sense of personal loss because of that constant presence, because of that dignity that she had. But you're right, she personified duty. She made a pledge to reign until her death, and that is exactly what she did. It's worth remembering, Adrian, it was only 48 hours or so ago that she was meeting Liz Truss, Britain's new Prime Minister, at Balmoral to invite her to form a new government. Yes, that was a break in tradition. That meeting took place at Balmoral and not Buckingham Palace, where it has been the tradition for monarchs to meet new prime ministers. That was her last official duty. And one, as I say, she carried out just 48 hours or so to her passing, and that is something, that kind of commitment and that devotion to duty is mind-blowing, and is something that is very poignant today.
Absolutely poignant. Thank you for that. I appreciate, you know, I'm 55, you're 47. My mom, who will never forgive me if I reveal her age, her name is Bet, after, I presume, Lilibet. She is a contemporary, let's say, of the Queen, and I know that the poignancy of this moment of growing up with someone and seeing them age as you age, and then seeing this is hard. Dominic, we're just looking, just so you know, we're looking at some live pictures right now. I believe that looks like Windsor to me, just outside Windsor Castle. Please correct me if I'm wrong, but it feels like it's Windsor, which is the place that the Queen has often said was her favorite office. It is where she has been living. Yes, it is Windsor Castle. It is where she has been living for the past several months. It's a place we actually, the Queen was kind enough to give CBC access to Windsor back in April. We went there to see her connections to Canada. We were allowed into the library to see the maple leaf brooch, which is probably one of the most astonishing pieces of jewelry I've ever seen. It was a gift from her father, the King, to his wife, who became known as the Queen Mother, who then passed it on to the Queen. And when the Queen knew that CBC wanted to do a documentary about her relationship with Canada, we asked the question, is there anything, Your Majesty, that we could see? And so from her private jewelry collection came word that she would like Canadians to see this, which is the maple leaf brooch. It was presented to us in a little blue box that looked ripped and torn and extremely old and fragile, and then the box opened, and I promise you those baguette-cut diamonds would have blinded you. It is a very special piece of jewelry. It has been passed on to other royals. We may see it again at some point. The imagery is really important here, and Dominic was speaking so eloquently of how surreal some of this is. Well, here's another indication of that. It is thought that King Charles III, as Prince Charles, has already sat for what is known as his banknote portrait. We don't know whether he sat for a portrait for the Royal Mail, but we do know that with the monarchs changing, new stamps have to be commissioned by the Royal Mail. They will have to bear Charles's profile. They have not been updated since, I think, well, since 1952, when the King died. They were then updated with a profile shot of the Queen a few times, once in 1967 in a series of stamps. But there will be a new face on stamps. There will be a new face on currency. That will be a reality, not just in the UK, but a reality here. One of those things you possibly don't give a moment's thought to if you're using a stamp or there are coins in your pocket. May not ever look at them twice, but there will come a time very soon where they will look very different to you. In terms of other reaction, particularly reaction in this province, CBC's Megan Fitzpatrick is tracking reaction here in Ontario. What are you seeing, Megan, out of the provincial legislature? Because I gather that there were some interesting scenes there today.
Well, certainly. I mean, there's symbols of the Queen all around this building, Adrian, including a portrait that hangs right beside the doors of the legislature here. MPPs did hold a moment of silence here to honor the Queen. Also, the flags have been lowered outside of the legislature as well. And we have heard from Premier Doug Ford. He's put out a statement and also spoke on camera. I'll describe a bit of what he wrote in that statement. He said that on this sad day, he joins everyone across the province and the country and the world in commemorating the remarkable life of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth. Throughout her historic reign, she taught us the true meaning of selfless service, he wrote. Adrian noted that the Queen had visited Canada 22 times, and he also expressed condolences to the now King and also wished him great success. And here's a bit more of what Doug Ford said on camera just a few minutes ago here at the legislature.
While I express my sincere condolences to the King Charles III, I also congratulate His Majesty on his accession to the throne of the United Kingdom and to wish him great success in continuing his mother's legacy. On behalf of all Ontarians, I'm sending our thoughts and prayers to the entire royal family, the people of the United Kingdom, and to Her Majesty's many admirers all over the world. Long live the King.
Adrian, we also heard an anecdote from Liberal MPP Mitzi Hunter, who told us about meeting the Queen not once but twice over the years. She described the very proper protocol that had to be followed during those meetings, but said the Queen was very gracious and it was an upbeat gathering, one of the luncheons that she attended with the Queen. We've also heard from the Lieutenant Governor of Ontario, Elizabeth Dowdeswell, of course, the Queen's representative here in Ontario, who put out a statement saying she was saddened to learn the news of the Queen's death and also wishing the King strength and courage in fulfilling his duties. And Adrian, we will get more tributes paid to the Queen here at the legislature next week on September 14th. They are planning some ceremony of some kind here where more formal tributes will be paid, and we will be getting more details on that in the days ahead.
All right, Megan, thank you. I also gather that you've been speaking with people on the streets of Toronto. It's always interesting to talk to people as news is percolating. You get sort of that raw initial response. What have you been hearing?
Well, the word we heard quite a few times was respect from people, saying that they respect the Queen and the very, very long service that she gave to her country. One woman I talked to noted how just, I think it was 2 days ago, how she performed that duty of, the new Prime Minister taking over in the United Kingdom. Here's a bit more of what some people here in Toronto are saying about the Queen.
I think of her as a mother and grandmother. I think she was very intelligent, and I think the outpouring of grief is about that.
Kudos to her for doing as much as she did, as long as she did it. Unbelievable commitment to what she was born to. Well, she wasn't born to do it. It wasn't until, the abdication and her dad took over for Edward VIII. But it's definitely very, very moving.
And we also heard from the Mayor of Toronto, John Tory. He put out a statement. He described the Queen as a beacon of eloquence, stability, and commitment to duty. He talked about her many visits to the city of Toronto, Adrian, noting her very first one was when she was still a princess, and she attended a Maple Leafs game during that visit in 1951. She, of course, went on to come to the city many more times after that. The CN Tower here in Toronto will be darkened tonight, Adrian, in memory of the Queen.
Interesting details. Megan, thank you very much. I think she was a hockey fan. We know that in 2002, just after Canada won Olympic gold, men and women, by the way, in hockey, that the Queen arrived in Vancouver and dropped the puck at a game, if you can imagine that scene. And she kept that puck, and it is still in Windsor Castle. We have some more details for you about what is about to happen in the UK. So the Queen is to lie in rest for 24 hours. That is the official term being used at St. Giles Cathedral. That's in Edinburgh. It's expected that members of the public will be permitted to be within that space to pay some respects. But Her Majesty's coffin probably won't be there for another few days. So I think we're looking at 3 days' time from now. And there will also be some vigils around the coffin in St. Giles in the days to come that members of the royal family will be holding. And I'm just seeing if there's anything else. That is the latest we're seeing right now. I'd like to go now to Sarah Galashan, who is in Vancouver, has been gathering reaction from people there. Sarah, what have you been hearing?
Well, Adrian, it's, you know, I heard you just talk about the Queen being a hockey fan and that she dropped that puck in 2002 here in Vancouver. And actually that visit is just one of the many that is cited in the statement that's come out from our Premier John Horgan, paying tribute to the Queen, her legacy. Part of it reads, "The Queen held a special place in her heart for British Columbia. We were honored to host the Queen 7 times, 6 as reigning monarch. With each visit, the Queen brought British Columbians together in common purpose." And then he goes on to talk specifically about that puck drop that happened in 2002. That visit was part of the Golden Jubilee celebration. And while she was here, she visited the provincial government buildings. And we understand from our reporters at the legislature over in Victoria that her portrait there has now been draped with a black sash. And there's you know, some very sad reaction from those who have witnessed that happening. And in fact, you know, the footage that you're seeing of her here in Vancouver back in 2002, that actually is tape that was just ingested today by a cameraman, a longtime cameraman with CBC, Denny Dossman, who actually reached into his desk and pulled out the actual tape that he had held on to since 2002. So proud of the fact that he had gotten in such close proximity to Queen Elizabeth at that time. It was a proud moment for him, and he's been holding on to that tape. And today he pulled it out, knowing how important it would be to her memory and to what we were talking about today. And to that, we were out talking to people on the street just outside the CBC building very soon after you made that announcement that Queen Elizabeth had passed on. And so for some of the people that we were speaking to, they were hearing this news for the first time from us. And so what we heard from them is, you know, shock, sadness, and very much similar sentiments, though, as well. Thoughtful sentiments coming with, you heard from the clips that Megan was playing there about the respect and her legacy. I want to play you just a little bit of that.
She devoted her entire life to duty and the dignity with which she carried everything out. I've been getting emotional, sorry.
Very saddened and heartbroken for the people.
Sad, very, very sad. Very sad.
We knew no other monarch in our lifetime. I thought that overall she did a very good job in her role, and so personally I'm going to miss her.
That's so sad. I mean, not unexpected, but she's been an amazing woman.
Isn't that interesting, eh? An amazing woman. I think people are speaking to her longevity and just all of the characteristics we've been talking about today. When you were speaking with people, the what next question is an awkward one in a moment like this, but it has to be asked. What are people telling you about their feelings about the future of the monarchy?
You know, Adrian, in some cases, it didn't even need to be asked. It's immediately where people's minds went to now that the Queen is gone. What is going to happen next? And when I asked them what their thoughts were on that, you know, it's mixed. A lot of support for King Charles, and as people had to say it for the first time, you could see how strange that maybe felt to them. Also some skepticism, to be frank, and I think uncertainty is maybe the best word to describe how people are feeling right now, because for so long, for 70 years, things have been so certain under the reign of Queen Elizabeth. But let's play a little bit of what we heard about the future king.
The rest of them are a little iffy, so we have to wait and see how Charles will do.
But I'm not sure about his abilities. He hasn't, in my opinion, he hasn't demonstrated the abilities that she had.
We're in trouble that she's gone. Yeah, I'm not sure that Charles can live up to it, and unfortunately Charles is next in line. I think if it was passing directly to William and Catherine, it would be a much better thing to do.
We have to hope for the best and wish him well. I hope that everything turns out okay.
What I would certainly note, though, and Adrian, you are, of course, familiar with what we call streeters, just speaking to people as they walk down the street about what their reaction is to current events. And not so often are all those responses thoughtful or, you know, able to put to air. And almost everyone we spoke to took a deep breath and had something very thoughtful, had an opinion, because I really think that speaks to, you know, Queen Elizabeth's presence, the presence that she has had in everyone's lives throughout the Commonwealth and really beyond. Whether or not they realized it or not, today, as they digested that news, that presence was certainly being felt, and certainly the responses for almost in almost all the cases, were very thoughtful.
That's a really interesting observation, Sarah. You are right. It is, you know, asking people what they think on the streets with a camera in their face is often not an enjoyable experience. Canadians generally, and I hate to generalize, but I feel like we're a very private people. It's not a question people like to answer. So when you do ask a question and someone stops and thinks the way you're describing, it really does, it is pretty remarkable. So I thank you for that and for all that work. I know you were talking about hockey. We're working on getting some of the pictures up of that moment in 2002 when the Queen dropped the puck, because it was a pretty special time, and I keep imagining that the Royal Protection Officers were having an awful lot of Advil and Tylenol and aspirin watching it happen. So here are some of the pictures here. It's just a strip of 3 little photos. The Queen on the ice. And if, you know, why would I say they'd be nervous? Well, let's think of the time. That was 2002. That is only months after 9/11. So imagine the security concerns. The Queen walking onto a carpet on the ice in front of tens of thousands of people. What an experience that must have been for her, and then dropping that puck. And I quite adore that she grabbed that puck, or someone did. And these things don't disappear. If someone sends something to the Queen, or she decides she likes something, it stays in Windsor Castle. It is catalogued. It is given a number. It is part of the Royal Archives. When we were there in April, there was a little envelope with a little nickel that someone had sent to her by the name of Teresa Drewley Black, had sent Princess Elizabeth a little nickel. It is still there, and it was sent back in the 50s, so it's remarkable. Royal commentator Bonnie Brownlee is joining us again from Toronto. Bonnie, do you have any more updates for us about what is about to unfold in the next few days?
I know what this evening the family's been together, as you would, sitting around talking, having food, having a cocktail, telling their own stories, and they will start to disperse as of tomorrow. The Queen's lying in state is actually shorter than it normally would be. It said 24 hours. I think I just heard you say that. Normally it's more like 2 days. So there's clearly been some changes happening as they start to roll things along. The burial or the funeral is usually, you know, sort of in the 10th day. And we do know that she will, the service should be at Westminster, and that she will do a private service, probably for family and friends at the chapel at Windsor Castle, and then be buried beside her mother and father and her sister. So, you know, and it's unfolding for us. They know what's happening, if you know what I mean. Like, they've been sort of thinking about this, as you know, Adrian, for the past few days and months. But I think it's a family right now that's just trying to come together with their own personal loss. They're not so quiet anymore. They're actually starting to chat a little bit, just, you know, but they're together and, you know, trying to sort of figure out a future with King Charles as that moves forward. I mean, the thing is, it's a death, and so sad, because she's been such an incredible global figure for 70 years. But Charles is also now the king, and, you know, he would be reminiscing, I'm sure, thinking about how his mother felt when her father died, when she was on the trip with her husband in Africa, and waited over a year before she had her coronation, just because of the devastation of his loss. And they didn't feel it was proper to celebrate and have a big coronation festival. So we'll see when the timing comes for Charles.
I mean, please correct me if I'm wrong, but I think no one on earth has been an heir in waiting longer than Prince Charles.
No, he's no. I mean, it's quite incredible, and imagine taking on this role. Not that 75 or 76 is old, but I mean, most people are lying in the sun and retiring, you know, and doing other things. But the Queen worked basically till she was 95, 96 years of age. So. But he has been very steadfast for his mother. He's been very loyal. and gone about and built, the Prince's Trust, his charities, which are quite extraordinary around the world, have raised a lot of money, done a lot of good that we sometimes, don't necessarily know about some of the work that he's done. So he's found a role for himself while waiting to become king. And he was talking about that, seeking advice for years about trying to figure out, how do I manage my way forward? And I think, we could say that he's been successful at that. Is he as popular as people or he would like to be? I think we need to just give him a little time and give him a chance as he steps into this new role. I think he's got some things in mind that he'll probably start to do fairly early in his reign. And he may start to change some of the, financial situations with other members of the royal family. I think the everlasting apartments at Kensington Palace and the economic help to members of the royal family, I have a feeling that some of that is going to dissipate over the coming years.
Absolutely. And, it was, I guess it was just over a year, maybe, I'm losing sense of time, maybe 16 months ago, where we had the funeral for Prince Philip. And I think about, in the clutches of COVID-19, it was such an intimate affair, if that makes any sense, for a royal funeral. There weren't crowds. The Queen, that image of her that I think has haunted people, sitting alone in the chapel with her mask, not surrounded by anyone, mourning her husband alone. The tone of this funeral, I think the empathy for her in that moment was understandably enormous. Exactly. And in some ways, I think that moment was more about the Queen than Prince Philip. But in terms of tone and the capability of people to gather now, is it your sense that this funeral, do you have a sense of what this funeral will look like?
There will be pomp and pageantry, maybe not as much as you might have expected even 30 years ago when doing this. So there'll be elegance and grace. It may be somewhat toned down, but not too much. I think it's going to be a sad but a happy occasion to reflect upon a 70-year career as a monarch and the values and the public service and the volunteerism that she recognized to people all over the world. She's been quite a galvanizing figure in that sense for a lot of countries. And I think people, although they will be sad and concerned somewhat about the future, they have to be able to be thankful to what they've witnessed and what they've lived with her as our monarch for 70 years.
Indeed. Bonnie Brownlee, thank you. Bonnie is a royal commentator and joined us from our very busy newsroom in Toronto.
Thank you.
So hello everyone who is just joining us. I'm Adrienne Arsenault. We continue this hour with the breaking news on the death of Queen Elizabeth II. Buckingham Palace announced her passing at 1:32 p.m. Eastern Time today. Her Majesty, of course, was 96 years old, on the throne for 70 years. What you're looking at now, as you can imagine, this is a live look of Buckingham Palace in London, where people are gathering, not for any reason other than they want something to do, they want to be together. The palace is a hearth, it is a magnet in a moment like this. The Queen was not there. She was at Balmoral Castle. When doctors and the palace put out an announcement earlier today that was really jarring for a lot of people. The palace is not an institution known to over-communicate. And so the message that came out this morning, that the Queen was under medical supervision, that she was at Balmoral, they were watching her health closely, and they were concerned, is the message that started the engines turning, if you will, and people starting to realize that this woman who has been there for most people forever might not be. So Prince Charles is now King Charles III. His wife, Camilla, is now the Queen Consort. That is the title that the Queen was insistent she get. She wanted the message to be very clear for the public that Camilla was to be known as the Queen Consort and had her blessing. So they were there at the time. Other royal family members, including Prince William, Prince Andrew, Prince Edward and his wife Sophie, rushed to join the Queen in her final hours. Prince Harry arrived just over an hour ago, it appears after the Queen had passed. We know that Kate Middleton was not there for a very good reason. This is the first day of school for the kids, for her children in their new school, because they've just moved to Windsor. This is a day that, as a parent, she wanted to be there. No doubt Prince William wanted to be there as well, but there was only one place he could be today. What is coming next? 10 days of official mourning are now officially underway. They will conclude with Her Majesty's funeral. So, of course, mourning is something for the family, but we are talking about a monarch, so of course it's not confined to the royal family, and that's why we're seeing crowds gathering at Buckingham Palace since the announcement of the Queen's illness. The CBC's Dominic Velitis is in our London bureau. Dominic, it's nighttime there now. It's just after 9 p.m. What are Londoners doing?
Well, to be perfectly honest, I think it's a tale of a story of two parts, Adrian. Central London tonight feels as though it's business as usual. On my journey here to the CBC's bureau, which, as you say, is in central London, I was coming from the train station, I noticed that the pubs and restaurants were full. They normally are on a Thursday night and a Friday night as we head into the weekend. But I think there was a part of me that was expecting people to have gone home to gather around the television sets perhaps and watch the news unfold. But that hasn't happened here in central London. The city is still moving. People are still going about their regular business. It certainly hasn't shut down. It's possible, of course, that the news is still sinking in. It is still relatively new news we've had this evening. It is a different picture, though, isn't it, at some of the royal residences, in particular at Buckingham Palace. And there's some absolutely remarkable scenes we've been seeing there this evening. We've seen crowds breaking out into song, singing God Save the Queen. There's been laying of flowers at the gates of Buckingham Palace. Candles have been lit at the gates as well. And it's worth mentioning, it's a minor point, but it's an important one. It is raining very, very hard here in central London at the moment, and that hasn't stopped the hundreds, possibly thousands of people that we have seen turning out at not just at Buckingham Palace, but at Windsor Castle as well, which was the Queen's favourite residence. So I think it's a story of two halves, Adrian. Central London, business as usual. At the royal palaces, the focal points, an opportunity for people to come together, to be together, to pay their respects. And I think that's really what the picture is here at the moment, Adrian.
Thank you for that. I know you're going to head out onto the streets. I know it would have looked one way coming in. I suspect it's going to look entirely different as you head out. And the rain is interesting. You know, Londoners can cope with rain like nobody's business, but I think it is one of those nights where it might end up driving people inside for a lot of reasons. But thank you very much, Dominic. I suspect we'll be talking a lot over the course of the next 10 days.
Thank you.
So now let's come back to the CBC's chief political correspondent, Rosie Barton, who is here with us. Rosie, already lots of reaction here in Canada. It's actually getting hard to sort of keep up with all of it. Can you walk us through what some of that reaction is, including what may or may not happen with the Conservative leadership race on Saturday?
Yeah, that's exactly where I was going to start, Adrian, because it is a little bit up in the air right now, to be honest. That event was is supposed to take place on Saturday evening, with the new leader being announced sometime around 8 p.m. Eastern. We've been asking the Conservative Party through the day, well, what are your plans now, given the death of Her Majesty? And the chair of the Leadership Election Organizing Committee, Ian Brodie, has issued a statement saying that the committee is, quote, considering an appropriate, respectful way to announce the results of the leadership election, that they will respect all protocols on the death of the sovereign set by the government and provide an update to us early on Friday. So we are told that everything is on the table for this, going from a much scaled back event, a smaller event, a shorter event, to no event at all. So we will see what they end up with. I would be surprised if they didn't do something. These leadership races, conventions, are important, right? They're important sort of boosters for parties. They are energizing for parties. They help the new leader get launched into the political stratosphere and the conversation. You would expect that political shows on Sunday, mine included, would be sort of wall-to-wall coverage on the events on Saturday. Obviously, events today have changed part of that. So we will see what the Conservative Party decides to do, but they are cognizant that this may no longer be sort of the top story in the nation on Saturday. And I think they want to be respectful of what the country is going through and the way that the government of Canada decides to move forward in its grieving process and with the protocols around grieving. But that is one thing that is sort of right now up in the air, is how that will all play out on Saturday. So we will wait for more information on that tomorrow, hopefully. In the meantime, there are things happening in the nation's capital. As you can see, the flag at half-mast and lots of statements and reaction coming out from leaders, both the Conservative leader, the interim leader right now, the NDP leader. The Governor General herself has made a statement about her relationship with the Queen, which was brief, but she also talks about how important the Queen was to her family in the Arctic in terms of the role that she played and the role that she set. And of course, the Prime Minister has made comments. His cabinet retreat continues in Vancouver right now, although a much scaled back affair there as well. We're expecting today a series of announcements from the government on issues around affordability. None of that has happened, obviously, and no sense on whether or when that will happen. Obviously, it would not be appropriate to happen today, but when will it happen going forward? We don't know that either. The Prime Minister, as we've been talking about, has a lengthy relationship with the Queen, mostly because, of course, his father had a close relationship with the Queen as well. And that's when Justin Trudeau first met her, when he was just a small child. We'll play again a little bit of that clip of Justin Trudeau reacting emotionally to the death of the Queen.
In a complicated world, her steady grace and resolve brought comfort and strength to us all. Canada is in mourning. She was one of my favorite people in the world, and I will miss her so.
As we've been talking about through the day, Adrian, of course, 12 Canadian prime ministers the Queen has met and dealt with, 12 out of 23, so a large number of them, and played a critical role in many moments in Canadian history and society. I think the one that springs to mind in terms of the shift that it brought to this nation is the repatriation of the Constitution under Pierre Trudeau, when the Queen came over to take part in that repatriation. And I'm sure everybody knows this story, but I'll tell it anyway, because we are waiting to hear from former Prime Minister Jean Chrétien. But he was the Justice Minister at the time, and he also had to sign the repatriation. And when he went to sit down and sign it, he saw that the nib of the pen had been crushed or broken off by the Prime Minister Trudeau, at which point he said merde, which I will say because I'm swearing in French. And the Queen knew what he had said and burst out laughing when Jean Chrétien swore, because he didn't really have anything to sign with, because his boss had broken part of the pen. So I'm sure Jean Chrétien will have some things to say about the Queen. He spent a lot of time getting to know her as well, and he's got a couple of books packed with anecdotes about how witty and smart she was to be around as well.
I bet. It is a lovely story, Rosie,
Yeah.
and the pictures are fantastic, because you can see him muttering. Yes. And then you see the Queen sort of a moment of shock, and then this broad smile. It was really. Yes.
And him realizing, oh, I probably shouldn't have said that in front of her. Yeah.
Perhaps that's why she liked him so.
Yes, probably.
Rosie, thank you very much for all this.
Okay.
So as we're keeping an eye on the developing news here, we know that King Charles III, and we have to keep
I think it was Sarah Galashan who said that when people say it for the first time, it doesn't come out of the mouth easily. King Charles III will be delivering an address tomorrow. I'm unclear what time that is. We're still working on that. And things happen organically when things happen in the world. So about 7 minutes ago, there was a report that around 50 black cabs, those iconic black cabs in London, started lining the Mall. The Mall is that paved pink road just outside Buckingham Palace. And that didn't happen for any reason other than the cab drivers said that they just felt like they needed to do something, and they were drawn to Buckingham Palace, and it seemed like the most respectful thing they could do is to form a bit of a standing parade, if you will, outside the Mall. I fully anticipate that you will be seeing more acts like that. Again, in a moment like this, people who want to show their respect aren't always clear exactly how to do it, and so they work together. We're going to go now, and as you're watching pictures of a very rainy London and a very determined set of people outside Buckingham Palace waiting for news that probably won't come tonight. They probably won't hear from anyone else in the family who are together tonight, but it is enough perhaps for strangers to be shoulder to shoulder with other strangers this evening. But as we look at that, we're going to bring in CBC's Katie Simpson, who is tracking the reaction from world leaders to the news of the Queen's death. So, Katie, you're in Washington. What more can you tell us?
Well, the flags have been lowered to half staff at the White House and will remain that way until the Queen's interment. And we're waiting to see if President Joe Biden will make a public statement. He was supposed to deliver a speech this afternoon, but upon learning of the Queen's death, he canceled that plan. He's supposed to go to a fundraiser tonight, and he's still scheduled to do that. So we'll see if he offers some public comment. He has issued a statement, a lengthy statement, and it's very similar to statements that we are seeing from leaders around the world and influential people who had the opportunity to spend time with Queen Elizabeth. And there are a number of themes that we've talked about, Adrian, that are coming up in a lot of these statements. One, her generosity with her wisdom, her wit, being someone behind closed doors known to be very hilarious. We heard some of that with Rosie Barton just there. And that's what's coming up in a lot of these statements. And of course, her dedication to public service. And that really is sort of the through line here when we're taking in all of these statements from world leaders. President Joe Biden and the First Lady, Dr. Jill Biden, issued a statement saying, in a world of constant change, she was a steadying presence and a source of comfort and pride for generations of Britons, including many who have never known their country without her. She was the first British monarch to whom people all around the world could feel a personal and immediate connection, whether they heard her on the radio as a young princess speaking to the children of the United Kingdom, or gathered around their televisions for her coronation, or watched her final Christmas speech or her Platinum Jubilee on their phones. And she, in turn, dedicated her whole life to their service. We, being President Joe Biden and Dr. Jill Biden, we first met the Queen in 1982, traveling to the UK as part of a Senate delegation. And we were honored that she extended her hospitality to us in June 2021 during our first overseas trip as President and First Lady, where she charmed us with her wit and moved us with her kindness and generously shared with us her wisdom. Adrian, you talked about those acts, people wanting to do things, but not necessarily knowing what it is to do. But we are seeing larger, more organized shows of respect and displays to honor the Queen. In the United States, there'll be a display in New York, a light show on the Empire State Building, I believe it is. In France, the Eiffel Tower will be dark tonight. We have a statement from Emmanuel Macron. He tweeted a photo of Queen Elizabeth saying, Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II embodied the British nation's continuity and unity for over 70 years. I remembered her as a friend of France, a kind-hearted queen who has left a lasting impression on her country and her century. And in Germany, the Chancellor, Olaf Scholz, he also issued a statement on Twitter. That's where we're getting most of these statements at this point, because it is late in Europe right now, and people will likely want to give this some time, and we'll hear from world leaders on camera in person tomorrow so likely. The German chancellor is saying, "We mourn the death of Queen Elizabeth II. She was a role model and inspiration for millions, also here in Germany. Her commitment to German-British reconciliation after the horrors of World War II remain unforgotten. She will be missed, not least her wonderful humor." And we have a new statement just in from Pope Francis saying, "I willingly join all who mourn her loss in praying for the late Queen's eternal rest and in paying tribute to her life of unstinting service to the good of the nation and the Commonwealth. Her example of devotion to her duty, her steadfast witness of faith in Jesus Christ, and her firm hope in his promises." So it is a wide range of reaction at this point. Again, we're waiting for more to come in. Sometimes it takes some time for that to happen. It happens organically, as you mentioned, Adrian, more so when it comes to real people trying to deliver tributes in their own way. But again, we'll be hearing from world leaders less organically in the hours and days to come.
Indeed, you're absolutely right, Katie, and Australia and New Zealand are just waking up to this news, so I would anticipate you'd hear something from them. We should talk about Vladimir Putin. He also sent his condolences to King Charles after, quote, his words, irreparable loss. In his message to the king, Mr. Putin said the Queen rightfully enjoyed the love and respect of her subjects, as well as authority on the world stage. And he added, "I wish you courage and resilience in the face of this difficult, irreparable loss," and then asked King Charles III to pass on sincere condolences and support to members of the royal family and the entire people of Great Britain. That is from Vladimir Putin, who had actually met with the Queen, I think, at a private audience at Windsor Castle back in 2000. She might have had thoughts. So I think right now, as we speak about the Queen, it's important in a moment like this to get closer to the circle of people who knew her. We knew her from afar, but Simon Morgan knew her from very close, a former Royal Protection Officer joining us from London. Sir, I very much appreciate you joining us. I know this is not an academic or intellectual discussion for you. We're talking about the loss of someone you knew well.
Yeah, very much so. I was fortunate enough to be a protection officer for the Queen from 2007 to 2013. So someone spent a lot of time with, and indeed spent a lot of time up on the Balmoral estate with.
And so it was some 5 years, I think, yes, that you worked with her. Can you give us a bit of a window into what she was like with you?
I mean, the Queen was a great principal. Principal is somebody that we as protection officers term as the person that we look after. She completely understood why we were there. And as much as we would be working around her, she would actually be working around us to make our job a little bit easier, which as a principal is great. You know, you've got someone who actually kind of wants you there, they understand why you're there, and, you know, they're making the best they can to make your working environment better, which, you know, is such a bizarre situation.
And what about when you were with people and they saw her? How did they react to her?
I mean, everybody wanted to see the Queen. My first official walkabout with a member of the royal family was with the Queen. And, you know, the amount of people that turned out to see the Queen in what was just a small south of England town was just astronomical. You know, the whole town just shut down and everybody had come to see the Queen. Everybody was there with happy, smiley faces. You know, there was small children with Union Jack flags. Everybody had come to see the Queen, and the Queen wanted to see everybody as well. She was very much a person's Queen. You know, she knew that the monarchy was reliant on its subjects and therefore wanted to go and see them, wanted to speak to them. And as a protection officer, you have to allow that to happen.
Did you see flashes of that humor ever?
Very much so. My first tour of Balmoral, the Queen came to us after one of the lunches and said, are you going to follow me? And I instantly thought, well, that's kind of what we normally do, but perhaps we don't do this in Scotland. And I said, well, I think we should. And she said, well, are you sure? And I said, yes, because obviously she'd been told that I was a new protection officer, first trip to Balmoral. And I said, well, I think we should. And she said, you're absolutely right. I think you should. And off we went back to the castle. But yes, you know, there was that rapport. You have to have that rapport with your principals. You know, as a protection officer, you don't just sit there and watch the world go by. There is interaction.
Oh, of course. Simon, please hang tight just for a moment. We'll be right back to you just in a second. But for those of you who are watching in Newfoundland and Labrador, we will leave you now for your local news. Our special live coverage continues on CBC television and in other areas of the country, as well as CBC and our digital channels. So again, we are looking at live pictures of Buckingham Palace. The announcement was made a few hours ago now that Queen Elizabeth had died. So after some 70 years on the throne, Simon, I gather you're still with us, and thank you for that. Simon Morgan, a Royal Protection Officer. Do you have any impression of as you talk with your colleagues how she will be remembered? I mean, there is the legacy question, and that is a big political question. But what about on a personal sense of legacy?
I think stability. Created a tremendous amount of stability, and certainly with the Prince of Wales, or now kind of King Charles III, look to modernise the royal family and take it to the next generation. She was very instrumental in that. She knew the understanding of the power of the monarchy, and indeed what was its power, and it was its people. So she completely understood all of that. And I think, yes, the modernisation of the current royal family was down to her, and that will be one of her legacies.
It sounds to me, Simon, like you have had an extraordinary job.
Very fortunate. I joined the Metropolitan Police Service in 1995 and did the usual police officer things, and then I was fortunate enough to be selected to join Royalty Protection, which was a career goal for me. And yes, it was fantastic. It was a good job working with good people on the police side and having great principals as members of the royal family to work with. So yes, I was very fortunate to have that career.
And a bit sad today, I'm going to presume.
Very much so. When you saw members of the family being moved to Scotland, you just knew that this wasn't quite right. We've had various messages around the Queen's health, and indeed looking back to the Duke of Edinburgh's health in years past, but never has there been a mass movement of the family. And you just watch it from afar, knowing what you know, and think, this is possibly the time.
That's a really interesting observation. We are all armchair quarterbacks on this and reading the tea leaves, but you actually know what they mean. So I'm sorry, that must have been a long, difficult day for you. Simon Morgan, thank you very much for your time.
No, my pleasure. Thank you very much.
So Simon is a former Royal Protection Officer he was joining us from London. The CBC's David Cochrane is in Vancouver. So David, again, you were planning to cover the federal Liberal cabinet retreat. Obviously, that is being overshadowed by the news of the Queen's passing. We did hear the Prime Minister deliver his statement, his very personal statement. Walk us through that from your perspective.
Yeah, Adrian, as a Prime Minister and as the son of a Prime Minister, Justin Trudeau has a very interesting relationship with the Queen. He's known her pretty much his entire life, having met her as a young boy, and having met with her in person earlier this year in March when he was in London for a meeting with former British Prime Minister Boris Johnson as part of a European swing to meet with allies and show support for Ukraine as it fought against the Russian invasion. And it was one of the Queen's first meetings with anybody after her recovery from COVID, and that was his last meeting with her, and something that Justin Trudeau referenced directly in quite a personal and emotional statement when he finally spoke today. Have a listen to the Prime Minister.
As her 12th Canadian Prime Minister, I'm having trouble believing that my last sit-down with her was my last. I will so miss those chats. She was thoughtful, wise, curious, helpful, funny, and so much more. Canada is in mourning. She was one of my favorite people in the world, and I will miss her so.
So that was the Prime Minister, and you can see the emotion on his face and hear it in his voice. He was supposed to do a series of announcements on a policy agenda for the fall today, an affordability package on things like dental care, GST rebates, and housing allowances as part of a deal with the New Democrats. But the entire plan for really a political style, election style, end to this cabinet retreat with all of his ministers behind him in liberal red, all very quickly shelved as people change clothing to put on darker clothing, more somber clothing. The Prime Minister there in a dark suit with a black tie. You now see cabinet ministers and political staffers wearing black ribbons of mourning as the news of Queen Elizabeth's passing really was a thunderbolt into this cabinet retreat here in downtown Vancouver.
I certainly imagine it was. In terms of what happens in this country right now following the death of the Queen, I know there's some, I suppose it's housekeeping that has to happen, and there are some protocol changes. What are we going to see?
Yeah, there's a lot of big structural changes that happen. I mean, there's this official period of mourning happening. You're now seeing mourning ribbons, draped on portraits of the Queen and on flagpoles at legislatures. You're seeing the ribbons and black ties being worn by staff. People work for lieutenant governors and the Governor General in Canada. And there's going to be a series of things that will change. I mean, King Charles III is now the head of state in this country. It's an automatic ascension that happens. Parliament, when it resumes, it's scheduled to come back on the 19th. We don't yet know if it's going to come back early. It will have to pass a resolution, as a motion of support and loyalty and sympathy to King Charles III and the new monarch of Canada. And then you're going to see changes in institutions. The Court of Queen's Bench will become the Court of King's Bench in certain provinces. Her Majesty's loyal opposition will become His Majesty's loyal opposition. And that's the sort these are housekeeping things, as you say, but it also speaks to the transformation and the change in the period that we're going through now. Eventually, the Canadian money, Canadian stamps, all of these things will change to be updated with the new portrait of Charles replacing Elizabeth. And there's some interesting things happening just on the political calendar. Adrian, the Conservatives are supposed to announce their new leader on Saturday, and they've put out a statement saying they're reconsidering their plan. There was supposed to be a big convention and a celebratory announcement with a speech and everything on Saturday night. We're going to find out tomorrow morning exactly how that will happen. Justin Trudeau was supposed to go to a fundraiser in Surrey tonight. That has been shelved. The Liberal caucus is set to meet next week in New Brunswick, in St. Andrews. Does that go ahead now with everything that's happening? Because the Prime Minister will very likely have to go to London, for the funeral and the official mourning events that will surround the passing of the Queen. And the President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, is supposed to come here next week for meetings with the Prime Minister for several days. This may very well all be canceled and rescheduled because of what has happened. So sort of the political calendar in the immediate sense is changing, and the activities and tone and tenor of the run-up to the return of Parliament and a transition at the leadership of the Conservative Party, that is all undergoing reassessment over the next 12 to 24 hours. And then we'll start to see those permanent, permanent so long as the King is alive, changes to the institutions of Canada as names and protocols are changed to reflect this transition from a Queen of Canada to the King of Canada.
All right, David Cochrane, lots of little things that will look like big things when they happen. Yeah. Thank you very much. We appreciate that. So Queen Elizabeth, as we know, given that she came to Canada 23 times, 22 as Queen, once as Princess Elizabeth, she almost always drew crowds here, and crowds were there for every smile, every wave, every speech she offered.
Industry and commerce may bring wealth to a country, but the character of a nation is formed by other factors. Race, language, religion, culture and tradition all have some contribution to make. And when I think of the diversity of these factors in Canada today and the achievements that have grown from their union, I feel proud and happy to be Queen of such a nation.
So two things about that clip. She's wearing the maple leaf brooch there in 1957. That was a gift from her father to her mother. She first came here in 1951 as Princess Elizabeth. She took her first trip in 1957 as the Queen. That's when she opened the 23rd Parliament. And then she came back 2 years later to open the St. Lawrence Seaway And that was a 6-week trip. She visited every province and territory.
The reception was cool. A few boos and hisses, and this police reaction.
But, and this is an important thing, the Queen received a very different welcome when she went to Quebec City in 1964. She was met by huge crowds. As you saw there, booing separatists. Several protesters were clubbed and arrested, and the day became known as Truncheon Saturday. So 3 years later, this is the Queen in Ottawa for Canada's centennial before zipping over to Montreal for Expo 67. In 1976, she came both as monarch and a mother because she opened the 76 Montreal Olympics before nervously watching her daughter, Princess Anne, compete in the equestrian 3-day event where Anne got a concussion, also a worried mother.
Today, I have proclaimed this new constitution, one that is truly Canadian at last.
And isn't that remarkable? That was the Queen in Ottawa in 1982 for a remarkable moment. On April 17th, she signed Canada's new constitution and enshrined the Charter of Rights and Freedoms that completed Canada's independence, allowing this country to change its constitution without Britain's permission. Now, in 2002, the Queen started her 12-day Golden Jubilee tour in Iqaluit. And so that visit marked 50 years on the throne, and there it is. That is the trip to Vancouver where she dropped the puck at a Canucks game, and even came by the CBC Broadcast Centre here in Toronto for a visit. In 2010, she came to Canada for 9 days, attending a state dinner in Toronto at the Royal York Hotel. So lots of pictures there. You will see more of them tonight at 8 o'clock on CBC. We have a documentary about the Queen in Canada. So many more of those speeches, of those moments that some people have never seen before. We retrieved footage from the archives, defrosted some of it that hasn't been seen since it was taken back in the 50s and 60s. Some remarkable moments there. It's worth having a watch. That's the Queen in Canada tonight at 8 p.m. We know that Her Majesty touched so many Canadians, including the great artist Charles Patcher. His work is inspired by the monarchy, and he received the Queen's Golden and Diamond Jubilee medals. Joining us now from Toronto, it is an honor, sir. You have met the Queen. You had some very special moments there. I'm wondering what you'd like to share with us.
Well, it was 2015, and I was invited to Canada House in London, which had just been renovated, and one of my paintings of the Canadian flag was donated to Canada House for the foyer, and the Queen was there to cut the ribbon, and I was lucky enough to have had a chat with her. I was wearing my Order of Canada pin, and she came over to me and smiled. She was so gracious, as she always is, and I had the chance to tell her that for over 4 decades I had been painting her, and I put her on a moose back in 1972, which caused a scandal at the time, but I decided to paint her as the Queen of Canada after Pierre Trudeau had announced that that was the new phrase that was being used, and I superimposed her on a moose rather than a horse. In school, we were taught that the moose was the monarch of the North, and I was playing on the word monarchy. It was all affectionate mischief. It was not malevolent. It was a way of trying to get a sense from a grassroots Canadian artist as to what the monarchy meant to us. And there I was with her, and when I told her I'd put her on a moose, I thanked her for helping to make a living all these years, and she giggled and she said, "How amusing." She was not offended. She thought it was cute. Here's a picture of the two of us in London in 2015.
That's great. So how amusing. You must have had did you get any sense of what happened when she went away? Was she saying, that Charles Patcher is amazing, or that Charles Patcher is off?
Well, you know, there were many people at the reception in London, but I was so grateful just to have had a couple of minutes with her, and she was truly gracious. She actually chuckled when I told her about how I had come across the idea of painting her as the Queen of Canada. And then over the last 50 years, I've dined out on all this for so many different images and had such fun doing it that in many ways, these images, once now that she's gone, and whenever I pass, they'll pass into Canadian art history. They will become part of the sort of pop art imagery that I created based on my affection and interest in the phenomenon of monarchy from a Canadian perspective.
We are so lucky to have you. I'm curious, as I listen to you talk, there's a painting behind you. I think it's...
Yes, that
tell
was
me about
done
it if
in...
you can.
Yeah, that was done in 1972. It's called Noblesse Oblige. And this is long before Photoshop. I took newspaper clippings of her, and I remember growing up with on the CBC at night before we went to bed. They showed pictures of her marching around the palace courtyard on her horse, and they played God Save the Queen, not O Canada. But I played around with that idea, and when I decided, because the head of state didn't live among us, in 1972, I had this little epiphany and decided to put her in a Canadian context. And at the time, the critics went berserk. They savaged me in the press. They said, "Is this what art is all about? Boyish jokes. And furthermore, it doesn't even look like her." That went on and on and on. But I do remember now how much I was discussed about the whole idea of the imagery. And here we are 50 years later. I'm going to be 80 in December, and the image is regarded with a lot of affection and delight. It thrills me. So I hope that I've been able to add to the canon of Canadian art in my own way.
Well, no doubt you have. Is there something you want Canadians to remember about the Queen in particular as we continue to commemorate her?
Well, when I think about how devoted she was, and her service was exceptional, and how with the advent of the internet we found out more and more about how dysfunctional the royal family became and the transparency of all this, it fascinated me that she remained steadfast through all of this, and a serious, remarkable figurehead that we will never have the likes of again. I think we have to remember that this was a unique human being and that we should be grateful for everything that she was to us.
Indeed, and we are grateful for you, Charles. That was Charles Pachter in Toronto, our royalty. Thank you, Charles.
Thank you so much.
So now let's connect again with John Fraser, the founding president of the Institute of the Study of the Crown in Canada, also the author of The Secret of the Crown, Canada's Affair with Royalty. We reached John in Toronto. So how are you doing now that we know for sure what has happened?
I'm doing fine. How are you doing? You've got a big bit of business to do today, my dear.
We do, sir. We do. And I think we're all going to be busy over the course of the next 10 days as everyone tries to figure out how to remember the Queen. It's interesting, John, there are people reaching out to us from both political circles, but also people who just have personal things to share. And so they're reaching out to our team. And I'm looking at a document now that a few moments ago was maybe 30 pages long. It's now 45 to 50 pages long. And there are hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of names of people who are reaching out to talk about their experiences with the Queen. And I'm wondering what that tells you.
Well, I'm someone who believes the monarchy is a good thing for Canada and the Crown, but I think what's going to happen over the next 10 days, and in fact over the next year or so, is a great arc of relearning who we are and what our system's about. I mean, this is the beginning of a new cycle, which we haven't seen for 70 years. I told you, I think earlier, that I can remember when we translated ourselves from God Save the King to God Save the Queen, and now it's going. We're not focusing on, but he's going to be a focus, and he is the guy who's going to have to get us through all this period of mourning and remembrance, and also make the case for himself emotionally and constitutionally that he is the right person to succeed and to prove the point that our constitutional system is viable and works, and that will lead up to perhaps a first coronation anyone alive will have seen. I remember the last coronation, but as a boy, and this one will be different because it's of an older man. There's precedence, but still. It will be an incredible arc, and we will all be a little wiser about the system that we live under, rather than the sort of, sort of picture-perfect system that we think we have, because it's all to do with celebrity, whereas there's some constitutional realities that we often are not aware of, and they'll be coming to the fore the next little while, which is a good thing.
John, I know that this matter of how King Charles III presents himself is important. We know that tomorrow he will be addressing people, but do you actually think there is a lot riding on the words he uses and the way he holds himself and communicates in the next little while? Is there something actually at stake there?
Of course there is. There's the future of how he is regarded. He is coming to this position after a long life as Prince of Wales. There were never any definition of what a Prince of Wales does, but he didn't have the straitjacket of being a constitutional monarch, so he was free to say and support those things that were important to him. That's over now. He can't do that anymore. His son can, other members of the royal family can if they want to, but Charles becomes a constitutional monarch. He will still be able to say things differently than the Queen did, because he's a different person, but he'll be very mindful of his constitutional role. And it will be a different Charles in many ways, and people will be trying to find out if that old Charles is there. But if you know your Shakespeare plays, it won't be quite the same as what happened to Henry V when he went from Prince of Wales to King, but you'll see, even at his great age, that he becomes somewhat different. He will be in a kind of straitjacket, but he has had a great run of it. He was a prophet about climate change, and everyone thought he was sort of wacky. But he's someone who people will be amazed at what a good king he will be, because they're not expecting that.
Oh, that's so interesting. John Fraser, thank you very much for that perspective. I have no doubt we will be speaking the days to come, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Keep working.
Working on it. Working on it. Sarah Galashan is in our newsroom in Vancouver, and of course the Queen must have liked British Columbia very much. She was there 7 times. Sarah, can you tell us about the reaction you're seeing and hearing on the West Coast?
Well, Adrienne, based on the reaction that I'm seeing and hearing, British Columbia really liked the Queen as well. A lot of thoughtful responses, but there's a lot of British tradition in British Columbia. Our capital is Victoria, and over in Victoria, that's where you find the provincial legislature building. We've been hearing a lot of reporters talking about the black ribbons that politicians are wearing, and the portraits in the legislature, which will eventually go from being Queen Elizabeth to King Charles III. And in Victoria, what we're seeing is a black sash being placed over that portrait of Queen Elizabeth in order to mark the passing of the monarch. And eventually, as I say, that will be replaced. And at the legislature, our camera there, who was taking that footage, met up with a British expat who is now in Victoria, and a little homesick, frankly, right now, given the news coming out of Great Britain. I want to play you a little bit of what we heard from him.
Very sad. It's someone we've known for our life. We was born when she was here, and she's now gone, and it's just a very upsetting day for all of us. There's 6 of us here touring Canada, and it's probably the first time we wish we could have been back home for this, but we know she'll get a great send-off, and it's just a privilege to have been one of her citizens.
As you said, she must have liked British Columbia. I mean, certainly she made many trips to Canada. In British Columbia, she was here 7 different times. And in the statement from the Premier, he notes that she was here 7 times, 6 as reigning monarch, and a lot of standout moments for those who would have been able to take in those visits, maybe be in some way close proximity to the Queen. I know for our cameramen here, this footage that you're looking at from 2002, this is a tape that was saved all this time and ingested fresh today, because that was such a special moment for that cameraman. But also special for those who were watching that puck drop that you talked about in 2002. There she is standing center ice. We've been looking at that footage throughout the day, and I think that for a lot of people back in 2002, which I believe is her last time to British Columbia, that was a particularly special moment to see her out there, embracing hockey, Canada sport.
Well, good for Denis for keeping that tape. CBC has phenomenal archives, and some of those archives are simply in the desk drawers of the great camera operators and editors. I'm just curious, as you spoke with people, anything that you're hearing that stands out to you about the future of the monarchy?
Well, and I was saying this to you earlier, Adrian, the fact that, so many people were so thoughtful in their comments as we were talking to them out on the street, really just minutes after you had broken the news that the Queen had passed. A lot of sadness shared. Frankly, also some uncertainty about the future of the monarchy, given the fact that she has reigned as monarch for 70 years and for what we heard from people on the street, with such dignity, they have great respect for her. I want to play you some of what we heard from the people we were talking to.
The rest of them are a little iffy, so we have to wait and see how Charles will do.
But I'm not sure about his abilities. He hasn't, in my opinion, he hasn't demonstrated the abilities that she had.
We're in trouble that she's gone. Yeah, I'm not sure that Charles can live up to it, and unfortunately Charles is next in line. I think if it was passing directly to William and Catherine, it would be a much better thing to do.
We have to hope for the best and wish him well. I hope that everything turns out okay.
So as I say, support for the future of the monarchy, for the most part, is what we heard, although certainly some uncertainty. But, I think, Adrian, that really speaks to the fact that for so many people, they have not known another monarch. The idea of even saying King Charles III is a little bit difficult. It doesn't roll off the tongue yet. The more you say it, the more you get used to it. And, but that is definitely where people's thoughts went to. Certainly respect to the Queen, and then what happens next.
Indeed. Thanks, Aaron. By judging from those comments there, people will be listening very carefully to what King Charles III says tomorrow when he addresses people. He is a son who's lost a mum, but he is also a man for whom there are enormous expectations. Sarah Galashan in Vancouver, thank you. Very briefly, I'd like to go back to London and the CBC's Dominic Velitis. Dominic, in terms of what happens now, how does the royal family structure change at this point?
Yeah, things have changed, Adrian. The Prince of Wales, who is now king and is now officially known, as you heard there, as King Charles III, will now be referred to as His Majesty rather than His Royal Highness. His wife Camilla, meanwhile, is now Queen Consort. Prince William, meanwhile, has become heir to the throne, but that doesn't mean that he automatically becomes Prince of Wales. That's a title that would have to be granted by his father, who himself became Prince of Wales in 1958, if memory serves me right, and whose investiture was in 1969. But as Charles's eldest son, William, has inherited the title the Duke of Cornwall. So he and his wife will now be known as the Duke and Duchess of Cornwall and Cambridge. Their children have become Prince George of Cornwall and Cambridge, Princess Charlotte of Cornwall and Cambridge, and Prince Louis of Cornwall and Cambridge. And they will eventually become of Wales when William becomes the Prince of Wales. Things get a little more, even more confusing when it comes to the Duke and Duchess of Sussex, Prince Harry and Meghan's children. Now, originally, you may remember Archie was not given the title of Prince as he was too far down the royal line. There was speculation in the media at the time that was a bit of a sore subject, but now he may well become Prince Archie and his sister Princess Lilibet. They are now the King's grandchildren, so they might well get those titles. Prince Edward is another area where it's a little less uncertain. He is the Queen's youngest son, and he might get the Duke of Edinburgh, which you will remember was the Queen's husband's, Prince Philip's, title.
Right, that's a lot of information. The CBC's Dominic Velitis in our London bureau. Thank you, Dominic.
Thank you.
So I spoke with several prominent Canadians for a documentary we did here called The Queen in Canada, and I had the chance to hear about encounters they had with her. Here's one of them.
One day, some comedian in Quebec had called her, faking that I was the one on the line.
Your Majesty, I'm really stressed out of these days.
I'm sure you are.
Yes.
We've been following it with great interest.
The Canadian political situation is very critical.
Yes. I mean, if I can help, I would be delighted to do anything I can.
It was an extremely funny conversation, and poor Majesty, she didn't know how to handle that. I said to Your Majesty, I'm sorry, you know, you must have been surprised. She said, of course I've been very surprised. I thought that you were drunk.
The full documentary will air tonight on CBC television at 8 p.m. local time. So thank you very much for joining us for our special live coverage of the death of Queen Elizabeth, who passed today in Balmoral, Scotland at the age of 96. She reigned for a historic 70 years. I'm Adrienne Arsenault. Thank you for being with us. Our live programming continues on CBC News Network. We'll see you tonight on The National.
A few moments ago, Buckingham Palace announced the death of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. The Palace has just issued this statement. It says the Queen died peacefully at Balmoral this afternoon.
Oh, no.
We are all devastated by the news that we have just heard from Balmoral. The death of Her Majesty the Queen is a huge shock to the nation and to the world. Queen Elizabeth II was the rock on which modern Britain was built.
As her 12th Canadian Prime Minister, I'm having trouble believing that my last sit-down with her was my last. I will so miss those chats. She was one of my favorite people in the world, and I will miss her so.
Hi there, you're watching continuing special coverage on CBC News. I'm Vashi Kapelos. Somber news today being felt around the world. The reign of Britain's longest-serving monarch is over. Queen Elizabeth has died at the age of 96 at Balmoral Castle, her estate in the Scottish Highlands. She passed away surrounded by family who rushed to be by her side. Queen Elizabeth spent a remarkable 70 years on the throne and as Canada's head of state, serving as an iconic figure to generations of families. She was known to be a quiet but powerful symbol of stability during decades and decades of sweeping change. Here's a live look just outside the gates of Buckingham Palace in London, where mourners are gathering en masse to pay their respects. The flag there lowered to half-mast as soon as the announcement came from the royal family at 1:30 Eastern, 6:30 local time. That statement read, "The Queen died peacefully at Balmoral this afternoon. The King and the Queen consort will remain at Balmoral this evening and will return to London tomorrow. The Queen's son, the Prince of Wales, has now assumed the throne as King Charles III. He released this statement saying, 'The death of my beloved mother, Her Majesty the Queen, is a moment of greatest sadness for me and all members of my family. We mourn profoundly the passing of a cherished sovereign and a much-loved mother. I know her loss will be deeply felt throughout the country, the realms, and the Commonwealth, and by countless people around the world. During this period of mourning and change,' the statement goes on to say, 'my family and I will be comforted and sustained by our knowledge of the respect and deep affection in which the Queen was so widely held.' Liz Truss became the new British Prime Minister just 2 days ago after meeting with Queen Elizabeth. She spoke outside 10 Downing Street.
The death of Her Majesty the Queen is a huge shock to the nation and to the world. Queen Elizabeth II was the rock on which modern Britain was built. Our country has grown and flourished under her reign. Britain is the great country it is today because of her.
During her reign, Queen Elizabeth visited this country 22 times, more than any other country. A perfect point to bring in Peter Mansbridge, who, of course, is a former CBC News chief correspondent. Hi, Peter. Really good to see you. I wish it were under different circumstances.
Yeah, I wish so too, Vashi, but it is good to talk to you.
I thought Prince Charles' statement about the affection with which people had, or what kind of affection people have and had for Queen Elizabeth, his mom, was particularly, it particularly resonated. I wonder, when you reflect on that affection and especially Canadians' affection for Queen Elizabeth, what you're thinking about today.
Well, we see it every time we witness the Queen in Canada. You know, I covered her in, I think, 8 of the 10 provinces at various times since 1970, which was the first royal visit with the Queen that I covered. But listen, you know, you pointed to those crowds outside Balmoral. They're also outside Windsor, and they're also outside Buckingham Palace tonight in Britain. And why are they there? Why are they there? What is it about this woman, this monarch, that brings those crowds out again tonight? Well, she touched so many people in so many different ways that they made her feel a part of them, and she made them feel a part of her. She was always there for them. You know, she promised the day she took over from her father right after he died, she promised that she, no matter how long her term would be, long or short, she'd give public service. And did she deliver? She reigned for a long time, and she delivered on that public service for all those years. And the people, no matter their age, and those crowds tonight are of various ages, many of whom have never known any other monarch than Elizabeth. And, you know, they're paying their respects tonight to what they're already calling Elizabeth the Great. You know, I heard one biographer today call her the Queen of the World. And in some ways, she really was. I mean, think about it tonight. There's probably not a newscast in the world, in any country in the world, that is not mentioning the death of this woman, this monarch, this Queen of England, of the United Kingdom, of Canada, many countries in the Commonwealth. But they're looking at her no matter where they're from, Queen of the World.
And given, just as you were talking, I was thinking of how many different public figures you have covered, you know, I have covered. How unique are those attributes?
They were unique in her because she made people feel comfortable. She made them feel like they belonged in whatever the moment was that she was at. I mean, most people were gobsmacked getting anywhere close to her and didn't really know what to say. My mother, I was at an event in Victoria once where the Queen was there, and you know, she'd spent all her life talking about the Queen, and then suddenly she was standing next to her, and the Queen looked at her and said, "Well, this is a wonderful occasion." My mother couldn't talk. She just literally couldn't get words out of her mouth, which was probably the only time that ever happened to her. But that wasn't unique. That happened to a lot of people who were so, you know, impressed by this woman. And the main part is, so many people have never had any other monarch in their life. You know, they've sung "God Save the Queen" for 70 years. They're going to sing "God Save the King" now if they sing the Royal Salute for the first time. And they'll probably never sing "God Save the Queen" again, because the lineup of the ones to come are all men. So it's an interesting moment in time. You know, our currency, our coins, our postage stamps have all had her face on it for the lives of most of Canadians. I mean, I'm 74. I remember we were living in Malaya the day that the King died. And my sister was reminding me today how, you know, people were saying, you know, how much they loved the Queen, but God save the King in that moment. And that's what's happening in many parts of the world today. Although this person will never be forgotten.
And especially in Canada, you mentioned some of the, you know, physical representations of her here. We said off the top how she visited this country 22 times. I feel what's so interesting is, as you said, just because of the amount of time she was there, people in their 20s are messaging me saying, "I'm surprised at how saddened I am or how affected I am by this." When you think of her role in Canada specifically, what comes to mind?
Well, you know, aside from the visits and the pomp and the pageantry and the celebration, there were important moments. 67, 76, the Olympics, when the Olympics were in Canada. 82, I was there on the lawns of the Parliament buildings when the Constitution Act was signed by the Queen, you know, with Pierre Trudeau and Chrétien and Ouellette and a number of other cabinet ministers at the table with her. And that was a huge moment for Canada, you know, bringing the Constitution home. It's controversial in some of the things that are in the Constitution, but as a kind of an act of independence, it was pretty important. And she was there to help celebrate with Canada for it. There were times she got caught in certain situations. I can remember in Newfoundland, it was in the late 70s, 77 or 78. She'd come to take part in a number of celebrations that were going on in Newfoundland. And it included a speech one night in St. John's. And that was a delicate time, right? It was a year or so after the election of the Parti Québécois, René Lévesque, for the first time in Quebec. And so people were very careful about what was being said. And these speeches, as you know, Vashi, were written mainly in the Prime Minister's office and were read by the Queen. Well, the French version of the speech and the English version of the speech weren't quite exactly the same. And it caused quite the stir. And the Queen was not amused, as you can imagine. I don't think that's ever happened again, at least not in this country. People who are responsible for those kind of things remember what happened on that night.
I bet. Okay, Peter, I have to leave it there. I appreciate you very much making the time and sharing your reflections with us on this, this sad day. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Vashi. Take care.
Peter Mansbridge. I want to bring in my next guest, former Canadian Prime Minister Brian Mulroney, of course, one of 12 Canadian Prime Ministers Queen Elizabeth presided over during her 70-year reign. Mr. Mulroney, thank you very much for making the time. Good to see you.
Thank you, Nancy.
I was saying to Peter, just I wish it were under different circumstances. Your reaction to the news today, I know it didn't necessarily come as a huge surprise, but it has definitely affected a lot of Canadians.
Well, it's an enormous loss for Canada, obviously, but also for the world, because if there was a person who symbolized leadership and success and epitomized admiration around the world, it was Queen Elizabeth II. And so I think that both throughout the United Kingdom and the various Commonwealth countries and elsewhere, this will be seen as the loss of a genuinely great leader and great person.
What can you share with Canadians watching tonight about your own interactions with Queen Elizabeth? What stuck with you through the years?
Well, my impressions of her were always kind of bifurcated. As a person, I saw an awful lot of her, and we got along very well, both as a person and then as a leader. And for example, I remember she was coming to Canada, and she signaled through her private secretary that the small dinner that we were preparing that night, or Sunday night, for her, that she'd enjoy it if the children were there. So here we were. We had Paul Desmarais and his wife Jackie and Douglas Bassett and his wife Susan and I think John Lynch Staunton and his wife Juliana and Caroline and Ben and Mark, who were then about 11 that day. And they sat down there, and as I've said, over dinner, she treated them with the same kind of courtesy and respect that she would the Chancellor of the Exchequer. She was very, as a person, she was very, very bright, of course, very bright. And she was thoughtful and generous and very witty and kind. She was at times very funny. So that was the human side of her that a lot of people, I suppose, didn't see. And then on the leadership side, on matters of substance, there was no greater challenge to her during her reign, or no greater concern to her, than the possibility that the Commonwealth might break up over the challenge of Nelson Mandela and apartheid in South Africa. And when I arrived at the Commonwealth Conference in Nassau in 1985, she asked to see me right away. I went to see her, and she said that, you know, because of Canada and its role over the years, starting with Mr. Diefenbaker's role in 1961 in expelling South Africa from the Commonwealth, with which she was fully familiar. Starting with that, she said, look, Canada's the only country in the Commonwealth, apart from the United Kingdom, is a G7 country. And the United Kingdom was on the other side, as you'll remember. Mrs. Thatcher was a firm foe of apartheid, but she didn't agree with the direction that the Commonwealth, in solidarity, was taking. And so the Queen said, you're the only G7 country, powerful, rich country, and I'm just hoping that you will put everything that you can on the scale in favor of keeping the Commonwealth united and strong. And I said, of course I will. We'll do that. And we started the Commonwealth. There was a 7 head of government committee established. We wound up in Buckingham Palace for a private dinner with her sometime later, which led then to while the work was going on, which led to a very famous meeting in Vancouver, where after dinner with her at the Hotel Vancouver and Prince Philip, we had the challenge of the Commonwealth, where Mrs. Thatcher really indicated very strongly that she would not, under any circumstances, approve what we were doing. So we decided to go our own way, and the result was that with the sanctions, the comprehensive sanctions, that Nelson Mandela was released from jail, and the system of apartheid eventually fell a short time thereafter. And while this was all political leadership, the fact of the matter is that you'd have to be pretty dumb not to understand the body language that was coming from the Queen. And she was very clear that this objective of a united Commonwealth in complete solidarity, securing the freedom of Nelson Mandela and the destruction of the apartheid system in South Africa, this was her #1 priority. And the Commonwealth was her baby. She had built it, she sustained it, she nurtured it, and she led it. And that's true. I never heard a political word out of her, ever. But as I say, you'd have to have been pretty innocent in the ways of the world not to appreciate what she was saying and the way she wanted to go. And that's what happened. And that's what made her unusual success, remarkable success, because she had been there for 70 years, knew everybody in the world, knew all about them, and knew all the styles of leadership, the advantages and their disadvantages, successes and failures. And she used all of that in the most elegant, thoughtful, and unassuming way to make a very, very, very strong point that I say you'd have to be pretty foolish to have ignored.
You've interacted with, hundreds of the most powerful political figures in the world. Have you ever interacted with anyone like her, like you just described?
No, because there's never been anybody like her. I mean, she started. Look, I was invited by the Duke of Marlborough, Winston Churchill's first cousin, to give the lecture at the 50th anniversary of Churchill's death at Blenheim Palace outside of London. Well, but just consider that. So I went there a number of years ago and delivered that at the 50th anniversary. She was there with Churchill, not at his death, not 50 years later, from the beginning. When you think that Churchill was probably the greatest leader that the world has seen, certainly in modern history, and she knew them all, good, bad, and indifferent. And I thought, look, I had a wonderful personal relationship with her. She was very, as I say, very kind and thoughtful. She used to have Mila and me over for private lunches at Buckingham Palace. Casual conversation. Well, I'll tell you, one day she was in Canada, and it was, I think, a Friday, and she was going to do something on the Senate lawns, and she suggested we have lunch. So Mila and I went upstairs with her to the Freedom Room in the second floor, 24 Sussex. And she kicked off her shoes. She and Mila had a gin and tonic. And then the conversation started, the three of us. And it was as if, I don't know, You know, you and me and Peter Mansbridge were sitting down having a chat about friends and enemies. She was as casual and as delightful as you can imagine, and the thing went on. She extended it, and I don't know if she pushed back a few engagements, but she stayed for 3 hours at lunch. She told us stories about the family. She told us stories about people she admired in the United Kingdom, including one that struck me a great deal. So she was just a wonderful, natural, genuine, authentic human being. It's amazing, you know. It's one thing to be raised in Baie-Comeau, Quebec. It's another to be raised in Buckingham Palace and be modest and unassuming about your surroundings. But she was the genuine article, and I admired her and I viewed her all through. But in the end, with admiration and affection, she was a wonderful human being and a great leader.
Mr. Mulroney, just before I let you go, and thank you for those reflections. I know Canadians watching are as gripped by them as I am. If you could just reflect for a moment or help us understand your perspective on what we could or what we might anticipate really from now King Charles III. What do you think that might mean for Canada? Well,
look, to make the point about Canada, I've related the incident before. President Reagan told me that she had been in California with him, and her state visit to America. And President Reagan said to her, "Now, Her Majesty, where will you be going tomorrow?" And the Queen answered, "Oh, Mr. President, I'm going home tomorrow to Canada." And that's the way she viewed Canada, her second home. She loved it. She loved the people. She loved the strength of our citizenship. And that's why she came back so often and spoke so lovingly of the country. But you know, she was once in a lifetime experience for a nation. Charles is different. He's her son. I like him a lot. I've gotten to know him well over the years. In fact, Neil and I were in London, I think last December or thereabouts. We had dinner with him at Clarence House. I've known him to be a very good interlocutor. He's a leader in the environment and climate change. He's got what I like about him is that he has almost an innocent degree of intellectual curiosity. He's interested in everything. He has solutions to everything, and in his mind and in his actions. And he loves Canada as well. He got that from his mom. No doubt about that. He can tell you all kinds of things about Canada that many Canadians don't know. But I find him to be, and over the years I've known him, gotten to know him quite well. I won't say intimately at all, but quite well. And I find him like a first-class gentleman. And I think as king, he is going to bring a degree of respect and affection for Canada, and which will be reciprocated. And I think as well that he's going to be a worthy and honorable and dignified successor to his mom, who in my judgment was the most illustrious person in modern history in the world.
Well, that's the note to leave it on. Mr. Mulroney, I appreciate you very much sharing your time and your reflections with us and with Canadians tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
That's former Prime Minister Brian Mulroney. We are, of course, remembering Queen Elizabeth, who passed away at the age of 96 today after 70 years on the throne. She made 22 visits to Canada. And to reflect on her role and her meaning here in Canada, let's bring in Ralph Goodale. He's Canada's High Commissioner to the UK. He comes to us tonight from London. The Canadian flag is flying at half-mast over the High Commission since official notice was put out of Her Majesty's passing. Hello, High Commissioner. Thank you very much for making the time.
Good evening. I'm delighted to be with you, but so sad it has to be about this.
Same here, Mr. Goodale. Same here, High Commissioner. I was saying in some of my previous interviews, look, I don't think anybody was completely shocked, but still very impacted. And it is almost a bit surprising because we are so used to her as the head of state in this country. We are so used to Queen Elizabeth as the Queen. How did you feel when you heard the news? And what was your, I guess, putting aside your official capacity, what was your reaction?
Well, it's very sad, and you're quite right. For most Canadians, they have known no other monarch but Queen Elizabeth. I was 3 years old when she came to the throne, and most Canadians have a similar experience. She has been a fundamental part of our lives for more than 7 decades. And when all of a sudden that ends, even if you anticipate it, you can see the frailty building in, and it almost becomes inevitable. When it actually happens, there's a great empty feeling. This person who has been a colossus on the world stage for so long is no longer there. And there was a cartoon in one of the British publications this afternoon that caught it all, or earlier this evening, that caught it all very poignantly. You remember at the Jubilee the skit that she did with Paddington Bear.
Yes.
And they were tapping out "We Will Rock You" on their teacups. Well, this cartoon showed Her Majesty and Paddington walking together into the distance, and it struck home.
You had an opportunity in this capacity, of course, to meet with the Queen. Tell us what you can about what that was like and what you left thinking about.
She was a very compelling conversationalist, whether it was just passing the time of day about the weather or a sporting event or some recent travel or whatever, or when she was talking about a serious issue like geopolitics or the upcoming meetings of the G7 or of COP26 or the environment or healthcare, all of which she knew a lot about, both in the UK and in Canada. She was very well briefed, an excellent conversationalist. She had that knack. Very few people have it, that when she's having a conversation with you, the conversation is with you, and she isn't distracted by other people elsewhere or thinking five people ahead. She's having a conversation with you and makes you feel the importance of that relationship that she is building with you. She is also, Mr. Mulroney was talking about her sense of humor, and it was very mischievous. I remember one occasion, it was on her 90th birthday, and the celebration was at Windsor Castle, and the RCMP musical Ride was performing for her, and the RCMP has a great relationship with Her Majesty. They would present her with a horse, and a few years later she would present a horse back. It was an exchange that went on and on. On this one occasion, we presented her with a horse with the RCMP in attendance, including then Commissioner Bob Paulson. I was the Minister of Public Safety at the time, and she wanted to give a gift back. Her foal was not ready yet to be gifted back, so she presented Bob Paulson with a hobby horse, a rocking horse that was about 6 feet long and 4 feet tall, a perfect replica of Burmese that the RCMP had presented to the Queen some years earlier. She patted the horse on the rump, and a drawer popped out, and it had a bottle of maple syrup. She said, "We call that the bottom drawer." And she shut the drawer, and then she looked at Bob Paulson. And you remember Bob, big, burly police officer. She said, "Commissioner, why don't you get on the horse?" And of course, all the cameras immediately started to click. And I'd never seen a look of terror on Bob Paulson's face. At that moment, I looked at like, Minister, what do I do? And I said, Bob, she is your honorary commissioner. Get on the horse. And he did. And there's this great photograph of Bob Paulson riding a hobby horse in front of Windsor Castle, and Her Majesty the Queen in the background with gales of laughter. It was a terrific moment, and she enjoyed it thoroughly, and I think so did Bob Paulson.
I feel like only the Queen could get Bob Paulson to do something like that.
Oh, I'm sure that's true. Nobody else would be able to pull that off. That was her style, and very, very effective.
Very much so. In your official capacity, what can you tell us about your role in the coming days, in the coming weeks, especially the coming 10 days, I guess I should say more specifically, as we see the coronation and things like that unfold?
The process is all laid out in the rules of protocol. The first thing is following the day upon which the monarch passes away. The first thing is a meeting of the Accession Council, which is a council of officials from the UK and around the realms and the Commonwealth. As Canadian High Commissioner, I am a member of the Accession Council. That council will meet probably as soon as King Charles gets back from Balmoral, which will be sometime tomorrow. And the council affirms the accession and makes a proclamation that makes it all official. There will be official receptions, and the new king will make a speech to the British Parliament. Then there will be the lying in state. It is my obligation as Canadian High Commissioner to lead the mourners on behalf of Canada, along with the Prime Minister and the Governor General. And then the funeral itself is on day 10, which would be the 19th, I believe, if I add this all together correctly. And the timing will be a little bit out of kilter from what was planned because of this trip up to Balmoral and back again. Right. That will probably delay things a bit tomorrow, but nobody does protocol or ceremony quite like the British. They will get it right, and it will be dignified, and it will be appropriate. And people across the United Kingdom, more importantly from our point of view, across Canada, will have the opportunity and the ability to feel very connected to this process, as we all have one last chance to say goodbye to a very remarkable person.
Very much so, and we will certainly share all of that with Canadians as it happens. Mr. Goodell, thank you very much, High Commissioner, for making the time this evening.
Thank you.
Ralph Goodell is Canada's High Commissioner to the UK. Mr. Goodell mentioned the reaction right around the world that is especially being felt in the UK. In London, hundreds have gathered in front of the gates of Buckingham Palace, and as they gathered, they sang the British national anthem, God Save Our Queen, after news of the Queen's passing. Have a look. And London is where we find the CBC's Dominic Velitis. Hi, Dominic. Good to have you with us. Thank you very much for making the time. Let's look ahead a little bit, if we could. We were talking a bit with Canada's High Commissioner about what happens next. Talk a bit, if you could, about the structure of the royal family and how things change.
Yeah, I mean, it is a little bit confusing, Vashni, but if we start at the top, it's quite easy to understand that the Prince of Wales, Charles the Prince of Wales, is, of course, now king, and he is now officially known as King Charles III. He will be referred to as His Majesty rather than His Royal Highness from here on in. Meanwhile, his wife, Camilla is now Queen Consort. Prince William has, of course, now become heir to the throne, but that doesn't mean that he will automatically become Prince of Wales. That's a title that would have to be granted by his father, who himself became Prince of Wales in 1958 and whose investiture was in 1969. But as Charles's eldest son, William has inherited the title the Duke of Cornwall. So he and his wife will now be known as the Duke and Duchess of Cornwall and Cambridge. Their children have become Prince George of Cornwall and Cambridge, Princess Charlotte of Cornwall and Cambridge, and Princess Louis of Cornwall and Cambridge. They will eventually become of Wales when William himself becomes the Prince of Wales. Things are a little more confusing, Vashni, when it comes to the Duke and Duchess of Sussex, Prince Harry and Meghan's children. Now, originally, you may remember that Archie was not given the title of Prince, as officially he was too far down the royal line due to the rules. But he and his sister Lilibet are now technically a prince and princess, and that is it in a nutshell. Vashni.
And Dominic, we were also speaking just off the top before I introduced you about some of the reaction in London, where you are. Reflect, if you could, a bit on, and we were seeing the crowds gather just even in the, well, it was lunchtime your time, but early in the morning for us when the note first came out, or the statement first came out, that the Queen was ill or resting comfortably was the sentence used.
Well, I can tell you, Vashni, now that it's really a story of two parts. Central London, which is where we are right at the moment, feels as though it's business as usual. The pubs and restaurants are full and doing business this evening. They normally are on a Thursday and Friday night as we head into the weekend. London, Central London especially, is still moving. People are still going about their regular business. The city hasn't shut down. It's possible, of course, that the news is still sinking in, but it is a very different picture at some of the royal residences, especially outside Buckingham Palace. You saw those pictures a short while ago of some of the crowds there breaking out into singing "God Save the Queen." Hundreds, possibly thousands, have turned out there this evening. They've been laying flowers, they've been lighting candles at the door, at the gates, excuse me, of Buckingham Palace. And I should add as well, Vashni, that the weather here is terrible at the moment. It's raining particularly hard, but that hasn't stopped hundreds, possibly thousands of people from descending on Buckingham Palace. We have heard this, so yeah, it's a similar picture as well, Vashni, at Windsor Castle as well. So people do seem to be using these royal residences as a place to gather, to pay their respects, and just to be together and think about the Queen and her life, Vashni.
Okay, thank you very much, Dominic. I appreciate it. Dominic Velitis for us. In London, we are, of course, remembering Queen Elizabeth tonight. She passed away today at the age of 96 after spending 70 years on the throne. She is the longest-serving British monarch in history. She visited this country, Canada, 22 times, and a number of Canadians are remembering her throughout the entire day. One of them, sitting right next to me now, John Baird, former Foreign Affairs Minister under former Prime Minister Stephen Harper. Mr. Baird, good to have you here.
Good to be with you.
I keep saying tonight, wish it were under different circumstances,
yes,
but thank you for making the time. What are you thinking about today?
I guess the first thing is a bit of a shock. I mean, 2 days ago, she swore in a new Prime Minister, and when we heard the news this morning, I knew it wouldn't be good, and it quickly became apparent they were just letting the family arrive at Balmoral before they issued the statement. So it's just the end of a remarkable reign. You think of no one in the last 70 years has operated at such a high level for such a protracted period of time. I mean, she worked with everyone from Louis Saint Laurent and President Truman up till the current occupants, which is really a remarkable reign.
One of my producers was kind of assembling like a list of things that she presided over, everything from the decline of the British Empire to 9/11, like the things that she was queen for.
And she was actually a veteran of World War II at a very young age.
She's almost an incomparable person. You had a chance to meet her?
Yeah, I think I met her like 5, 6 times.
Yeah, a bunch of times. That's what I assumed. What were your interactions like?
Just remarkable. She's puts you very much at ease right away. She loves to talk and tell stories. She's very curious about Canada and what was going on. I last spent about an hour with her when we reopened Canada House in Trafalgar Square. And before she arrived, there was 2 RCMP horses and with Mounties on them. And she called and let it be known that if it started to rain, she didn't want the horses to get wet. So you could see she was involved in even some of the most intricate things.
The monarchy itself is often the subject of debate in this country, but less so, it feels to me, and I think there's probably some polling somewhere that I think I've read at some point that supports it, the Queen herself. Why do you think that is? What do you think she means to Canadians of all kind of political stripe?
I think she's just a larger-than-life figure that has played. I mean, was monarch for just about half of Canada's time as a country, as an independent country, which is remarkable. She's just part of the fabric of the country. And it's a tough act to follow for King Charles III. You know, she was just so remarkable and lived through so many extraordinary times.
And is it her? I think also because of so many subjects we've spoken about in the past and other politicians come on, like there's all these partisan issues, and it's not partisan with her. And the monarchy even kind of crosses partisan lines too.
It is remarkable that she, that for that long as head of state, didn't give a single interview and never really made a wrong step with respect to getting involved in partisan politics or in political debates in this country.
And I thought the point you made about her being there for Liz, the current Prime Minister and the outgoing Prime Minister just 2 days ago, I mean, she was 96. I think if we were speaking about other people at 96, we might not be that surprised.
I guess we were all thought her mother lived to 101, her husband lived to just a few months short of 100. We all thought she would. She was almost like lifeless. She was eternal.
Yeah. In particular, she did come here 22 times. Do you, when you think ahead, and you mentioned the challenge is a big one for the new king, King Charles III, where do you see Canada fitting into to that?
Well, I think King Charles has a love of Canada. He has a great charity, the Prince's Trust charity in Canada. He is very active in it. I sit on the advisory board of that charity. He has a huge fondness for this country, and he knows the country extraordinarily well, all 10 provinces and the far north. He's done work here in helping veterans move into careers after they leave the military, helping Aboriginal communities, helping youth at risk. So he's got a real love of this country and has put his time where his mouth is and done a lot of good here.
And is sitting on that board, have you had interactions with him?
Not with him directly,
right.
But he sends representatives from London. We just got a new senior executive at the charity, so I think that work will go on. We don't know whether it'll go on under Prince William or what, but we'll see.
Do you think her legacy will be one of the most unique ever?
I think she's just remarkable, very unique. I mean, here's a woman who, was a veteran of World War II, signed the Canadian Constitution, and worked with 12 different prime ministers, 15 different British prime ministers. It's just remarkable. She worked on over 600 different charities, including more than 30 here in Canada. It really is a remarkable legacy of service and a good example for people to respond to duty.
Do you think her passing will affect the perception of the monarchy? I mean, aside from King Charles and what he has to do, that debate, as I mentioned, does exist here.
I think there's no doubt. There's no doubt. It's to go out to enter the job after you look at the 70 years of service she had. It's a tall order. I think the more people get to see King Charles up front, they'll like what they see. I think the Queen's imploring the Commonwealth to continue to have the sovereign as the head of the Commonwealth, and for Camilla to be recognized as Queen's consort was a remarkable gift to Charles and Camilla, which is you could see true today.
We just had former Prime Minister Brian Mulroney on, who was reflecting on the strength of the Commonwealth vis-a-vis the Queen and he called it her baby, right? Something that was very important for her. What is your perspective on the strength of the Commonwealth right now?
Well, I think the strength of the Commonwealth, when I was Foreign Minister, we had a lot of attempted reform of the Commonwealth to try to push human rights, to try to push whenever there was a problem with respect to democratic development or authoritarian rule. The Commonwealth is there to try to provide a useful intervention to try to be a force for good in the world. And King Charles leading that will be an important signal. As we see the world become much more complicated and much more difficult. Groups where like-minded people can come together can be tremendously important. I mean, Brian Mulroney's leadership at the Commonwealth was a crucial part in the end of apartheid, and that shows the value when you have strong leadership at a difficult time.
And it's fascinating because he was reflecting on her role in that too, right? And how she kind of pulled him aside and said, here's where I'm hoping things go, and then conveyed it through her body language.
Well, why I adored Margaret Thatcher, certainly Brian Mulroney had to step up to the plate and provide the leadership and do the heavy lifting at the Commonwealth, and there was no doubt that she was very supportive of that leadership and valued it and welcomed it. I mean, she's had a great relationship with many Canadian prime ministers. I mean, Prime Minister Mulroney and Prime Minister Harper had very warm, constructive relationships. Prime Minister Chrétien, she adored Prime Minister Chrétien. She got to know him when he was Minister of Northern Affairs, and then when they signed the Constitution together, and gave him a great honor when he stepped down as Prime Minister, being appointed to the Order of the Garter, which is one of the highest honors that she can personally bestow.
It sounds also from listening to all their stories throughout the day that it was her personality that left a very big impact on them as well. Her wit, I keep hearing her wit. Do you feel that way after your
absolutely. I mean, there's no doubt she made people feel at ease, whether it was a cabinet minister in one of her governments, or whether it was an ordinary citizen that she met on one of her tours of the country. She was an extraordinary woman.
Just before I let you go, and you may not have the answer to this, but I know that you're involved in the Conservative leadership. We're anticipating that the announcement was supposed to happen Saturday. I think there's some consideration going on to whether or not that will be the case. Do you know? I
think the organizers are looking at it. The challenge is that the voting is already well advanced. They've already counted a majority of the ballots, and I'm sure some of the results of what scrutineers have been seeing are going to begin to leak out. So I'm not sure we have much of an option.
Okay, so you think it'll probably be announced?
Absolutely.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Baird. I appreciate you making the time tonight. John Baird is former Foreign Affairs Minister under former Prime Minister Stephen Harper. We want to bring you some more reaction to the news of Queen Elizabeth's passing from Canada. Canadians, of course, right across the country are sending messages of remembrance, including public officials. Here's the Prime Minister.
It is with the deepest of sorrow that we learn today of the passing of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. She was our Queen for almost half of Canada's existence, and she had an obvious, deep, and abiding love and affection for Canadians. She served us all with strength and wisdom for 70 years as we grew into the diverse, optimistic, responsible, ambitious, and extraordinary country we are today. As her 12th Canadian Prime Minister, I'm having trouble believing that my last sit-down with her was my last. I will so miss those chats. She was thoughtful, wise, curious, helpful, funny, and so much more. In a complicated world, her steady grace and resolve brought comfort and strength to us all. Canada is in mourning. She was one of my favorite people in the world, and I will miss her so.
And the interim Conservative Party leader, formerly the leader of Her Majesty's Loyal Opposition, now His Majesty's Loyal Opposition, released a statement saying, in part, "As a proud Commonwealth country, we grieve with unspeakable sadness the loss of our longest reigning monarch. Her Majesty's sense of duty to Canada was both deeply held and demonstrated in her actions. As Queen of Canada, she was not only a witness to our historical evolution as a modern, confident, and self-assured nation, she was an active participant." And the leader of the NDP also spoke about Queen Elizabeth's passing. Have a listen.
I also want to take a moment to reflect on the loss for the family. Queen Elizabeth, beyond her public duties, was a mother, a grandmother, and a great-grandmother. And the loss of an elder in the family is a very dramatic and traumatic loss, someone that has been there for the entire life of so many people in the family and has been such an important part of the family. She also represents stability, and the loss is going to be felt And we want to express our condolences on behalf of all New Democrats to the family of Queen Elizabeth. Her service will be remembered and her sacrifice will be remembered. And again, we express our sadness on the passing and our condolences to the family.
The Governor-General, Mary Simon, the Queen's representative in Canada, released a statement in part saying Her Majesty the Queen was in equal measures compassionate, dedicated, humble, engaged, and wise. She believed in service to her people above all and inspired so many with her dedication to the crown. For many of us, we have only ever known one Queen. Her reign encompassed the mandates of 12 Canadian Prime Ministers and 13 Governors General. On 22 occasions, she undertook official visits to Canada where she professed her love for our country again and again. She was a steadfast presence, the Governor-General goes on to write, during some of the most tumultuous times of our lives. And we are anticipating that the Governor-General will address Canadians a little later this evening, perhaps around 7 o'clock Eastern, but we'll bring that to you whenever it happens. Former Prime Minister Jean Chrétien spoke about Queen Elizabeth's passing a little bit earlier. We'll have a listen to what he says.
But she was an extremely dedicated person. She was respected everywhere. There must be millions and millions of people around the globe who are very sad at this moment. And she had a great life, and it was always a lot of dignity, and she was an extremely pleasant person in private. I had the privilege to meet her the first time in 1967, at the time of the centennial of Canada, and I had to accompany her at some official function, and she was always very nice. She was always telling me, she was always speaking to my wife and I in French, because it was a good occasion for her to practice her French, was quite good. And it was the same thing for the Queen Mother too. So, you know, for me, she gave me the great honor to be a member of the Order of Merit. Only 4 Canadians had that honor since 1902. So, you know, it's for me a big loss, like it is for, as I said, millions and millions of people. But she reserved, you know, she deserved, you know, the respect she has.
It seemed to me like you had an easy rapport with her. What do you ascribe that to?
I don't know. You know, she, I met her in '67, and it was always friendly. And, you know, when I met her so many times, and I had occasion to do things with her or for her at time at her request. And, you know, she was great to me. She gave me the Order of Merit. I was the only 4th Canadian since 1902 to receive that order. That was her own choice. And, you know, I was a very lucky man, and my wife too. We spent 4 days or 5 days in 1970 in the North. She came for the centennial of the Northwest Territory. And we spent days with her in the plane. And my wife was in the other place with the new king and Princess Anne, and I was in the other plane with the Queen and Prince Philip. And for days we were traveling together, and we had fun.
That's former Prime Minister Jean Chrétien reflecting on Queen Elizabeth's passing. The coronation for Queen Elizabeth took place on June 2nd, 1953. Since then, 12 of Canada's 23 Prime Ministers have served under the Queen, running from Louis Saint Laurent to Justin Trudeau. Over the years, the Queen made frequent trips to Canada. These are just some of the pictures of her meetings with Canadian Prime Ministers, as you can see there on the screen ahead of you, a whole bunch of them. Atop the Peace Tower right now in Ottawa, the Canadian flag is lowered to half-mast as a reflection of all of that. All Government of Canada buildings and establishments in Canada and abroad are going to be lowered to half-mast from now until sunset on the day of the memorial service of Her Majesty the Queen. Let's bring in the CBC's chief political correspondent, Rosemary Barton, right now. Hi, Rosie. I was listening to all the different prime ministers over the past number of hours, and John Barrett, as he left, said, "Oh, I hope you talk to Chrétien. He has a lot to say." And I was thinking, unlike most of the stuff you and I normally talk about, this is one of those days and one of those events that brings this entire country, no matter your political partisan belief, together in grief, really.
Yeah, and I think the other thing that struck me in all those very good interviews that you had there was that there was, yes, reverence for the Queen, Her Majesty, and her role as the Queen of this country and a world leader, really. But almost everybody that you talk to, really, and anyone that you do talk to, has a real personal connection to the Queen as well, right? There's real personal anecdotes, which I think speaks to the way she approached her job, her personality, her charm. I remember reading a story about, I know Brian Mulroney didn't tell it there, but when the Queen came over for lunch, I think she actually took off her shoes and just started chatting with him and his wife. So I think that personal connection won over many world leaders, and I think is why many Canadians feel so deeply connected to the Queen. Certainly the current Prime Minister as well, who of course has known the Queen for such a long time because he met her as a small child, remembers many times when he had to get dressed properly for the Queen. When I went with him on his first foreign trip in 2015, his first stop was to London, to Buckingham Palace, before he went on to Malta for a Commonwealth meeting. And when he met the Queen, you'll get some comments that they pick up on the mic. He talked about how he remembered her being taller because, of course, he usually met her when he was a child. And then she went on to the Commonwealth dinner to make a joke saying, well, thanks for reminding me about how old I am, Justin Trudeau, which was funny because that was his first foray into the world stage, and there was the Queen kind of poking fun at him already. So I think that's what struck me through the day is these many politicians and leaders who have had these encounters with her and have used her really in many ways as a sounding board, because I think that's the other thing that many people have said as well, that she was extremely well read up on the countries of the Commonwealth, that she had a very keen sense of foreign policy and geopolitics, and that she was happy to share that bit of wisdom with Canadians. One of the things I think that we'll have to see in the coming days, though, Vashi, is we've seen in polling that Canadians' attachment is perhaps not to the monarchy, but really to the Queen and the person she was. So can the monarchy, and how will the monarchy, I guess, make sure that members of the Commonwealth, countries in the Commonwealth, including Canada, continue to feel connected under King Charles? And I don't know how that will go, to be frank, because we have seen some pushback in some Caribbean nations particularly, and in some parts of this country around the idea of the monarchy and the need for that. Most recently, of course, over the course of the summer, we saw a number of First Nations and Indigenous groups ask the Queen and the Crown for an apology when it came to residential schools. So it's a complicated history and a complicated relationship, but I think it was the Queen that managed to keep it sort of intact for so long.
Yeah, the debate is a very live one, but I think you're totally right that it seemed almost separate from the Queen herself. And I was just mentioning that to Mr. Baird and saying, does that change? And both he and Mr. Mulroney made the point, which I think, as you point out, will be interesting to look at, that King Charles, now the third, is very cognizant of Canada, very aware of things, likes Canada a lot, has lots of involvement here. So it will be interesting to see to what degree that translates or is communicated to Canadians, and if they, I don't want to use a term as crass as buy into it, but sort of subscribe to it to the degree they did with the Queen, where it just felt so authentic.
For sure, and I think it was because her connection and her appreciation of this country was authentic. You heard the Prime Minister refer to it, but she said a number of times when she came to this country, I am home. That's how she felt in this country, comfortable. I think the thing that the new king has perhaps going for him is that he does have a lot of commonalities with Canadian values. The environment, climate change, he appreciates nature and the outdoors. Those are things that he might be able to use, I think, to sort of win over Canadians, but King Charles, the new King Charles, has a complicated past, right? And I think people will keep that front and center too as they see things going forward. But the next 10 days in this country as well are going to be about mourning Queen Elizabeth and starting to see King Charles take his place. And there'll be lots of changes that will happen in this country as a function of this death. We'll see what happens with the currency. Will they keep her on all of it? Will they take her off some of it? Stamps, all sorts of things. There are pictures and portraits of the Queen all over Parliament Hill. How many of those will remain, I think, is a question too. So some really fundamental things will change. I already saw In Alberta, for instance, the Queen's Court of Alberta has changed its website to the King's Court of Alberta. It happened that quickly. So these kinds of changes are going to take some getting used to, but they will happen just even as we continue to grieve the Queen over the next week and a half, 2 weeks.
Yeah, after 70 years, definitely getting used to it is I think, the accurate way to say it. And just quickly, also on a sort of side and note, the Conservatives, we're also looking to see whether or not they're going to be announcing their new leader on Saturday. Yes. They're considering that question right now, just given everything, of course, that's happened with Queen Elizabeth.
Yes, and we'll hear tomorrow on what they decide to do, how much they decide to pull back or not. I think at very least there will be some sort of tribute to the Queen. You and I are going to be there, so hopefully something will go ahead, because they also want a moment to celebrate their new leader. But I guess things will have to change in light of the context of everything right now, Vashi.
Everything's changed for sure. Thanks so much, Rosie, the CBC's chief political correspondent, Rosemary Barton. There is not just Canadian reaction pouring in, of course, lots of international reaction. Let's go to the CBC's Katie Simpson in Washington for more perspective on that. Hi, Katie. How are leaders reacting? What's happening at the White House?
Well, they're in Washington, D.C., there are a number of events that are taking place to honor the Queen. We're seeing flags lowered to half staff, and they will remain at half staff until her funeral, until the Queen is buried. At the National Cathedral, the bells rang 96 times at 5 p.m. to honor the life of the Queen. President Joe Biden had an afternoon speech, and he was expected, however, it was canceled. He is heading out to a Democratic fundraising function tonight, and perhaps we will hear from him at some point. That could happen in the next hour. But in the meantime, the White House did issue a statement on behalf of President Joe Biden and First Lady Dr. Jill Biden, saying, in a world of constant change, she was a steadying presence and a source of comfort and pride for generations of Britons, including many who have never known their country without her. Queen Elizabeth II was a stateswoman of unmatched dignity and consistency who deepened the bedrock alliance between the United Kingdom and the United States. She helped make our relationship special. The news broke, depending on where you live in the world, some world leaders were actually woken up with the news, and that's what we learned about the Prime Minister of New Zealand, Jacinda Ardern. A police officer actually shone a light into her bedroom, and she woke up around 4:50 in the morning to be given the news. She spoke to reporters later that morning.
She has come to define notions of service, charity, and consistency. Her commitment to her role and to all of us has been without question and unwavering. She has also demonstrated courage, compassion, and humour. A strong memory I will have of her is her laughter. She was extraordinary.
Her laughter, that is something that we're hearing world leaders remark upon. Not just world leaders, but people who had spent time with her behind closed doors. They talked about how generous she was with her wisdom, how kind she was, and especially when it came to offering wisdom, given her extreme experience in diplomacy and her long reign. But her humor is something that has really stood out. That's something that many people have spoken about. And we have a tweet from the Chancellor of Germany, Olaf Scholz, saying, "We mourn the death of Queen Elizabeth II. She was a role model and inspiration for millions, also here in Germany. Her commitment to German-British reconciliation after the horrors of World War II will remain unforgotten. She will be missed, not least her wonderful humor." So, Vashi, that's the sentiment that's really that we're hearing from world leaders right now. So much of it is focused on her dedication to public service and public life, her kindness and willingness to share advice and wisdom, especially with world leaders behind the scenes, and then, of course, her sense of humor.
It's so fascinating, Katie, because, and Rosie was just making this point, but it's like everybody you talk to, from heads of state to, prime ministers to cabinet ministers, to the high commissioner, like they all have these very remarkable stories where she's made a very personal impact on them, either through, a witty exchange or having a drink and throwing her shoes off. Like it's universal almost.
Yeah, and it's whether it's a sign of someone who lives authentically and is just relaxed, even though she has to present with this very nonpartisan, she has this role where she can't really take political sides, make opinions, and then when people see her in these moments where she perhaps is candid and perhaps is the authentic version of herself, that perhaps those are moments that stick with people.
They sure do. Thanks, Katie. The CBC's Katie Simpson sharing some international reaction to Queen Elizabeth's passing with us from Washington, D.C. As the Queen's representative in Canada, Governor Generals often have unique relationships with the monarch. Michaëlle Jean was the Governor General from 2005 to 2010. She's joining us now to share some of her memories of Queen Elizabeth. Hello, Madame Jean, can you hear me? I don't think anyone can hear me.
I can hear you very well. Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Oh, thank you.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yes. Can you hear me?
I can. Yes. Thank you very much for making the time. I would ask you, Madame Jean, if you could reflect a little bit on Queen Elizabeth's passing for us and for Canadians watching right now. Okay, my apologies. I thought there was just a little delay because Madame Jean is overseas, but it looks like we've lost the connection. So we will certainly effort to try and get that back because, of course, it is important to hear from former governors general in this country who are the representative of the Queen here. We also anticipate later this evening we'll hear from the current Governor General, Mary Simon, who will address Canadians about Queen Elizabeth's passing. A few things to note for you this evening as we here at CBC and Canadians across the country remember the Queen. She was the longest reigning, British monarchy in history. She served as Queen and as Canada's head of state, for 70 years, 7 decades all in all. I'll just go over some of the international events that her reign spanned, really. And if you sit there and think about it for a little while, it is absolutely remarkable. The decline of the British Empire, the Cold War, Princess Diana's death, 9/11, the war on terrorism, the joining and exiting of the EU, massive cultural change, now Russia's war on Ukraine. We heard from former Prime Minister Brian Mulroney earlier about her role in freeing Nelson Mandela and her role in sort of establishing the Commonwealth and their position on that and how much leadership she showed, according to him, in those discussions, the many discussions that took place and the sense of leadership that was imparted on him and the role he ended up playing in all of that as well. There were 12 Canadian prime ministers who served over those 70 years, 15 British prime ministers, including 2 who met with the Queen just a few days ago. Of course, outgoing Prime Minister Boris Johnson met with Queen Elizabeth, and then right after, the new Prime Minister of the UK, Liz Truss. And those pictures, we all saw them, and I think and some of our guests this evening have reflected on the fact that that has, in part, led to why so many people are shocked to hear this news, and were shocked to hear the news today. The news, of course, that the Queen had passed away at the age of 96. Earlier this morning, our time, lunchtime, local time in the UK, a notice went out to the media saying that the Queen was resting comfortably and that her family was on the way to Balmoral Castle in the Scottish Highlands. Her family arrived there in the afternoon, and then shortly thereafter, around 1:30 local time, is when the official notice went out of her passing. There have been, reflections right across the world, as my colleagues Katie Simpson and Rosemary Barton were noting, commenting on her passing. We heard from former Prime Minister, in addition to former Prime Minister Brian Mulroney, former Prime Minister Jean Chrétien, our current Prime Minister Justin Trudeau also spoke about the many times that he's met the Queen. Called her one of his favorite people, I believe, and was actually quite emotional in the statement that he made about her passing. There are not just public officials reacting to this news today, but so many of us Canadians are as well. And here's what some of them in this city that I'm in the capital city of this country, Ottawa, have been saying.
I mean, she's an icon. She's England. It's pretty sad. She's got a long history.
We're here visiting, but we're from London, England, and we just found out right by a picture of the Queen at the Fairmont. So we saw the flag lower and came up and just found out.
There's nowhere else you'd rather be. If you couldn't be in London, this is a perfect spot to be when this happened. So
sad. None had expected, but sorry, of course.
Yeah.
70 years of reign, that's amazing.
There will never be another one like her as a reigning monarch, I'm sure.
The CBC's Sarah Galashan is in Vancouver with more on how Canadians are reacting. Sarah, our colleague Hannah Thibodeau was out there getting those clips, and it was not hard to get reaction from Canadians. It's spilling out kind of all of us. What have people been telling you?
You know, Vashi, to your point about Hannah not having a hard time finding people to talk about it, you've done streeters before, and certainly I have too, and that's what we call them when we're out in the street, just talking to people about news that is breaking. I can't think of a time when I have talked to so many people with such thoughtful responses, and really almost everyone wanting to share those responses to this news. And I think that really speaks to the impact that the Queen, a reign of 70 years, has had on so many people in this country. We were out on the street really just after Adrienne Arsenault, our colleague, broke the news that the Queen had passed. And so a lot of the times when I was speaking to people, they either had just heard the news themselves or I was actually telling them that the Queen had passed. And certainly we heard some shock, not surprise really, because of course she was 96 years old, but certainly also sadness, because really what this is an end of an era. Many have never known another monarch. So let me play you a little bit of what we heard on the streets of Vancouver.
She devoted her entire life to duty and the dignity with which she carried everything out. I've been getting emotional, sorry.
Very saddened and heartbroken for the people.
Sad, very, very sad. Very sad.
We knew no other monarch in our lifetime. I thought that overall she did a very good job in her role, and so personally I'm going to miss her.
That's so sad. I mean, not unexpected, but she's been an amazing woman.
She visited this province 7 times, 6 of them as a reigning monarch. For a lot of people, those were very special visits. They have special memories from them. In particular, I think a very special memory that's being shared out here is in 2002 when she visited as part of the Golden Jubilee celebration. She was center ice and she dropped the puck at a hockey game. You know, I don't know, Vashi, how many hockey fans also are fans of the monarchy, but I think it's fair to say that for sure they were that day.
Yeah, and in this country, there's probably a lot of crossover, is my guess, just based on those clips that we were listening to. Of course, we're also we're mourning Queen Elizabeth. We're reflecting on her legacy. We're also thinking about what's to come, and immediately her son has now become King Charles III. What are the Canadians you're speaking to telling you about the future of the monarchy?
Well, so, you know, it's not even a question that almost needed to be asked of people, because that is sort of immediately where they go once they reflect on the fact that the Queen has died. What is next? And, you know, I will say that there are certainly some who feel that support is necessary. They definitely cherish the monarchy. They want to see things continue. There is also others who are expressing some uncertainty. I mean, this is uncharted territory, but let them speak for themselves.
Them are a little iffy, so we have to wait and see how Charles will do.
But I'm not sure about his abilities. He hasn't, in my opinion, he hasn't demonstrated the abilities that she had.
We're in trouble that she's gone. Yeah, I'm not sure that Charles can live up to it, and unfortunately Charles is next in line. I think if it was passing directly to William and Catherine, it would be a much better thing to do.
We have to hope for the best and wish him well. I hope that everything turns out okay.
But, you know, Vashi, keep in mind, these are initial gut reactions to having just heard the news the first time. And I'll tell you, even asking that question the first time that you say King Charles III, it doesn't roll off your tongue necessarily. It is something that people have to get used to, and difficult to get used to, something that is such a really a big change from what has been the case, 70 years of tradition and history.
Yes, it's very difficult to adjust to something new after 70 years, and that is the case, I think, for a lot of Canadians, at least for this moment. Thanks so much, Sarah, the CBC's Sarah Galashan, for us in Vancouver. Let's get more on that and the future of the monarchy and what happens now, particularly in the UK, from the CBC's Dominic Velitis. He joins us from London. Dominic, if I could, before we get into the mechanics of things, I wondered if you could reflect for a second on some of the conversations you have in the UK about the same thing our colleague Sarah was talking about, and that is King Charles III now taking over as the monarch, and sort of the sentiment there about what that might entail.
Yeah, it's essentially it's all change, Vashi. Charles, as you say, the Prince of Wales, is now king after he acceded to the throne immediately on the death of his mother. We learned this evening that his official title from here on will now be King Charles III. He will be referred to as His Majesty rather than His Royal Highness. His wife, Camilla, meanwhile, as wife of the King, is now the Queen Consort and will also be known as Her Majesty rather than Her Royal Highness. Now, as Charles's eldest son, Prince William, the Duke of Cambridge, has now inherited the title the Duke of Cornwall from his father. So he and his wife will now be known as the Duke and Duchess of Cambridge and Cornwall. Their children have now become Prince George of Cornwall and Cambridge, Princess Charlotte of Cambridge and Cornwall, Prince Louis and Prince Louis of Cambridge and Cornwall. So all pretty straightforward there. Where things get a little more confusing, Vashi, is with the children of the Duke and Duchess of Sussex, Prince Harry and Meghan. Now, you may remember that when their eldest, Archie, was born, he was officially too far down the line of succession to be a prince, but that has now all changed. He is technically now a prince, and his sister Lilibet is technically a princess. So a lot has changed with the passing of Queen Elizabeth II, not least of all the titles held by some of the senior members of the royal family. Vashi.
Yeah, I feel like a few of those at the end there will certainly be the subject of discussion in the future and have been throughout the last few years as well. If you could, just before I let you go, Dominic, also reflect a little bit on the sentiment we've been showing throughout the evening, live shots outside of Buckingham Palace and outside the gates there, and people have been gathered starting as soon as the notice went out that the Queen was ill and that her family was headed to see her. What have your conversations been like with people in London about this really seminal day?
Yeah, as you say, it really is a seminal day, and I think the overriding sense here in London is one of sadness. I think regardless of whatever your position is about the royal family, I think Queen Elizabeth II was a staple in many people's lives, a constant in their lives, and I think they will feel a great personal loss at her passing. When we look at the scenes outside some of the royal palaces this evening, some of the royal residences, we've seen hundreds, probably thousands of people amassing outside Buckingham Palace today. At one point, some of the crowds there broke out into song. They sang "God Save the Queen." They've been laying flowers. They've been lighting candles at the gate, and it has been raining pretty hard in London today, but it hasn't stopped hundreds, thousands of people from going to Buckingham Palace, from going to Windsor Castle, to be together, to focus on what the Queen has achieved during her many, many years on the throne, and just an opportunity for people to come together and to reflect on all that. Vashi.
Dominic, I'll leave it there. Appreciate the sentiments very much. The CBC's Dominic Velitis for us in London. Let's circle back to something we were trying to get to a little earlier but had some technical difficulties. The Queen's representative in Canada, the Governor-General, often has a unique relationship with the monarch. Michael Jean was Governor-General from 2005 to 2010, and we have reached her, I think, successfully this time. Madame Jean, do you hear me okay?
I can hear you fine, Vashi, and I'm sorry about the poor connection.
No worries at all. I appreciate you very much joining us this evening and sharing your thoughts with Canadians. And of course, as our viewers will see, we've reached you by phone. Tell me a little bit, Madame Jean, about what has been going through your mind this afternoon and this evening as you process the passing of Queen Elizabeth.
You know, a lot of memories spinning in my head, and I remember Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II as the woman also she was. A monarch, of course, mastering perfectly, you know, the rules and protocol conventions, but at the same time able to and wanting also to make you feel comfortable when she would meet you. And I remember, and I'm sure that every Governor-General remembers the first moment, the first encounter, the first conversation with the Queen. But you know, I think she enjoyed being free. I think she enjoyed having a conversation one-on-one and being free to reflect with you, to share with you, and that's what happened when we met. Because, you know, I couldn't help it but think of, you know, my ancestors were slaves, her ancestors were slavers, and reflect upon that with her and saying, you know, look at us here today sitting together, and we're both free, but the fact that I'm free makes you even freer. That's what came to my mind, and I said, we come a long way. And it gives me hope to see us sitting together and having this moment. And she really, you know, responded with so much grace, you know, saying, yes, we come a long way. And of course, you know, I've seen time change, the times change. You know, she had, and she said, I had to embrace new perspectives. I had to adjust. I had to adapt to every change that happened, you know, in this world during these 2 centuries. And it was quite emotional for me to have this conversation with her and to see a woman who was in a way strong and fragile at the same time. And one of the things that we talked about together, because there was a petition sent to her. Some people, and the petition was an initiative from Mr. Poilievre at the time, asking her not to accept my appointment. So I raised that with her. I felt comfortable to raise that with her. And I said, did you receive, Your Majesty, that petition? And she said, of course I did. And she said, you know what? You shouldn't matter. It shouldn't matter. Because what is important is what you want to achieve, what you want to accomplish. She said, you are going to serve your country, Canada. It's a wonderful country. And that's all that matters. And she said, you know, for us is for life. And so many times, I'm translating this because we were speaking French, but anyway, she said, so many times we are under attack and we have to rise above. And I've had to do that all the time, and it's difficult. But what is the most important thing is the purpose of your mission. And she said, it's going to be a wonderful one. And she, you know what really hit my mind, that she never said, you are going to serve me or serve the crown. She said, you are going to serve Canada. It's a wonderful country. And what a beautiful journey this is going to be. You know, it's, I admired that. I appreciated that because she had that grace. She had that grace. And I remember how protocol didn't want us to bring our little daughter with us. She was 6. And I said, you know what? If it's not possible, please let Her Majesty know that I will not live without my daughter. So imagine me saying that for that first courtesy, you know, visit. And I said, but I'll go nowhere without my daughter. And next thing I know, she was expecting us. And with Prince Philip, they greeted us with our daughter and paid attention to her all the time, you know, and made her feel comfortable too. And that is caring. That is what caring is about. That is what, you know, yes, diplomacy, but diplomacy at a human scale is about. And she was so good at that because she had that sense of humor that would immediately make you feel comfortable. She wanted to show also her freedom by driving her car because on the domain of Balmoral, she could do that. She could do that. And I remember how she drove us. she was driving herself to that hunting cottage that they had, and where we were going to have dinner, and every attention was there. She had prepared the meal herself with Prince Philip. She didn't want no personnel, no staff. Wow. It was intimate. She had invited, a philosophy teacher because she knew my husband had taught philosophy and is a philosopher. She paid so much attention, and her laughter was amazing. Her favorite wine is Pauillac. It's a French wine, and she was talking about the quality of that wine with my husband, and this attention paid to you, and knowing that it's a precious moment. And how proud she felt, to speak about why she loves driving when she can, because she had served in the during the war in the Red Cross, and she had driven, ambulances, and she would tell you that she's able to undo an engine and just put it back again, and it's amazing. Freedom. I think she cared for freedom. But at the same time, when she said, for us it's for life, I could feel the weight on her shoulders. Really? Because it's a lot of sacrifices, So this is how I want to remember her, with that strength, with that joy that I saw, that, careful and listening, her capacity to address any matter and to have a conversation.
I'm sorry, I think we lost. Did we lose Madame Jean?
No, I can hear you.
You can still hear me. Sorry, your audio went out for a second. My apologies. I just have a few moments left, but Madame Jean, as you were speaking, I was thinking it sounds like you found her to be extremely authentic.
Authentic, I would say so. Extremely authentic, very much aware of her role also, very respectful of Canada, of Canada's constitution. About that petition, she said, but I would never interfere in Canadian politics or political affairs, and so for me to receive this petition, no, never. I would never want to interfere, because I cannot do that, and I would not want to do that. So that's also a gesture of and demonstration of respect, of high respect, that she had for our country, and for us as people, also for a Canadian Governor General, and knowing exactly the value of our role, and where her prerogatives are and where our prerogatives are, and that's really important to know that, because never would you see Her Majesty in a position where she would be there to give you like a political advice. So it's not part of our constitution. It's not part of her role, but the caring for the people we are was authentic, and for everyone who would actually connect with her and be there with her,
Well, thank you so much, Madame Jean, for sharing your reflections and those details of your meeting with her. I think Canadians watching are highly, what's the word I'm looking for here? Just so it's such an amazing window into the person she was, and the significant relationship between her and Governors General. Thank you, Madame Jean.
Thank you.
The Right Honourable Michaëlle Jean, Canada's Governor General from 2005 to 2010. Of course, part of what happens now and the mourning of Queen Elizabeth will continue for a number of days. There is protocol that unfolds, but also now her son becomes king, King Charles III, in fact. And let's talk a little bit about how that will all unfold and what it means for the monarchy and the UK more writ large. Let's bring in Craig Prescott to do that. He's a constitutional expert at Bangor University in Wales, joining us from London. Hi, Mr. Prescott. Good to meet you and good to have you with us this evening.
Good evening. It's good to join you.
If you could, in the simplest terms for Canadians watching tonight, lay out what happens next now that the Queen has passed away. How would you explain it?
So the first thing is that, you know, Charles is now king, and something that has been decided already is that, you know, he will use the title King Charles III. There was a little bit of doubt about that, but, you know, Clarence House has announced that, you know, he will use the name that we've known him for the past 70 odd years. So that's one thing. Then tomorrow, members of the House of Commons and the House of Lords will swear an oath to the new monarch, because when they first entered either the Commons or the Lords, it was to Elizabeth II. So they must swear an oath to our new monarch. Then later tomorrow, probably, we will get the Accession Council, which is when King Charles III is proclaimed by the Privy Council, again as the new monarch. And then we start to see some of the more deeply constitutional issues. So Charles will swear an oath to promise to maintain the Church of Scotland, which is the, you know, established, recognised church in Scotland. The Church of England comes along a little bit later. So we start to see some of these constitutional quirks that are, you know, deep in our political structure, because, you know, our political structure has developed over the centuries. But the best laid plans sort of can't cover everything. Remarkably, this has now been a week where the UK has changed its Prime Minister and got a new monarch. And the Queen Elizabeth II, was meant to have held a Privy Council meeting last night to have tidied up some of the loose ends that arise from having a new government. One or two cabinet ministers just aren't legally, constitutionally in office. So that may well be something that needs to be resolved, maybe tomorrow, maybe on Saturday. So there are some plans, but they may need to be tweaked to just take everything into account
and address some of the loose ends. I know your time is limited, Mr. Prescott, but just one final question for you. You mentioned the change in Prime Minister. This, you know, extremely significant event. That's a lot of change. It's a very significant week for the UK. I know you're near Buckingham Palace. What is your sense there of the way in which it is settling?
It is an enormous challenge for Liz Truss, the new Prime Minister, because now the UK, as indeed the broader Commonwealth, is now, in a sense, plunged into the unknown. You really have to be in your 80s to have any memory of even another monarch existing. And so we have a new Prime Minister who will have to be the political lead and take the UK into this sort of unknown situation. And there's a little bit of a parallel here with Tony Blair, because in 1997, shortly after taking office, albeit a few months later, he had to deal with the death of Princess Diana. And, you know, he, by all accounts, dealt with that very, very well. And that sort of saw him through a good deal of his premiership. That gave him a good basis on which to govern for the next few years. Liz Truss, you know, now has that same challenge, essentially to see the country through the next few weeks, whilst we get used to the, you know, the basic idea of having a new monarch.
It's a lot to get used to. Mr. Prescott, thank you very much for sharing some of your insights this evening. I appreciate it. Craig Prescott is a constitutional expert at Bangor University in Wales. He is with us rather, from London. If you are just joining us now, I'm Vashi Kapelos, and you're watching CBC News Network. We're sharing with you some very sad news this evening that Queen Elizabeth II has passed away. She passed away this afternoon at about 1:30. The notice went out. She passed away at the age of 96. She reigned for 70 years. She is Britain's longest reigning monarch, and her legacy is one that is being discussed all day and will be for years to come. For more on that legacy, let's go to historian and author Elizabeth Norton, who's written extensively on England's queens. Hi, Miss Norton. Good to meet you. Thank you for making the time.
Hello. Thank you very much for having me on the show on this very sad day.
It is an extremely sad day, and Canadians right across this country certainly share in that sadness. As we reflect on the legacy that Queen Elizabeth leaves, if you were to summarize from your perspective what that legacy is, what would you say?
But I think her legacy is an incredibly positive one. When she came to the throne, there was actually a lot of talk about it being a new Elizabethan age. And of course, all that sort of conjures up is, the age of Shakespeare, culture, an age of sort of growth, exploration. And I think in many respects, that is also the legacy of Queen Elizabeth II, is that actually it's very much an age of, she's personified the century in many respects. She was queen for 70 years, and it's an age of great change, but sort of great progress as well, if you like. And I think her legacy is really that she has been a steady hand throughout that 70-year period. I mean, 70 years is an astoundingly long length of time, and she's always been there. She's a constant presence through Britain and also the Commonwealth, of course. And I think we will look back on her reign as a time of steadiness. And of course, there have been many changes throughout the period, but actually the Queen is a real constant.
I think for many of us, for yourself and myself, I'm guessing, she's the only monarch that we have lived under. When you look back at other monarchs and when you look back at them in a relative capacity, how would she compare?
I think the only real comparison to be made is with Queen Victoria, who of course died in 1901 and was at that point Britain's longest reigning monarch. And I think there was a similar sense of the end of an era and, an actual real loss, which I don't think we necessarily had as much with some of the 20th century kings who obviously went before Queen Elizabeth II. So I think there's real comparisons to be made there. And of course, Queen Victoria's reign, for all its faults, was also a reign of sort of growth and prosperity. I think we can also make parallels further back, and of course with Elizabeth I, who jumps out as a real parallel. But again, we're looking at sort of long-standing reigning queens. And I think really she very much stands amongst these women who are great women, and is probably the greatest of Britain's reigning queens.
It's been so fascinating. We've been interviewing Canadian politicians throughout the day and over the last, 90 minutes for myself. And all of them have the most personal stories about her. I think you were listening when our former Governor General, for example, was reflecting in great detail about this amazing meeting she had. What is so fascinating is she leaves such a distinct impression on all the people she left, such a distinct impression on all the people she met, not because she was queen necessarily, but because of who she was and the way in which she communicated with them and the ease she put them at. Have you ever... you've studied history. Have you ever seen a historical figure like that?
No, I think she was so charismatic, and the wonderful stories. I was listening to the previous stories, and it was just so wonderful to hear. And she was such a good communicator. And personally, she was quite shy, particularly in her early years. There was concern about how she would manage as queen. Certainly Winston Churchill, her first British Prime Minister, had great concerns about how she would manage the role because she was quite a shy, quite an unknown figure. But actually, I think in many respects, the fact that she herself sometimes felt socially awkward helped her to put people at ease because she understood. And I think that's a sense that many people have come away with after meeting Elizabeth II, was that she's understands that they're nervous about meeting her and that she's there to put them at ease. And I mean, particularly in her later years, she very much came, particularly in sort of the popular imagination, to be a bit of a sort of grandmotherly figure, sort of the grandmother of the nation, if you like. But I think it is quite unusual. I mean, Queen Victoria, for example, before her was much more sort of standoffish with the ordinary people. So I think Elizabeth II was a real communicator.
How difficult do you think it will be for King Charles to fill those shoes?
It's going to be a challenging transition. And I think partly because there is such a sense of loss. And although, of course, we knew the Queen was in poor health and she was 96 years old. So, you know, it was understood that this day was fairly imminent. However, there is still a big sense of shock. And I've been seeing that since the announcement was made. People are genuinely shocked by it and not quite sure what's going to happen. And I think that King Charles is going to have to contend with that because, of course, as you said, you have to be really quite elderly to even remember a monarch that wasn't the Queen. And so he's got very big shoes to fill. And I think he will manage it, but it's going to take some time to make the transition from Prince Charles to King Charles.
Do you anticipate he will directly acknowledge what you just laid out, kind of the significance of the legacy and how difficult, like sort of be upfront about the fact that it's not going to be an easy transition?
I think he will, yeah. I mean, obviously he has served a very long apprenticeship as heir. I mean, the longest by far of anybody. But I mean, I think even in the announcement that was made about the Queen's death, he's sort of acknowledging, you know, he has of course become the king at the moment of her death, but that actually she is still the Queen to most people, to everybody. And I think he will acknowledge that transition and the difficulties in establishing himself. And of course he is the king and he's accepted as the king, but I think it's going to take time for everyone to really view him as monarch and to place the Queen back in history, if you like.
She was the Queen here in Canada as well, but it is you know, you have to take a moment to reflect on the level of reaction right around this world. And I'm wondering what it says to you, the fact that I think one of my first guests said, you know, no newscast will not be focused on this tonight, right across the world. I'm not sure we can point to something else too easily that would have the same impact.
No, and I don't think that there is. I mean, she will undoubtedly be on the front page of every newspaper. She's on the television across the world, including, of course, nations where she's not the monarch. I don't think there is anything comparable, at least that's happened recently. It is the biggest news story because she, of course, is the monarch of Britain and of many countries in the Commonwealth, of course, Canada included. But she's also a figure that is universally known across the world. You know, I mean, when people think about London and Britain, they think about the Queen. I mean, I think, you know, she was a well-known public figure. So I think even across the world, you know, there's a sense of loss actually, because 70 years, the longest serving head of state, it's a really impressive amount of time.
Ms. Norton, I'll leave it there. Thank you very much. Very good to have you on our program this evening.
Thank you very much.
Elizabeth Norton has written extensively on England's queens. She is a historian and author. There is, of course, as Ms. Norton pointed out, reaction flooding in from right across the world to Queen Elizabeth passing. She passed away this afternoon at the age of 96 after reigning for 70 years, the longest reigning British monarch in all history. There is also a lot of reaction here in Canada. The Queen visited this country 22 times. Here's Prime Minister Justin Trudeau reflecting on the news a bit earlier today.
It is with the deepest of sorrow that we learn today of the passing of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. She was our Queen for almost half of Canada's existence, and she had an obvious, deep, and abiding love and affection for Canadians. She served us all with strength and wisdom for 70 years. As we grew into the diverse, optimistic, responsible, ambitious, and extraordinary country we are today. As her 12th Canadian Prime Minister, I'm having trouble believing that my last sit down with her was my last. I will so miss those chats. She was thoughtful, wise, curious, helpful, funny, and so much more. In a complicated world, her steady grace and resolve brought comfort and strength to us all. Canada is in mourning. She was one of my favorite people in the world, and I will miss her so.
Prime Minister Justin Trudeau there reacting to Queen Elizabeth's passing. The interim Conservative Party's leader, formerly the leader of Her Majesty's Loyal Opposition, now His Majesty's Loyal Opposition, Candice Bergen, also released a statement reflecting on the Queen's passing. It reads in part, "As a proud Commonwealth country, we grieve with unspeakable sadness the loss of our longest reigning monarch. Her Majesty's sense of duty to Canada was both deeply held and demonstrated in her actions. As Queen of Canada, she was not only a witness to our historical evolution as a modern, confident, and self-assured nation, she was an active participant." Jagmeet Singh, the leader of the NDP, also spoke about the Queen's passing. Have a listen to what he said.
I also want to take a moment to reflect on the loss for the family. Queen Elizabeth, beyond her public duties, was a mother, a grandmother, and a great-grandmother. And the loss of an elder in the family is a very dramatic and traumatic loss, someone that has been there for the entire life of so many people in the family and has been such an important part of the family. She also represents stability, and the loss is going to be felt. And we want to express our condolences on behalf of all New Democrats to the family of Queen Elizabeth. Her service will be remembered, and her sacrifice will be remembered. And again, we express our sadness on the passing and our condolences to the family.
That is NDP leader Jagmeet Singh. The Queen's representative in Canada is the Governor General. We spoke just a few minutes ago to